Tatiana stared ahead with wide eyes. My name is Tatiana. I am facing the greatest dilemma of my 4-year-old life. Kyrios Ehart held out a hand. All right, come here, little one. He urged with a smile. Hurry, Tatiana stammered. Siegfried von Orleans was holding Tatiana. That sounds interesting. I believe I've made myself clear. Tatiana, 10 minutes on each of our laps, taking turns. Kyrios glared at the man across from him. What? The little one should decide for herself. What gives you the right to make decisions for her? Tatiana watched the two argue. Today I must decide whose lap to sit on. Kyrios waved his arms and retorted loudly. The little one wants to come to me. Siegfried glanced sideways at him, his tone flat. It seems there's a problem with your eyesight. You should go to the hospital. Tatiana raised her hands, trying to stop them. Please don't fight. Listen to me first. Why is everyone so childish? Siegfried and Kyrios turned their heads simultaneously, retorting in unison. What? Childish? Caesar sat in an armchair, his hands folded on his lap, a smile on his face. We made a promise not to fight in front of Tatiana. Kyrios retorted loudly. It was Siegfried who wanted to monopolize the little one. Siegfried shot back. Wasn't it Kyrios who didn't keep his promise? Caesar said, if you two want to keep arguing, go over there. He opened his arms. Time's up. It's my turn. Tatiana, come here. Kyrios and Siegfried fell silent. Tatiana stared at the chaos before her. I'm really going crazy. Why is everyone like this? To summarize the situation, the Empire's only Duke and Swordmaster, Siegfried von Orleans, the Empire's Tower Master and Grand Mage, Kyrios Ehart, and the beloved High Priest, Caesar. These three heroes who defeated 5 demon kings. We're now sitting around a long table, engaged in a fierce, uncompromising debate over whose lap I should sit on, because each of them claims to be my dad. This wasn't part of the plan. How did things turn out this way? Kyrios took a step forward. In that case, let's ask the little one. Little one, whose lap do you want to sit on? Tatiana looked up abruptly. Why ask such a question all of a sudden? Normally, a child this age shouldn't be sitting on anyone's lap. She fidgeted with her skirt. If I choose one person here, the other two will surely. Tatiana clasped her hands to her chest, tears welling in her eyes. Let's change the subject. Dads, please don't fight. I don't want you to fight, okay? The three men looked at Tatiana at the same time. Kyrios raised his hands. Sorry, we were wrong. Caesar smiled. Don't worry. The three of us are good friends. Tatiana looked at the man before her. Could this trick really work? Now is not the time to dwell on this. If these arrogant heroes discover my true identity, it will all be over. Tatiana squinted one eye, forcing a sweet smile. Because I am the sworn enemy of these heroes. I am the ultimate villain who will destroy the world, the Demon King. One day, I woke up and became the final villain in a novel. Tatiana, that's my name. My half-human, half-demon bloodline, destined a twisted beginning. Tatiana wandered through the slave market, living a bleak childhood, until the demon god's finger descended with a prophecy. She was pushed onto the throne and became the Demon King. The demon leaders looked down at the throne, their eyes glinting coldly, whispering among themselves. The high-ranking demons were dissatisfied, unable to accept the young, half-blooded Tatiana as the successor to the Demon King. They imprisoned the yet-to-awaken Tatiana, locking her deep within the castle. Iron chains sealed the great doors. The demons used her name to issue orders while freely abusing this puppet, thereby usurping the Demon King's authority. The novel's protagonist, a prince, stormed the Demon King's castle, his sword shattering the chains. He extended a hand to the collapsed Tatiana. He purged the demons and rescued the exploited Tatiana, standing in the light and inviting her. Come with me. Tatiana lifted her face, gazing at her savior. She awakened in despair, her eyes overflowing with blue light. Her kingly power fully erupted. A sword pierced her chest. Tatiana collapsed in a pool of blood, killed by the hero prince's hand. This was the villain's heroic end. In the dark dungeon of the Demon King's castle, iron chains hung from the stone walls. A 4-year-old Tatiana held a broom, sweeping dust from the floor. I'm living a slave-like existence. She sighed. To think I was reincarnated as such a tragic character. I tried every means of escape, but in the end, I was reduced to a slave for the high-ranking demons, performing mechanical labor in this storage room. No matter how much I clean, it's still filthy. I have to finish before lunch. A stone suddenly hit her on the head with a thud. Tears welled up in Tatiana's eyes as she bit her lip to endure the pain. 2 demon managers blocked her path, looking down on her. Hey, you little beast. Why would the almighty demon god choose a filthy half-breed like you to be the demon king? Tatiana lowered her head, not saying a word, her hands gripping the broom handle so tightly her knuckles turned white. These bastards are here again. I must pretend to be scared and keep enduring. The demon manager took a step closer. Why don't you answer? How rude. Do you think you're so powerful? In the end, you're just a pet to the five lords like a pig or a dog. Tatiana clenched her fists. I really want to smack them on the back of the head. But no matter how angry I am, I have to hold it in. They are demons, and I'm only 4. It's not time for my awakening yet. The demon manager spat and pointed at the messy storage room. Listen up. Clean this entire area thoroughly. Tatiana's voice was faint. Yes, I understand. The demon manager walked to the door, turning back to cast a cold glance. Don't forget, the only reason you're alive is because of us. Tatiana bowed deeply, her tone submissive. Yes, of course. She gave a brilliant smile, watching the door close. The door slammed shut. Tatiana's smile vanished instantly, her eyes turning cold. So much nonsense. She punched a sack of grain hard. Those bastards. When I awaken as the Demon King, I'll make them pay. But even if I awaken, what good is my power? The prince becoming a hero is a foregone conclusion in the novel. He's the protagonist of this novel. I'm just the villain who gets killed by him. The protagonist defeats the Demon King, saves the world, and creates a happy ending for everyone. It's just a cliched story. When I became the villain, reality was far more terrifying than I imagined. Tatiana possessed talent, but was abused and exploited her whole life. Even so, she still longed for ordinary happiness. Tatiana sat by the window, watching a shooting star streak across the night sky, awaiting the salvation that would eventually come. When the sharp blade pierced her body and she died at the prince's hands, her final hope was completely shattered. How did she feel? Tatiana knelt on the cold floor. I can't remember how long I've been locked in here. So long that I've forgotten how to talk like a human. If I keep living like this, will I also die a miserable death one day? Just like in the original story? A loud crash erupted, shaking the entire building violently. Tatiana flinched. What was that sound? She looked out the window. What's happening outside? Stone pillars crumbled, and debris flew everywhere. Demon servants screamed and scattered. Flames instantly engulfed the courtyard. This aura is definitely not from infighting among demons. Someone has invaded the Demon King's castle. Who could it be? Who has such courage and power? Flames burst through the spire, and stones disintegrated with a roar. The entire Demon King's castle trembled violently. Caesar stood in the center of the smoke and dust, letting debris explode at his feet. Kyrios crouched low, steadying himself in the shadow of the collapse. Siegfried knelt on one knee, letting out a roar through gritted teeth. Caesar, it's taken too long to conquer this castle. Only one of 5 Demon Kings is left. My stamina is at its limit. We have to end this quickly. Caesar raised his staff, and its tip burst with a strong light. Siegfried now. I'll support you from behind. Land the final blow. Siegfried gripped his sword hilt. Indeed, there's no time to waste. He turned sideways, gathering his strength, and raised the sword high with both hands. This is the last chance. Even if I have to risk my life, I will end it all here. Siegfried swung his sword in a horizontal slash. The blade tore through the air, creating a brilliant arc of light. The Demon King shrieked as its body disintegrated in the light. Blood splattered on the ground. Caesar collapsed, exhausted. Kyrios lay beside him, completely unconscious. Siegfried knelt on one knee, his right hand gripping his long sword tightly, propping up his swaying body. It's finally over. He gasped for air. We've finally killed all the Demon Kings. But I'm afraid we won't make it out of here alive. His vision began to blur, the ruins before him twisting. A hurried shout reached his ears. Mister! Siegfried's eyes snapped open, his pupils contracting violently as he gasped for air. He sat up, his right hand pressing against his bandaged chest, and looked around at the unfamiliar furnishings. Where is this? Tatiana stood by the bed. You're finally awake. She held a wooden basin. Mister, are you okay? Siegfried froze. A few hours ago, the wooden door creaked open. Tatiana took a step out. It was much quieter outside. I dared to come out, but there were bloodstains everywhere. Weapons were scattered on ground. Not a single place was intact. Tatiana held her breath, the starlight in her pupils trembling. Those people, all 5 Demon Kings are down. With injuries that severe, it's impossible for them to have survived. Tatiana looked down at the corpses littering the ground. The demons that were always draining my power must have vanished along with them. She cupped her cheeks, starlight bursting from her pupils. Am I finally free? This can't be real. It's like a dream. I thought I'd be trapped here forever, and now I'm suddenly free. My mind is a complete blank. If all 5 Demon Kings are dead, it means someone broke into the castle. Who launched the attack? Tatiana's eyes flew wide open. Could it be them? Her gaze fell on the figures lying on the ground. Did they defeat the 5 Demon Kings? If we follow the original story, the prince who was supposed to become a hero should still be a child right now. So, does that mean these people are the previous generation of heroes? The ones who were destined to all perish while subjugating the Demon King are actually still alive? The original novel never described this part of history in detail. It only recorded that long ago, a group of heroes came to subjugate the Demon King's castle and all ended up dying from the Demon King's curse. The original heroine never managed to escape, so I never paid much attention to this past event. The heroes firmly believed that those 5 were the real Demon Kings. However, that wasn't the case. The real Demon King is still alive. Tatiana turned her head, a slight smile playing on her lips as she let out a soft laugh. The real Demon King is right here. This means these people were supposed to die here. Tatiana crouched down, gazing at Siegfried. Fragments of blue crystals were scattered on the ground, glimmering faintly in the darkness. Tatiana suddenly held her breath, her gaze locked on the fragments. Wait, are those crystals mana stones for storing magic? Come to think of it, I can feel my own power from these people. I see. I finally understand. The Demon Kings were using mana stones to drain my power. The previous heroes must have noticed this and shattered the crystals during the battle. The truth isn't that the heroes died from the Demon King's curse, but that they were killed by my out-of-control magic. In the end, I was the only one left. The demons capture me again and continue to use me as a puppet Demon King. This was the pretext for the second invasion of the human world 10 years later. It all adds up. If I let things develop as they are, I'll still end up dying at the prince's hands, just like in the original ending. Tatiana closed her eyes, her index finger resting on her chin, her brow slightly furrowed. What should I do? The original plan was to escape as soon as possible. That was the initial idea, but this small body is too weak. I'd be caught before I got far, or I'd die on the way. But that's just the plot of the original story. The me now has the soul of an adult woman. I must find a way to survive. I absolutely cannot let my magic go out of control again. In the original story, my magic went out of control because I was abused in the Demon King's castle. So, logically, as long as I can avoid suffering, I won't lose control. If I plan this right, I might even be able to awaken safely as the Demon King. Although my awakening will be delayed, once I succeed, I will possess unrivaled power. These 3 people are the best candidates to get me out of here safely. First, I have to save these previous generation heroes. Then, I'll use their power to escape. Siegfried looked at Tatiana with confusion. Tatiana said, I've been taking care of you for hours. It's great to see you're not seriously hurt. But why does he look so terrifying? Siegfried suddenly reached out, his fingers gripping Tatiana's collar tightly, lifting her clean off the ground. Tatiana's eyes were filled with shock. Why is this person suddenly attacking me? Siegfried's voice was low. Who are you? Tatiana's body trembled violently, her voice fragmented. I am Tatiana. You can call me Tati. Siegfried pulled her closer. I didn't ask for your name. State your identity. Tatiana said, I was kidnapped by demons and brought here. I became their slave. Siegfried glared at her. You say you're human, but you're emitting demonic energy. I suggest you answer truthfully. Otherwise, I'll have to assume you're a demon and execute you on the spot. Could it be that you're the hidden Demon King? Tatiana froze on the spot. Tatiana lifted her head, her lips trembling violently. What you're saying is absurd. She took a deep breath. I'm a half-breed of human and demon. A half-human, half-demon. Siegfried paused, his eyes widening slightly. A half-human, half-demon? How is that possible? Humans and demons look similar, but they are completely different species. If this is true, it would make sense for an outcast half-breed to become a slave. She does have the texture of a human, unlike the rumored hidden Demon King. Tatiana hunched her shoulders, tears welling in her eyes. Siegfried stared at her. Her appearance is closer to a human, yet she emits a faint demonic energy. Could the arrogant demons enslave even their own half-breed offspring? He frowned. Although there are many doubts, she looks so small. How old are you? Tatiana answered in a small voice, I'm 4. Siegfried gritted his teeth. At this age, she should be coddled in her parents' arms. How could demons lay a hand on such a young child? He spoke, I understand you were a slave, but there's one last thing I need to confirm. There has never been a human-demon half-breed in history. Did you know that? Tatiana lowered her head. I know. My mom told me. Siegfried froze. Your mom? Tatiana said, Mom told me to keep it a secret, to never tell anyone. That way, I wouldn't be found out. Siegfried fell silent. In my panic, I forgot. This child has parents too. If her parents were in their right minds, they would never leave their child in such a dangerous place. He must have been forced to abandon his daughter. Tatiana stared at him. I've answered everything. Please let me go. Siegfried let go of Tatiana. He sat back on the bed. I'm sorry, but why did you treat us? Tatiana crouched by the wooden bucket. My mom told me that sick people should be helped so they won't feel pain. She looked up, her eyes curving into crescents, and gave a brilliant smile. Mom said it's the natural thing to do. Siegfried froze, his eyes widening slightly. She said it's the natural thing to do. Such an obvious truth. As a hero, I actually forgot such common sense. Just because this is the Demon King's castle, just because I'm in enemy territory, I threatened such a small child. How pathetic. He closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. I will repay you for saving my life one day. Tatiana bowed deeply towards the bed. Okay, please get some rest. Siegfried looked around. Caesar and Kyrios were still unconscious. His tense nerves finally relaxed. I really thought we were going to die just now. Everyone is still alive. The demonic energy eroding our bodies is gone. All 5 demon kings are dead. The source of their power has been completely cut off. Siegfried closed his eyes. Before entering the Demon King's castle, the remaining forces in the surrounding area had also been cleared. We're safe for now. Tatiana stood by the door, looking back at the man on the bed, then turned and left. She walked alone down the stone corridor, her footsteps echoing in the empty hall. She pushed open a heavy wooden door, closed it behind her, and leaned against it, letting out a long breath. That was close. How do they sense my magic? My heart was about to jump out of my chest. Luckily, I anticipated that question. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Tatiana paced back and forth in the room. Those guys are paranoid lunatics. In a pinch, I could only make things up and use my mom as a shield. Thank goodness, he seemed to believe it. I finally got away with it. Tatiana threw back the covers and thrashed her arms angrily on the bed. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I went through all that trouble to drag them to the infirmary and even treat their wounds. Not only were they ungrateful, but they dared to grab me by the neck. Tatiana suddenly froze, her right hand flying to her mouth. A churning sensation rose from deep in her throat. She coughed violently, blood spewing from her mouth. Tatiana's eyes filled with terror. The side effects of my magic are acting up again. Magic side effects. Demons are born with magic. Once their magic is depleted or oversupplied, their bodies will collapse. This is the price of magic going out of control. In the past, when the 5 demon kings drained my magic, I would vomit blood because of it. But this time, it's because I absorbed the excess energy from the heroes. Tatiana wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. The smell of blood was strong. A normal demon can regulate their energy, but I can't. I'm just a half-human, half-demon child. I can't control this power at will. The magic is eroding my life. If I'm not careful, my soul will be completely devoured. In the original story, Tatiana awakens at the age of 25 and becomes the true Demon King. Once I become the Demon King, I'll be able to control my magic naturally, or at least not die from being unable to regulate my energy. Tatiana clenched her fists. There are still 21 years until my awakening. That's too long. I have to find a way to survive until then. I must find a way to control my energy. I absolutely cannot die before I awaken. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the Demon King's castle. The heroes had cleared out the demons that tormented me, so I finally had a chance to explore the castle. Tatiana's mouth fell open, her eyes filled with gold. What is this luxurious laundry room? There's a place like this in the castle? Tatiana looked around. The fires of war hadn't reached here. Everything was intact. Everything was sparkling. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Those guys locked me in a filthy corner while they lived so comfortably. They enjoyed fine food and life while making me suffer. It's unforgivable. Tatiana bent down and rummaged through a wooden chest, stuffing packages and jars into a basket. Her movements were swift. I'll take everything I can carry. She raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her brow and looked at the basket full of supplies, letting out a breath. I've finally packed everything I need. Tatiana looked up. Towels were neatly stacked on the top shelf. Now I just need to get those clean towels. But how do I reach them? Tatiana stood on her tiptoes, stretching her arm up as far as it could go. Tiptoeing alone won't work. I need to find something to stand on. Siegfried stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Tatiana. You can't reach it, can you? Want me to get it for you? Tatiana's eyes flew wide. You scared me to death. Can't you make some noise when you walk? Siegfried took down the towel, his movements steady. Seeing you like this, I thought you'd seen a ghost. Tatiana stared at his back, lost in thought. He did have a sword with him when he was unconscious. Among all the heroes in history, the only swordmaster is Siegfried. He can already walk around. Even for someone called humanity's strongest, this recovery speed is ridiculous. He's so handsome. It's ridiculously handsome. Siegfried asked, should I put it here? Tatiana snapped back to reality and hurriedly bowed. Yes, thank you very much. Siegfried stared at the large basket on the floor. What's with that basket? Tatiana raised a fist in triumph. I've gathered all the useful things. These are all treasures. Siegfried looked at the bundle, which was bigger than the girl herself. Are you planning to carry that yourself? Tatiana nodded vigorously. That's right. I could just drag it on the floor. Siegfried let out a sigh. If you have to drag it, that means you can't carry it at all, right? He reached for the cloth bag and lifted the heavy supplies steadily. Forget it. With those little steps of yours, this basket will still be too heavy for you in 10 years. Tatiana looked up at him. But you're still injured. Are you sure you should be moving around? Siegfried closed his eyes and exhaled, his expression cold. I'm not so weak that I need a child to do my work for me. Tatiana pouted, a hint of displeasure in her eyes, acting all tough. If I hadn't absorbed the demonic energy from your body, you'd be dead by now. Siegfried caught that fleeting expression. Why are you making that face? Did I do something wrong? Tatiana shook her head repeatedly. It's nothing. This guy's intuition is too sharp. I only frowned for a second, and he noticed. I never thought he'd notice. Siegfried stepped forward. Why are you avoiding my gaze? Tatiana guiltily averted her eyes. I'm not avoiding you. This guy is so difficult. Boots stepped on the red carpet. Where on earth have you been? Tatiana froze, her eyes filled with surprise. When did that person wake up? Kyrios crossed his arms. What's with that basket? And who's that little brat following you around like a goldfish? Tatiana clenched her fists, a vein throbbing on her temple. How dare this guy talk to his savior like that? She took a deep breath, forcing down her anger. To live a comfortable life in the future, I have to endure it for now. Tatiana put on a smiling face, her eyes curving into crescents as she greeted him loudly. Hello, I'm Tati. I brought medicine and bandages. You're injured, so let me apply them for you. Kyrios remained silent. Tatiana held her stiff smile, her fist trembling slightly. Am I talking to a wall? At least give me a response. Siegfried's tone was flat. Kyrios, I know you have many concerns, but it's true that this child saved us. Kyrios' gaze was sharp. Who doesn't know that? Just because she saved us, you're falling for this act? How can we easily trust a child we met in the Demon King's castle? What she has ulterior motives? What'll we do then? Tatiana froze, cold sweat trickling down her cheek. Did he see through my plan to raise them as guardians? It absolutely cannot fail here. Siegfried looked down at Tatiana. Don't mind him. He's just naturally suspicious. Tatiana looked up blankly, responding in a small voice. Okay. She stared into Siegfried's eyes. Is that guilt? Or am I imagining it? Now's not the time to think about this. My precious guardian candidates absolutely cannot have internal conflicts. Tatiana narrowed her eyes, her lips curving upwards. It's okay. A lot of people don't like me anyway. Kyrios froze. Tatiana was taken aback. What's with that expression? Kyrios whipped his head away. Siegfried looked at him. If you feel sorry, just say you're sorry. Kyrios' eyes widened, his face flushing instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Siegfried looked at Tatiana. I apologize to you on his behalf. This guy will probably never grow up. Kyrios yelled. Who gave you permission to badmouth me to my face? Tatiana narrowed her eyes, a brilliant smile on her face. It's okay. I understand. I'm used to it. She stared at the two of them. What's with their reactions? I try to be as tactful as possible. Kyrios covered his face with his hand, his brow furrowed. Anyway, I need to go check on Caesar. He hasn't woken up yet. Tatiana tilted her head, repeating the name. Caesar? Then I'll go with you. Kyrios walked on the red carpet. What can a little brat like you do to help? The heavy wooden door opened. It was said that Caesar was the most seriously injured in the battle. Tatiana stood by the bed, gazing at the unconscious man. So this is Caesar. The other two have already woken up, but he's the only one still asleep. Caesar's eyes were tightly shut, his white hair splayed on the pillow. His skin had a sickly pallor. Holy power and demonic energy repel each other. As a high priest, he was more susceptible to demonic energy corrosion than anyone else. That's why he's so weak. Tatiana grabbed Siegfried's hand. Give me the basket. Siegfried said, you don't have to pull so hard. I was going to put it down anyway. Tatiana hugged the box and ran towards the bed. I have to heal Caesar quickly. That's the only way to advance the Raise the Heroes as Guardian's plan. Siegfried stood to the side, watching Tatiana's back with a puzzled expression. Tatiana lifted the lid of the medicine box, revealing neatly arranged bottles and tools. Although it's been purified, the corroded wounds can't be healed with holy power. Medicine can only aid recovery. Ultimately, he has to rely on his body's self-healing. She grabbed a bottle and a cotton ball, her eyes becoming focused. First, disinfect the wound, then change the bandage. Siegfried frowned. Are you going to treat him yourself? I can handle Caesar's treatment alone. Tatiana said, I can do it too. I've been the one taking care of him this whole time. Siegfried thought to himself, actually, I undid and redid all the bandages you applied earlier. Tatiana pulled out the cork. I'm working but off to get on your good side. Can't you guys be a little nicer to me? She let out a shriek. The bottle slipped, and the potion poured out like a waterfall, instantly drenching Caesar's bedding. Siegfried's eyes widened in horror. Kyrios' mouth dropped open in shock. The scene descended into chaos. Caesar's eyelids fluttered. He slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Kyrios leaned over him abruptly. Caesar, you're finally awake. Tatiana's eyes widened. What should I do? The high priest woke up at a time like this. I was planning to treat his wounds and slip away before he woke up. Now it's too late to hide. This high priest, favored by the god of light, Caesar, despises the demon race the most. This is an irrefutable iron rule in the original story. If he senses the demonic energy within me, if he sees through my true identity, everything will be completely ruined. Caesar's gaze wandered in the air, finally settling on Tatiana's face. He slowly spoke. Are you an angel sent by the god of light? Tatiana froze on the spot. Caesar lowered his eyelids, avoiding everyone's gaze. It seems I was mistaken. I'm very sorry. He sat up. Who is this young lady? Tatiana lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, her hands tightly gripping her skirt. My name is Tatiana. Kyrios loudly questioned Caesar. You're ignoring your comrades to fawn over a kid you've never met? Caesar's expression was calm. Do I really need to pay attention to a group of grown adults? Kyrios gritted his teeth. I get it. You just think she's cute, right? A priest being swayed by appearances. Caesar closed his eyes, his tone indifferent. There's no rule that says a priest can't appreciate cute things. Are all cute creatures in the world not worthy of love? From small animals to angelic children, they should all be cared for tenderly. Caesar gazed at Tatiana. That includes this young lady. Faced with such an endearing child, isn't it only natural to mistake her for an angel? Tatiana pointed to herself. Are you talking about me? She closed her eyes, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. I was worried Caesar would sense my demonic energy. Thankfully, he has no guard up against weak creatures. Caesar said, Miss Tatiana, have you been the one taking care of me? Tatiana suddenly straightened her back and stammered in reply, yes. She stared at the bandages, wailing internally. The bandaging is a complete mess. The plan to gain favor by taking care of him is a total bust. Caesar looked at the messy strips of cloth on his arm and let out a soft chuckle. I see. It must have been very hard taking care of us all by yourself. Thank you, Miss Tatiana. Tatiana shook her head repeatedly, a smile appearing on her face. I did it willingly. Thank heavens. The great taboo of raising the hero's favorability. It seems I haven't failed. Caesar lowered his head slightly. I haven't introduced myself, have I? My name is Caesar. He raised his hand and placed it on his bandaged chest. From now on, please just call me Caesar. Tatiana covered her eyes. The holy light behind Caesar was almost too bright to look at. What kind person? Did he secretly grow wings behind his back? Compared to the hot-tempered Carios and the expressionless Siegfried, Caesar is a true angel. Tatiana smiled. Her hands pressed her chest. Then you can also call me Tati. Caesar closed his eyes and smiled, his silver-white hair swaying slightly. All right, then I'll be in your care, Tati. After Caesar woke up, Tatiana pushed open the door and walked towards the kitchen at the end of the hallway. He must be hungry. Kyrios followed closely behind, his arms crossed over his chest. Is this the kitchen? Tatiana nodded. Yes. Kyrios looked around, his gaze sweeping over the neat pots and pans. What is this place? Even the pantry has preservation magic cast on it. Aside from the place we were staying, everything here is extremely luxurious. The Demon King's kitchen is so high class. He walked to the counter and started searching for ingredients. Let's find something to use first. Tatiana suggested, how about making some soup for the patient? Kyrios raised an eyebrow, his tone hesitant. Patient food? Tatiana picked up a basket of ingredients and nodded affirmatively. Yes, easily digestible food helps with recovery. Kyrios scoffed. Patient food is a joke. That guy Caesar can chew through metal. Tatiana quietly retorted, but he's injured. Kyrios said, he's already awake. That's enough. A monster like that will recover quickly. It's not for a little kid like you to worry about. Why am I even explaining this to you? Tatiana thought to herself, you're the one who's been muttering to yourself. Kyrios pointed to a chair in the distance. Put that down and wait over there. A little kid like you is going to cook what? Tatiana reached for the countertop, but Kyrios' eyes widened. Do you think letting a 4-year-old touch fire and knives is a good idea? If you get hurt, Caesar will definitely kill me. Just go sit over there. Tatiana shrank into a corner and answered in a low voice. Okay, this guy is really strict. Kyrios stood in front of the stove, placing his hand on the surface. So this is a mana-driven stove? Flames suddenly flared up. Kyrios controlled the fire with one hand, his long red hair swaying in the heat wave as he skillfully handled the ingredients. He glanced sideways at the corner. After being scolded, this kid isn't scared at all. A normal 4-year-old would have been scared to tears by now. She's really not ordinary. Kyrios, stirring the soup in the pot. Hey kid. Tatiana looked up. Yes. Kyrios turned his head to the side. This might be a bit sudden, but why aren't you crying? Tatiana tilted her head. What do you mean? Kyrios said, aren't you scared of your current situation? A normal child would be crying their eyes out by now, but you're acting so mature. Tatiana sat on the floor, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes. Actually, I'm very scared. She put on a well-behaved smile. If I do something wrong and make you angry, something even more terrible might happen. Kyrios spun around abruptly. You little brat, you really don't pull any punches when you speak. Who would plan on hurting a kid like you? What kind of person do you take me for? Tatiana lowered her eyelids. Looks like he took the bait. Maybe I should try to gain his sympathy. She spoke softly, but you still don't like me, right? Kyrios froze on the spot. Tatiana said, it's okay. After all, demonic energy flows within my body. Even though I look like a human, even the demons hate me. Just because I possess demonic energy. Kyrios stood with his back to her, silent. Just because she has demonic energy, the humans here bully her? She's only 4 years old. Tatiana curled into a ball, letting out a soft sob. Mom, Kyrios spoke. That's enough. It's noisy, be quiet. Tatiana stopped. Okay. She looked down at the floor. It seems the sympathy card doesn't work on him, but it smells so good. She suddenly jumped up, pointing at the stove and shouting, Lord Caesar should be eating patient food. Kyrios waved the spatula, turning back to roar. I told you this stuff won't kill him. Tatiana covered her mouth, a violent cough erupting from deep in her throat. Damn it, I thought it was over. The demonic energy is acting up again. I absolutely cannot let it show here. Kyrios looked behind him. What's wrong? Tatiana's voice was a bit muffled. My throat is a little itchy. Kyrios stared at her. Is that so? Tatiana started walking, quickly running towards the door. I'm going to the restroom. You can carry on. Kyrios nodded. Go ahead. Tatiana ran desperately, her bare feet on the red carpet. I have to hurry. I can't let them find out. She looked at the mirror. This will have to do. I'll just say I'm too tired. I want to rest early. She pushed open the door. The wooden door made a dull sound. Caesar looked towards the door. You're back, Tatiana. I was waiting to eat with you. Tatiana avoided everyone's gaze. I want to go to sleep early today. Caesar asked, you going to sleep already? Tatiana rubbed her eyes. I'm sleepy. I want to rest alone. Caesar knelt on one knee, offering a plate of food. Resting is good, but you can't skip meals. Take this and eat a little. Tatiana took the plate and turned to leave. Okay, The door closed completely. Kyrios withdrew his gaze, staring at the two in front of him. I can finally ask you guys. Kyrios asked why she was living in the Demon King's castle. Siegfried turned his head. According to her, she's a half-blood of human and demon, and also a slave in the Demon King's castle. Kyrios spread his hands and retorted loudly, "What? Say something that makes sense. There's never been a precedent for a half-blood's existence." Siegfried lowered his eyelids. I couldn't believe it at first either. But in that empty ruin, she was the only one alive. For the first time in my life, I sensed demonic energy. At first, I thought she was the hidden Demon King, but she definitely carries the aura of a human. Kyrios should have felt it too. Kyrios avoided his gaze, letting out a muffled grunt. Caesar raised his bandaged hand. I agree with Siegfried's view. When I first saw her, I also detected a faint demonic energy. Kyrios was skeptical. Don't tell me you guys are deliberately choosing to believe this nonsense, just because she looks cute. Caesar sat cross-legged. Tatiana is indeed very cute, but I don't judge based on appearances alone. If what she says is true, then her life must have been full of hardship. Kyrios was pensive. Just looking at her, her physical condition isn't good. Her hair is dry, her body is thin, and her clothes don't look like those of a cherished child. Only her eyes haven't lost their luster. Caesar said, her words and actions are far more mature than her peers. She must have been forced to grow up in a harsh environment. Kyrios nodded. Perhaps that's true. Caesar continued, if you can't even feel sympathy for a child like this, then you're too cold-blooded. Kyrios sighed. All right, I'll keep an eye on her for now. Stop nagging me. You should go get more rest. Moonlight shone on the top of the spire. Birds flew over the castle. The next morning, Kyrios leaned against the headboard, his arms crossed over his chest. What's going on? Why hasn't that kid come yet today? Siegfried, putting on his shirt. It's already afternoon. It's too late, even for sleeping in. Caesar cupped his chin. It is strange. The past few days, she would run in first thing in the morning and wander all over the place. Kyrios clicked his tongue. So annoying. Caesar guessed, maybe she's sick. Kyrios turned and walked towards the door. What are you two still standing there for? Go find that kid. The three of them walked through the corridor. We've searched the other rooms. This is the only place left to check, right? Siegfried said, we've indeed searched everywhere. Caesar looked around. There are many spacious and clean rooms here. It's impossible for her to be staying in a gloomy dungeon like this. Kyrios called out, hey kid, are you in here? He suddenly stopped in his tracks, his pupils contracting, staring intently at the ground. Tatiana was curled up on the cold stone slab, wearing only a large outer robe. Her body was trembling constantly, letting out weak gasps. Kyrios rushed forward, reaching out to touch Tatiana's forehead. She's burning up. Who is this godforsaken place torturing? Tatiana struggled to open her eyes, her vision blurry. Who? The heroes? She struggled to get up. Why are you here? Kyrios held her shoulder. Don't move. Lie down. Caesar's gaze was grave. Tati, lie down quickly. Tatiana shook her head. I'm Euphine. Kyrios let out a roar of anger. You're in this state. How can you still say something like that? Caesar placed a hand on Kyrios' shoulder. Don't yell at a patient. Siegfried held Tatiana in his arms. Tatiana was coughing nonstop, her consciousness fading. My head is so dizzy. Distorted demonic figures appeared in the darkness. This half-breed, to be the Demon King, is a disgrace to the demon race. Just kill her. Isn't it better to wait for a new Demon King to be born? A horned shadow whispered, it would be bad if we anger the demon god. Then let's act as the demon god's agents. Tatiana covered her ears and shut her eyes tightly. Enough. I don't want to hear it. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her shoulders shaking violently. No one likes me at all. Everyone says I'm useless. Did the original Tatiana also suffer this kind of pain? I want to run away. Run away from all of this. The heavy footsteps drew nearer. Tatiana looked at the men before her. These people, are they the heroes? If the heroes hadn't appeared, I would have been exploited by the high-ranking demons forever. Tatiana started walking. Please wait. If you leave, I'll never be able to escape this hell. She chased after the three figures in front of her. I want to leave the demon realm and grow up safely. I want to get revenge on those demons. Following them is my only chance. Tatiana reached out her hand, tears bursting from her eyes. So don't go. She lay on the bed, her eyes shut tight, her brow furrowed, a weak murmur escaping her lips. Don't go. Caesar leaned over, watching by the bedside, gazing at the unconscious Tatiana. Tatiana grabbed his sleeve, her fingertips trembling. Please. Kyrios turned his head towards the bedside. Hey, Caesar, can't you heal this child with your holy power? Caesar lowered his eyelids. I can't. Although she's a human half-blood, the blood of the demon race still flows within her. Her own demonic energy is attacking her body. Even if her constitution is closer to a human's, holy power and demonic energy are completely incompatible. Forcing it will only harm her. Kyrios frowned. Then how are we supposed to save her? Is there really no way to save her? Caesar said, none of us can remove the demonic energy from her body. She must learn to control it and overcome this on her own. There is no other way. Kyrios' expression was grave. What if this child can't control her demonic energy? Will she die? Tatiana's face was flushed, sweat soaking her hair, her breathing growing more rapid and heavy. Siegfried spoke up. Don't be so pessimistic. Instead of assuming she's doomed to fail and falling into despair, let's think about what we can do for her now. Kyrios nodded. That's true. Caesar smiled. You're right. Tatiana let out a pained sound. Kyrios leaned over to check on her. What's wrong with her now? Caesar observed Tatiana's flushed cheeks. Her temperature is rising. Kyrios, go get a clean towel and cold water. If there's any fever medicine, bring that too. Kyrios got up from his seat. Got it. Siegfried stood up as well. I'll go too. The two walked towards the door, their footsteps fading. Kyrios looked around. First, we need to find a clean towel and fever medicine. Siegfried, behind him, looked around the spacious room. Why is this place so big? He fell into thought. When he saw Tatiana earlier, she seemed full of energy. Tatiana raised her fists and cheered, jumping next to a basket full of supplies. There were no signs of illness at all. Kyrios called his name. Siegfried. Siegfried turned his head. What is it? Kyrios said, to be honest, I still find that child very suspicious. He wrung the towel in his hands. She's a half-human, half-demon hybrid. It just doesn't make sense logically. What's more, we met her in the Demon King's castle. If she's hiding something, if she was sent by the demons to get close to us on purpose, you and Caesar will be in danger again. But if what that child said is true, I might regret my current suspicions. Siegfried closed his eyes and sighed. I completely understand how you feel. I also had my doubts when I first met her, but she's just a 4-year-old child. Kyrios remained silent. Siegfried continued to persuade him. Besides, she was very sincere when she took care of us. So it should be fine to trust her a little, right? Kyrios lowered his gaze to the floor, falling silent. Siegfried walked forward. Even if she really wanted to do something, we're more than capable of stopping her. We have that kind of strength, don't we? He placed a hand on Kyrios' shoulder. So, relax and stop worrying. Let's hurry up. If we take too long, Caesar's nagging will be endless. Saving that child is the top priority right now. Tatiana's eyes were shut tight. A wet towel was placed on her forehead. So cold. This cool and soft feeling is very comfortable. It's been a long time since anyone has taken care of me like this. She suddenly opened her eyes. Wait, who's taking care of me right now? Tatiana sat up abruptly, looking around at the unfamiliar furnishings. Where is this? Caesar sat by the bed, a wet towel in his hand. Miss Tatiana, are you awake? How are you feeling? Tatiana froze on the spot. Lord Caesar, I carefully checked my body's condition. It seems much better. The chaotic demonic energy inside me has also stabilized. I think I'm fine. The door was pushed open forcefully. Kyrios strode in. Hey kid, are you really okay? Tatiana was startled. Kyrios rushed to the bedside, leaned over, and questioned Tatiana loudly. Why were you living in that rundown room? We already cleared out all the demons for you. You'll get sick living in a place like that. Tatiana looked around at the magnificent decor. This is the bedroom of one of the 5 demon kings. When was I moved here? Siegfried addressed Kyrios in a calm tone. The child just woke up. Why are you throwing a tantrum? She's still sick. Kyrios explained. I was just worried about her. Siegfried looked at Tatiana. Kyrios is right. Since the demons have been eliminated, there are plenty of empty rooms here. Why did you keep staying in that shabby room? Tatiana lowered her head in silence. It's not that I didn't think about changing rooms, but even though the 5 demon kings are dead, there are still powerful demons lurking behind scenes. Her hand gripped the corner of the quilt tightly. The development of events is completely different from my memories. If those guys saw me now, it definitely wouldn't be as simple as just getting a scolding. Tatiana's body trembled slightly. Although it hasn't been long since I transmigrated here, I've been trying my best to act nonchalant. The truth is, I'm really scared. Tatiana spoke up. I was worried the demons would find out when they came back. I just didn't have the courage to change rooms. Caesar placed his hand on the back of hers. A warmth spread from his fingertips. Miss Tatiana, don't worry. That will never happen. He turned his face and smiled, the sunlight reflecting off his silver-white hair. His expression was gentle. Kyrios suddenly clenched his fist, patting his chest and loudly declaring, "That's right. Even if those guys show up again, we'll beat them all to a pulp." Siegfried spoke up, reminding him, "Watch your language in front of Miss Tatiana." Kyrios yelled, "Tell me, is there any place you want us to destroy? Should we start by smashing up that worst Demon King's room?" Siegfried's expression was serious. "What I'm about to say might be a bit sudden. Please don't misunderstand. While you were unconscious, we discussed it. Compared to a demon, you're more like a human. We can't just leave you in that kind of environment. So, would you be willing to come with us?" Tatiana's eyes widened, starlight trembling in her pupils. "I've been struggling to survive, trying to make the heroes my guardians. When I finally heard the words I had longed for, it all felt unreal. Can I really trust them?" Tatiana pressed her hand to her chest, her breathing becoming rapid. "But I'm a demon half-blood. The heroes hate demons the most." Siegfried said, "We came here for the liberation of humanity, to create a world where all races are treated fairly, a world where no one suffers. It would be stranger to ignore a helpless child like you. No matter whose blood runs in your veins, you are just a child who needs protection." He reached out and gently stroked Tatiana's head. "So don't worry." Tatiana looked down at the back of her hand. A clear liquid dripped onto her skin. "What is this? Am I crying?" She stood there stunned. Large teardrops rolled down her cheeks. Kyrios shouted, "Hey, the kid is crying." Siegfried looked flustered. "I didn't mean to make her cry. This is the first time in my life. Not just in this life, but including my past life. No one has ever paid such close attention to my feelings. No one has ever stayed by my side and worried when I was sick. Just because I shed a few tears, everyone is in a panic. So this is what it feels like to be protected." Tatiana raised her hand to wipe away her tears. "It's not like that. I'm just so happy. Thank you for inviting me to come with you." Caesar carefully wiped the tear stains from the corners of Tatiana's eyes. Sometimes emotions can be overwhelming, but crying too much will drain your energy. Don't push yourself too hard. "All right, stop crying now." Tatiana hunched her shoulders and argued softly, "I'm not crying. My eyes were just dry, so they teared up." Caesar's tone was perfunctory. All right. Of course you're not crying. If you say so, then that's that." And so, I left the Demon King's castle, that cold and desolate place, and headed to the imperial capital with the heroes. The carriage wheels turned, passing through layers of mountains. The full view of the imperial capital unfolded before them. Red brick houses were neatly arranged. Tatiana leaned against the carriage window and let out a gasp of amazement. "Wow, is this the imperial capital? This place is just like a city where a princess from a fairy tale would live." Caesar gently soothed her. "Don't be nervous. Although it's different from where you used to live, you'll get used to it soon." Kyrios leaned back in the carriage, his hands behind his head. "That's right. If anyone dares to cause you trouble, I'll take care of them for you. So don't worry." Siegfried frowned. "Kyrios, please maintain your decorum." He looked at Tatiana. Leaning out like that is dangerous. Tatiana immediately shrank back in her seat and responded loudly. "Okay." Kyrios looked down, lost in thought. "Before we arrive, there's one important thing we must decide." Tatiana tilted her head. "What important thing?" Kyrios said, "From now on, who exactly will be responsible for raising this child?" Tatiana froze on the spot, her eyes widening instantly. "What?" Caesar questioned in a low voice. "Why bring this up all of a sudden? Do you have to bring this topic up in front of the child?" Kyrios spread his hands. "This is about where she'll live in the future. What's there not to mention? Besides, we have to decide before we reach the capital." Tatiana shrank into the corner of her seat. "A matter like this, shouldn't you ask for my opinion first?" Siegfried nodded in agreement. "Kyrios, it's rare to hear you say something that makes sense." Kyrios suddenly clenched his fists, a vein throbbing on his temple. "What did you say, you brat?" He turned to look at Tatiana, slowing his speech. "Listen, kid, this isn't because we hate you." Caesar reached out and gently stroked Tatiana's head. "At first, we thought about finding a good family for you, but we didn't feel at ease in trusting you to others. After all, you're half human, half demon. You might feel uncomfortable living elsewhere. Since we've decided to take care of you ourselves, I hope to watch you grow up healthy." Kyrios added, "That's right. In case you awaken as a demon later, it's safer for you to stay with us." He quickly waved his hands and explained, "I'm not saying you'll definitely awaken as a demon." Tatiana closed her eyes. "I know. Kyrios' expression turned serious. In any case, one of us must be chosen as your official guardian. Caesar placed one hand on his chest, his expression solemn. Holy power is best at suppressing demonic energy. As the high priest of the Grand Temple, it is only right that I serve as Tatiana's guardian. Kyrios crossed his arms and let out a cold laugh. What nonsense are you talking about? The magic tower is full of wandering mages. You think we can't handle one rampaging kid? There are plenty of things there that Tatiana would like. Siegfried spoke up. You're all talking nonsense. The Orleans family commands the Empire's strongest knight order. We are the most suitable to handle a demonic energy awakening. This conversation is going nowhere. Tatiana clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling. Then can't all three of you be my guardians? I want to be with everyone. Is that not okay? Kyrios clutched his chest and laughed. All right, there's really no reason to refuse. Siegfried's face flushed. Since we've decided to be joint guardians, we will definitely do our best. Caesar nodded. Then let's take turns caring for her fairly. Tatiana suddenly stood up. Siegfried immediately reached out to stop her. Tatiana, what are you doing? That's dangerous. Tatiana suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Siegfried's neck. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden to everyone. Kyrios pointed at himself and shouted, What about me? Tatiana made up her mind, having the strongest backers in the world. An opportunity like this is rare. Of course, I have to make all three of them my guardians. The carriage passed through the iron gates and entered a grand estate. After a long journey, they finally arrived in the imperial capital. For safety reasons, Tatiana would temporarily live at Siegfried's residence. The magic tower is full of mages, and the power of the Grand Temple would affect my body. In comparison, this is the place that affects me the least. Kyrios placed his hand on Tatiana's head and ruffled her hair a few times. Kid, I'll come see you often. Caesar knelt on one knee and hooked his pinky with Tatiana's. We'll see each other again soon. Caesar and Kyrios left first, heading to the Grand Temple and the Magic Tower respectively to handle urgent matters. Siegfried picked up Tatiana. Let's go inside. Tatiana waved her small hand. Goodbye. Siegfried carried her into the main hall. Tatiana's eyes widened as she looked around. This is beyond my imagination. Maids and butlers lined up and bowed. Welcome back, Your Grace the Duke. Siegfried's aunt, Connie, folded her hands and smiled. I heard you defeated the 5 demon kings. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Siegfried walked in. While I was away, you managed the territory. Thank you for your hard work. Conti curtsied slightly. You praise us too much. She gazed at the child in Siegfried's arms. And who might this young lady be? Tatiana peeked out from Siegfried's arms and looked at her. Hello, I am Tatiana. Tatiana froze. Why is she looking at me like that? Siegfried explained, She is a child I met during the expedition. I will be her guardian for the time being. Tatiana thought to herself, a strange guest appearing so suddenly would indeed make one wary. Connie's eyes suddenly widened. Did you say a guardian? Siegfried nods. She will be staying with us at the ducal mansion. Make sure she is comfortable. Connie places a hand on her chest, closing her eyes with a smile. Of course. Please leave it to me. Siegfried turns around, carrying Tatiana deeper into the mansion. Thank you. Tatiana looks back over her shoulder. This unsettling feeling. It seems I'm an unwelcome guest to that lady. Siegfried looks at Tatiana. I'm sorry. I have too much work piled up. I have to leave for a while. I feel terrible leaving you alone right after bringing you here. An aide-de-camp, holding a stack of documents as tall as a person, stumbles along behind him. Tatiana lifts her face, revealing a bright smile. It's all right. Please don't worry about me. I'll be a good girl and stay here. My current goal is to be an obedient child. I must not cause any trouble. Only then can I continue to receive protection. Siegfried crouches down and gently strokes the top of Tatiana's head. I'll be back soon. Tatiana responds loudly, okay. Siegfried turns and leaves. The aide-de-camp, holding a mountain of files, follows closely behind. The sound of their heavy footsteps fades into the distance. The maid, Nori, leans closer to Tatiana with a smile on her face. Hello, miss. My name is Nori. We met in the hall just now, didn't we? Tatiana looks at the woman before her. It is indeed the person who was standing in the line of servants earlier. She bows. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Tatiana. Nori quickly waves her hand. Please, there's no need for such formalities. I've already prepared a bath for you. After your bath, I will take you to your room. Tatiana looks down and tugs at her worn-out nightgown. I'm all dirty right now. If I get clean and dress a little neater, I should be able to make a better impression on the people here. Nori turns to the side. Shall we go to the bathroom now? Tatiana nods vigorously. Okay. Thank you for your trouble. Tatiana walks into the spacious bathroom. It smells so good in here. The ducal mansion's bathroom is as magnificent as the Demon King's castle. Tatiana soaks in the bathtub and looks up at Nori. Nori, I can wash myself. Nori rolls up her sleeves. It's all right, miss. I will help you. Tatiana squints her eyes and smiles. Nori, I thought you were busy, so I didn't want to trouble you. Nori's hands suddenly freeze. Her fingertips grip the towel tightly. She remains silent. Tatiana watches her. What's with that expression? I just feel awkward having someone bathe me. After all, I've always washed myself before. She recalls the scene from a moment ago. Nori was indeed startled. At that time, she was covering her mouth, exclaiming, "Oh my, you're so thin." Nori calms herself and asks softly, "Miss, how old are you this year?" Tatiana, at the edge of the bathtub, says, "I'm 4 years old." Nori nods. So you're that age. To want to bathe by yourself when you're still so young, that's amazing. She clasps her hands together, her eyes pleading. But please allow me to serve you. If you don't let me do these things, then I'll have nothing to do. Nori bites her fingertip, tears welling up in her eyes. If you don't want me to, of course I can't force you. Tatiana shrinks back in the water, looking at the crying Nori. If she says that, what should I do? She reveals a smile. All right then, please just tell me a little bit. Nori's sorrow instantly turns to joy. Thank you, miss. The bathroom door is suddenly thrown open, hitting the wall with a loud bang. Tatiana turns her head in alarm. Who would barge in without knocking? Conte Wolksin. Not ready yet? Tatiana looks at her. This woman, isn't she the one I saw in the hall earlier? Connie frowns and scolds loudly. Are you kidding me? You're still not done? She snatches the hairbrush. Give it to me. I'll comb her hair. Connie swings her arm, combing down forcefully. The wooden comb scrapes across her scalp, making a rasping sound. Tatiana throws her head back and lets out a scream. It hurts. My scalp feels like it's being torn off. Nori takes a step forward. Mrs. Hair is damaged. Combing it like this will make it worse. Connie's eyes widen. I said we can't keep the Duke waiting. She leans down, the corners of her mouth turning up. Miss Tatiana, even if it hurts, you have to endure it. Obedient children are the ones people like. Understand? Tears hang in the corners of Tatiana's eyes. As I thought, my first impression of this person was terrible. She lifts her face and responds in a low voice. Okay. She knows I have to please Siegfried. That's why she's pushing me like this. Being a good child is exhausting. Connie strides down the corridor, her skirt swaying violently, her footsteps hurried. Tatiana takes small steps, desperately trying to keep up from behind. The difference in our pace is too great. I can't keep up at all. Why is she walking so fast? Connie suddenly turns back, her gaze sharp. What if the Duke gets to the dining room first? Hurry up and follow me. She grabs Tatiana's arm and drags her forward forcefully. What's so special about this lowly brat? 30 minutes earlier, Conti stands before the long table in the study, bowing to Siegfried. I heard you were looking for me. Is there anything I can do for you, Your Grace? Siegfried looks down, flipping through documents. Aunt, I called you to talk about Tatiana. The child is not in good health. Please arrange for a dedicated doctor for her to monitor her condition at all times. I hope you can take care of her as if she were family. Conti clenches her jaw. What? While you were away, I worked desperately to maintain this household. Now you're back, and the first thing you do is ask me to take care of that brat. You've never shown such warmth to your own nephew and niece. You never open your heart to anyone, always as cold as steel. Wait a minute, does he plan to adopt that girl? If that's the case, my children will lose their right to inherit the duchy. It's too early to draw conclusions. For my children's inheritance, I must stay by Siegfried's side. Connie raises her hand and knocks on the door, making a dull sound. Your Grace, I've brought her. She looks down at Tatiana. This little brat, who came out of nowhere. I'll make her leave this place on her own. Siegfried's voice comes from inside the door. Come in. The heavy wooden doors slowly open to both sides. Siegfried is sitting at the long table. In front of him are silver cutlery and candlesticks. He looks towards the door. You're here, Tatiana. Tatiana breaks free from Connie's hand and runs towards the long table. Lord Siegfried. She holds onto the edge of the table. Weren't you very busy? Siegfried smiles. This is your first day at the ducal mansion, so I specially made time to have dinner with you. Tatiana's eyes widen. Did he rush to the dining room just for me? Siegfried says, I'm not so busy that I don't even have time to eat with you. He reaches out his palm and gently strokes the top of Tatiana's head, his movements steady and slow. Connie sits down at the dining table. Please don't worry. I will personally take care of Miss Tatiana. Tatiana shrinks into her chair. When did this woman get here? Connie raises a hand to her chest and smiles. You don't need to force yourself to make time for this young lady. Siegfried lowers his eyelids, his tone cold. I am with Tatiana because I want to be. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. But I hope you won't say such things in the future. Connie's smile freezes, her face turning pale. Siegfried looks directly at her. What if Tatiana misunderstands? Connie lowers her head. I understand. I will be more careful in the future. She presses a hand to her chest. This girl is so infuriating. Siegfried puts down his knife and fork and looks at Tatiana. I just remembered something. Didn't you say last time that the cream stew Caesar made was your favorite? Tatiana cheers loudly. Yes, that's the most delicious thing in the world. A vein pops on Siegfried's forehead. I assure you, today's stew will be much better than that one. Tatiana shrinks her shoulders and responds in a small voice. Okay, what's going on? He looks like he's angry. Siegfried cuts the food on his plate. Is there anything bothering you? Or is there anything else you need? Tatiana swings her legs. Nothing's bothering me, but there is something I want to do. I want to go to the library. Siegfried stops his movements. The library? Tatiana nods vigorously. Yes. Siegfried is puzzled. Why do I want to go there? Tatiana muses. My goal is to surpass the heroes and ensure I can live a safe life. To awaken as the Demon King. If there's any relevant information in the hero's library, it would be very helpful. Of course, I can't tell Siegfried this directly. I need a decent excuse. She declares loudly, I want to become a useful child. That's right, this reason is simply perfect. Siegfried repeats the words, a useful child? Tatiana continues to add, if I read a lot of books and become smart, I'll be able to help you, Lord Siegfried. I'm such a genius. Siegfried's expression softens. I don't think so. I can grant you access to the library, but rather than trying to become useful to me, wouldn't it be better to do things that make you happy? Tatiana's body stiffens. At this rate, I won't get permission for the library. I didn't want to use this trick, but now I have no choice. She begins to speak. Actually, my mother used to love going to the library. She lowers her head, tears welling at the edge of her eyes. That's why I want to go there. I feel like if I stay in the library, I can remember the time we spent together. Siegfried suddenly clenches his fist, his fingertips trembling slightly on the tabletop. He lets out a long sigh. I understand. You have my permission. Tatiana cheers with delight. Thank you. As long as I mention my mother, Siegfried softens up. This trick really works every time. Connie puts down her cutlery with a sharp clatter. Your Grace, the Orleans Library holds many rare and precious books. Miss Tatiana, children of this age often damage things unintentionally. I'm just worried she might ruin those valuable collections. Siegfried doesn't even look up. The books are indeed important, but I can handle it. His tone is steady. Compared to a few books, Tatiana is more important. I value this child more. Since I've decided to take care of her, I must take responsibility. Conti clenches her jaw, a stifled grunt escaping her throat. Her shoulders tremble violently. Siegfried picks up his wine glass. The food is getting cold. Let's continue eating. Connie lowers her head. As you command, Your Grace. Tatiana holds her spoon, her eyes sparkling. Not only did he maintain courtesy with Lady Connie, but he also stood firmly on my side. Siegfried, you're the best. Tatiana gazes at the food in front of her. It's been a long time since I've had such a proper dinner. It tastes great. A servant leans in and whispers into Siegfried's ear. Siegfried turns his head to listen. Tatiana wonders what happened. Siegfried stands up. I'm sorry, Tatiana. I have to leave first. Tatiana smiles. It's okay. Thank you for eating with me. Siegfried looks at her. You always say strange things. Eat slowly and then get some good rest. After speaking, he turns and leaves the dining room. Connie pushes back her chair, stands up, and walks straight toward Tatiana. Tatiana is frozen in her seat. Is she coming toward me? Conti snatches the utensils from Tatiana's hands. You should stop using these little things. From now on, it's better to get used to adult utensils. Tatiana is stunned. My fork and spoon. Connie pushes the heavy metal utensils across the table. Use these. Tatiana holds the huge utensils. These are too big for me. Siegfried just left, and she's already showing her true colors. Connie looks down at Tatiana. What are you doing? Why aren't you eating? Tatiana looks at the utensils before her. It seems she won't give up unless I switch to the adult utensils. Even though they're heavy, I have to get this over with. It's uncomfortable, but I have to try. The spoon trembles slightly in her hand. She barely manages to scoop up a little stew. It's much heavier than I imagined. It's going to fall at this rate. The spoon slips from her fingertips and falls heavily onto the wooden floor with a loud clang. Tatiana looks at the utensil on the floor. The spoon fell. What do I do? Connie's angry roar is heard. You can't even hold a spoon properly. You've gotten food all over the floor. You need to learn the most basic table manners. You'd better be prepared from now on. Nori rushes forward. The young miss can understand every word you're saying. Connie whips her head around, glaring at the meddlesome Nori. How dare you interrupt while I'm speaking? Listen to me. Do you really think this little brat can understand what I'm saying? She walks towards the door. How arrogant. Clean up the table that child dirted. The door is slammed shut. Tatiana clenches the hem of her clothes. Why slam the door? I have ears. Even if I'm just a 4-year-old child, saying that to my face is too much. Nori bends down. Lady Connie didn't mean any harm by what she said just now. Tatiana smiles and scratches her head. It's okay. I didn't understand what she was saying at all. Besides, I did make a mess of the table because I don't know table manners yet. Compared to the Demon King's castle, this level of hostility is nothing. Nori's eyes redden slightly. Since the adult utensils are too heavy, I will feed you, miss. Tatiana opens her mouth and swallows the food Nori offers. Thank you, Nori. Nori says, after we finish eating, I'll take you to see your room. Tatiana pushes open the door and looks around the spacious and magnificent bedroom. Nori, is this really my room? Nori smiles and nods in confirmation. Of course, miss. This is your room. Tatiana cheers in Nori's arms. This is the first time I've seen such a wonderful room. Nori smiles. I'm glad you like it here. Tatiana reaches out and grabs Nori's collar. Nori, I'm so happy. Before she can finish, the sound of tearing fabric is heard. A tear appears in Nori's uniform. Tatiana points. Nori, your clothes. Nori smiles. It's all right, miss. It's not your fault. It can be fixed with a little mending. Please don't worry. Tatiana muses. Did I use too much force without realizing it? Something feels off. The uniforms of the ducal mansion's servants shouldn't be made of ordinary fabric. How could it tear as easily as cheap cloth? Even with my childish understanding, there must be something wrong here. Nori picks up Tatiana and walks towards the bed. Miss must be exhausted today. Shall we rest early? Tatiana obediently closes her eyes. Okay, she sinks into the soft bedding. This bed is so comfortable. Maybe it's because I always slept on a hard bed in the Demon King's castle. This feels just like a cloud. Nori tucks her in and says goodbye softly. If you need anything, please call me anytime. Tatiana waves her small hand. Thank you, Nori. Good night. The door closes gently. Tatiana gazes up at the ceiling. I originally thought I would only get a simple servant's room. I never expected them to give me such a nice room. This is the first time I've had my own space since I've been in this body. She turns over. If I don't want to lose this happiness, I must set clear goals for the future. First, I must maintain a good relationship with the 3 heroes. Although I've already made them my guardians, the higher their favorability, the better. I must hold on to these 3 people tightly. Second, I must absolutely avoid the male lead of this world. In the original story, he was the one who cut off my head. I must stay as far away from him as possible. Third, prepare for independence. I can't rely on the heroes forever. I must ensure my financial independence and build my own safety net. Lastly, awaken as the Demon King. Once I awaken, I will become an untouchable, absolute being. Not only will it solve my money problems, but most importantly, I'll be able to quell the rampaging demonic energy within my body. The demonic energy that is threatening my life. Tatiana burrows into the corner of the bed. Most importantly, I must face the true villain of this novel. If I don't get rid of that guy, they will come looking for me, the Demon King, sooner or later. The 5 Demon Kings who directly abused me are already dead. But the real mastermind behind them was not them, but the Bartoloa family, the second in command of the demon world. I must defeat the head of the Bartoloa family. Because the heroes invaded the castle, Bartoloa should be busy dealing with the aftermath right now. I can breathe a sigh of relief for now. But once the situation stabilizes, they will definitely come to take me back. Even without the hero's protection, I need to have the ability to protect myself. Tatiana clenches her fist. As long as I can awaken as the Demon King as soon as possible, all my problems will be solved. She lets out a yawn, her eyelids drooping heavily. Perhaps from thinking about too many things, sleepiness has completely overwhelmed her. There are still many mysteries to solve. The study is brightly lit. Siegfried sits at his desk, flipping through a mountain of documents. I expected it to be a mess, but I didn't think it would be this bad. I was only gone for a short while, and the work is piled up into a mountain. I'm gonna start dealing with these miscellaneous tasks immediately. But the image of that child keeps appearing in my mind. I can't concentrate. Would a normal child want to go to the library? Siegfried presses his aching brow. A 4-year-old child actively asking to study. This excessive maturity is unsettling. This isn't something I can decide on my own. I must discuss it with Kyrios and Caesar. He looks at the closed door. Is anyone outside? The butler pushes the door open and enters. Siegfried holds out a letter. Deliver this letter to Caesar and Kyrios. The butler takes it with both hands. As you command, master. Siegfried asks, what kind of snacks do young children usually like? The butler smiles. Is this for Miss Tatiana? Since she's still young, sweets should be the best choice. Shall I have the pastry chef prepare some? Siegfried closes his eyes. I'll do it myself. Leather shoes step on the red carpet, making a sound. Siegfried, carrying a plate of freshly baked chocolate cookies, walks towards Tatiana's room. He stops in front of the door, curls his finger, and knocks lightly on the wooden panel. Tatiana? He presses his ear to the door, listening for any sound from within. Is she already asleep? He pushes the door open. I'm coming in. His gaze sweeps towards the large bed. Siegfried's pupils suddenly contract. The tray in his hand nearly slips. Tatiana lifts her head. This is strange. I fell asleep in Siegfried's mansion. Why am I back in the Demon King's castle? Why are people from the Bartolova family here? The Bartolova heir looks down at her, so small and insignificant. He holds out a pill. Eat this. Tatiana reaches out a trembling hand. I don't want to eat it, but I can't refuse. Tatiana lies on the floor, her demonic energy spiraling out of control. Help me. The Bartolova heir tilts his head, observing. The experiment seems to be a success. Tatiana curls up in pain. Someone, save me. She suddenly wakes up, gasping for air. What a terrifying scene. Siegfried is keeping watch by the bed. Tatiana sits up. She clutches her chest, thinking she was about to die. Siegfried leans closer to Tatiana. Are you all right? Tatiana freezes in place. Siegfried? I'm here. Siegfried's brow is furrowed. Did you have a nightmare? Tatiana looks at him. Has he been by my side all this time? Yes, I had a nightmare. She throws herself into Siegfried's arms, her hands tightly gripping his collar. I was a little worried before bed, but I never thought I'd have this kind of nightmare. Even though I'm close to the heroes, I can't let my guard down. The slightest mistake, and I'll be dragged back to the Demon King's castle. Then there will be no escape. Siegfried lowers his eyes, gazing at the trembling girl in his arms. It's all right, Tatiana. He tightens his arms, holding her close. I'm not going anywhere, so don't worry. Tatiana buries her face in his chest, tears seeping from the corners of her eyes. Okay. After Tatiana falls fast asleep, Siegfried tries to get up, but his sleeve is held in a tight grip. He sighs. You have no intention of letting go at all. What is it that makes you so anxious? Even if she pretends to be mature to not worry others, she's still just a child in the end. This won't do. I have to call a doctor. Sunlight streams through the window. Tatiana sits up, rubbing her eyes and stretching. I slept so well. Her movements freeze. Siegfried? Why is he in my room? Her memory starts to return. I had a nightmare last night. Siegfried came over. Could it be that he stayed here from last night until this morning? Siegfried opens his eyes. He looks at Tatiana. You're awake. Was the bed uncomfortable? Tatiana clutches the corner of the quilt. Did you sleep well? He said he wouldn't leave me behind. So it was true. Siegfried says, don't move yet. I'll call the doctor to check on you. Tatiana's eyes widen. So suddenly? Siegfried says, even if you don't feel unwell, you should still get a checkup. There might be hidden issues you're not aware of. Tatiana shrinks under the covers. While I'm grateful for your concern, isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Siegfried holds up his index finger. If you obediently get the checkup, I'll let you go straight to the library. Tatiana sits up abruptly. I'm willing to get the checkup. Instead of arguing, it's better to get it over with quickly and then go to the library. 2 sharp knocks come from the door. The door is slowly pushed open. Pardon the intrusion. I'm coming in now. A curly-haired man walks into the room. Hello, Miss Tatiana. My name is Bernice. I'm the ducal family's physician. Tatiana sits on the bed and gives a deep bow. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Tatiana. Bernice waves his hand. Miss Tatiana, there's no need to be so formal. He takes out his stethoscope. Now that we've said our hellos, let's begin the examination. 10 minutes later, Bernice closes his medical bag, the latch clicking shut crisply. For now, there are no obvious health problems. However, her nutritional intake has been lacking for a long time. Her development is significantly delayed compared to her peers. Siegfried asks, has she really not grown much? Bernice replies, it's all right. From now on, if she eats more good food, she'll grow up tall and strong. Siegfried holds out a piece of candy. Take this. It's your reward for being good during the checkup. Tatiana reaches out and takes the candy. She breaks into a smile. I want to go to the library now. Siegfried nods. Go ahead. Tatiana throws off the covers and jumps out of bed. Great, I can finally go to the library. Siegfried asks Bernice, I didn't mention it earlier, but that child seems to have frequent nightmares. Bernice asks in return, nightmares? Siegfried says, she doesn't seem to remember the content of the dreams, but why does she keep having them? Bernice strokes his chin, lost in thought. It's most likely due to psychological reasons. The young miss was a slave in the Demon King's castle. You know better than anyone how demons treat humans. Those memories remain in her subconscious, constantly triggering nightmares. Siegfried asks, what can be done to stop her from having nightmares? Bernice says, we must eliminate her inner anxiety. Siegfried muses. The thing Tatiana fears most is probably being abandoned. She's always trying to appear useful in exchange for the right to stay. Siegfried says, in any case, let's observe her for a while first. She's a child who is very good at hiding her pain. Bernice nods in response. 2 soft knocks come from the door. Siegfried looks towards the door. Comin, the butlers stand by the door. The master of the magic tower and the high priest are here to see you. Siegfried frowns slightly. They're already here? He stands up and straightens his collar. I'll be right there. Have them wait a moment. This is a perfect opportunity. I can consult them about Tatiana's anxiety. Kyrios leans back on the sofa cushion. I can finally see Tatiana. I wonder how the little one is doing. What if she's been crying because she misses me? Caesar sits to the side. That's impossible. She seems to be unwell. I'll heal her with my holy power later. Siegfried pushes the door open and enters. Sorry to keep you waiting. Kyrios looks around. The child? Did you come alone? Siegfried explains. She's in the library. I'll call her over in a bit. He pulls out a chair and sits down. Let's get straight to the point. I have something to discuss regarding Tatiana. Tatiana had a nightmare last night. Kyrios spreads his palms. But she's already left the Demon King's castle. There should be no reason for her to feel anxious anymore, right? Siegfried closes his eyes. According to the doctor's diagnosis, the cause is most likely psychological. During her time as a slave in the Demon King's castle, she likely retained memories of abuse. The nightmares stem from that. Caesar lowers his eyes. The wounds left by abuse don't heal that quickly. Siegfried presses his brow. In short, we need to alleviate Tatiana's anxiety so she won't have nightmares anymore. From what I can see, she's probably afraid of being abandoned. The fact that she desperately tries to show she's useful is the best proof. Caesar picks up his teacup. In that case, our task is to put her at ease. We need to tell her that just growing up healthy is enough, while also acknowledging her efforts little by little. Kyrios rests his forehead in his hand. A 4-year-old child shouldn't be worrying about these things. She just needs to play to her heart's content. Caesar smiles. We must support Tatiana and assure her that we will never abandon her. Siegfried looks at the two of them. All right, let's discuss the details when Tatiana gets here. He looks at the butler. Can you bring her here? The butler bows deeply. Yes, sir. Understood. Orland's mansion library. Tatiana stands in front of a tall bookshelf. There are so many books here. She opens her arms. Nori, can I read all of these books? Nori bends down. Of course you can. The Duke has given orders that you may freely browse the collection here. Tatiana stares at Nori's clothes. But the fabric of Nori's clothes is of such poor quality. It's not at all up to the standard of a ducal mansion servant. There are even several damaged spots. She recalls the moment she tore Nori's clothes and begins to observe the other servants. Their clothes are just as coarse. The stitching is messy, buttons are missing everywhere, and their shoes are also badly worn. Siegfried has an upright character. His family is wealthy. He would never cut the servant's budget. If he were a stingy person, he wouldn't have brought me back in the first place. After all, raising a child costs a huge amount of money. Tatiana bit her finger. Then in this house, the only person who can control the budget, that is the estate's manager, Madame Connie. She's the only one in this mansion who wears expensive fabrics. Tatiana's fingertips touched a book. Even if I tell Siegfried directly, would he believe the words of a 4-year-old child? How can I reveal the truth? Connie rushed towards the bookshelf with a series of hurried footsteps. She snatched the book from Tatiana's hands. What are you doing? The books here are extremely precious. Don't just touch them carelessly. They must be handled with care. Tatiana hunched her shoulders and replied softly, yes. She's like a persistent ghost. Now she's even started watching me closely, ready to find fault at any moment. Connie glared at Tatiana. Do you know how expensive these books are? Tatiana muttered to herself. Honestly, her talent for nitpicking is truly top-notch. It's not like the book will fall apart just because I touched it. Bernice walked quickly into the library. Miss Tatiana. Connie turned around. What is all this noise about? Bernice stopped at the door. My apologies. The Duke has requested Miss Tatiana's presence. Tatiana looked up. Siegfried is looking for me? Connie picked Tatiana up. Since the Duke is calling for you, that you should go over quickly. A chill ran down Tatiana's back. The speed at which she changed her expression was terrifying. Connie, holding Tatiana, pushed open the door. A fake smile was on her face. Didi is here. Kyrios shot to his feet, shouting loudly, "Hey, little brat." Caesar also stood up. Tatiana looked inside the room. Why are Kyrios and Caesar here too? Behind them were books piled up like a mountain. Kyrios took Tatiana from Connie's arms and lifted her high. "Brat, have you been eating well?" Connie stood to the side and curtsied. "It is my honor to meet the master of the magic tower and the high priest." "I am." Siegfried stepped forward, interrupting Connie. "Aunt, please step out for now. Let my friends talk freely." Connie's smile stiffened. She backed away, smiling. "Of course." Tatiana breathed a sigh of relief. She's finally gone. "Well done, Siegfried." Caesar walked up to Tatiana. "Though it's only been a day, it feels like a long time. Have you been well?" Tatiana beamed a radiant smile. "Kyrios, Caesar, have you been well?" Didi has been doing very well. Kyrios stared at Tatiana. "A 4-year-old brat, what are you doing in the library? You should be running around and playing all over the place." Caesar hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "That's too dangerous. Put her down quickly." Tatiana cupped her cheeks. "Didi wants to help the adults too." Kyrios leaned down. "Then you'll have to work hard on learning to read." Tatiana said, "I already know a lot of words." She pointed to the mountain of books on the table. "Where are those books? Can I read them too?" Caesar blocked the pile of books. "Those are parenting books. You don't need to know. Go have some snacks." Tatiana nodded obediently. "Okay." Caesar looked at Siegfried. "Regarding Tatiana's education, I consulted the priests in charge of the orphanage. They suggested that instead of formal learning, it's better to teach through games. The basic concept is a career experience game. Let her participate personally to understand what different professions do." Tatiana bit her finger. "Although my body is only 4 years old, my soul is over 20. How could I possibly play such a childish game?" She suddenly stopped her movements. "Wait, this might be an opportunity. This is the perfect opportunity to expose Madame Connie's evil deeds to Siegfried." Tatiana shot her hand up. "I want to play the maid game." Caesar looked at her. "Why do you want to be a maid?" Kyrios said, "If you're going to choose, why not a mage?" Tatiana lowered her eyes. "Why do I want to be a maid? The real purpose is to expose Madame Connie's crimes. But I can't say it directly." She looked up. "The maid big sisters have been taking care of Didi. So Didi wants to learn what they do." The maids cover their mouths. "The young miss is so kind." Siegfried nodded slightly. "You want to experience the hardships of the maids?" Kyrios exclaimed, "What a remarkable idea." Caesar showed a look of relief. "Didi has such a warm heart." Siegfried said, "Let's proceed with this plan." Tatiana broke into a smile. "Yay, thank you, everyone. The plan is a success." Connie strode quickly through the corridor. She clenched her teeth. "How dare he treat me like this? Treating me like a servant in front of others." She stared fixedly ahead. "Just how long do you plan on keeping that girl? You pour all your love onto her, yet you never consider your own nephew and nieces. You called a doctor to check on her first thing in the morning, and now you're doing some career experience game. It's as if you're raising your own daughter. This change is simply unbelievable. I don't know what tricks that brat used. I must get her out of here as soon as possible." Connie threw open the door. Nori stood inside with her hands on her hips. "Prepare a maid's uniform for Tatiana. The Duke said he wants her to play a career experience game." Nori bowed her head. "As you command." Conte, Muzet. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch that lowly creature inherit the dukedom. Tatiana sat at the dining table, chewing on a snack held in both hands, thinking about how to use the game to humiliate Madame Conti. I must seize this opportunity. She stopped her movements. Her eyes widened abruptly. A thought flashed through her mind. Tatiana stood up, holding onto the table. I have to go see Nori right now. Since I'm playing a career game, shouldn't I also check the other servants' uniforms? Tatiana grabbed the corner of Nori's clothes. Besides the maid game, Didi also wants to play the chef game, the gardener game, and the stableman game. Nori nodded. Of course, you can, Mississippi. We'll go see them right now. Tatiana followed behind Nori. This excuse actually worked. Thank heavens. In the kitchen, several maids stopped their work. Miss, why have you come to such a humble place? Nori explained to everyone. The young miss is very curious about the work in the kitchen. Tatiana looked at the maids' gazes. It's not even a big deal, so why is everyone looking at me like this? Tatiana looked at a black-haired maid. I want to wear the same apron as the big sisters. The black-haired maid looked troubled. I'm sorry, Mississippi. There are no new aprons here. Tatiana tilted her head up. Then can you give me the one you've worn, big sister? The black-haired maid looked down at her own apron. But this one is already dirty from me wearing it. Tatiana clenched her fists and placed them on her chest. I really don't mind. I'm just a 4-year-old child right now. She changed into the white apron and twirled in the kitchen with her arms outstretched. Yay, an apron. Her gaze turned icy. It's just as I thought. Nori's clothes tore easily before. The uniforms of the head chef and the cooks are also of extremely poor quality. The horses in the stable don't even have enough fodder. Everything here is not functioning properly. Tatiana held her forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness. Nori said, Miss, how about we go to the garden last? Tatiana nodded and stepped outside. A voice came, this is a pink rose. Tatiana suddenly stopped in her tracks. That was Madame Connie's voice. Madame Connie stood before a bush of red roses, pointing at an old gardener and scolding him loudly. You actually planted this kind of flower? And you dare say it's a red rose? Are you insane? The old gardener pointed at the blooming flowers. This is indeed a red rose. Madame Connie lifted her foot and kicked the old man's shin sharply. You can't even plant roses properly, and you still have the nerve. Since you've taken my money, you have to show you're worth it. Tatiana watched. Not only is she being unreasonable, she's even hitting people. The servants in this mansion live such miserable lives. Just like my past self in the Demon King's castle, who didn't dare to say a single word. Madame Connie pointed at the old man's nose and yelled, Why are you just standing there in a daze? Are you mute? The old gardener lowered his head, trembling. I'm sorry. Tatiana clenched her fists. I can't stand to watch this kind of treatment anymore. She rushed out from her hiding spot. Nori exclaimed from behind her, Miss. Tatiana stared at the watering can on the ground. The position is just right. She waved her arm and shouted, Grandpa Gardener. Madame Connie turned her head in shock, looking at the pink figure rushing over. Tatiana kicked the watering can, which made a loud noise. Muddy water splashed everywhere. Madame Connie let out a scream. The hem of her deep red dress was instantly covered in stains. She looked down at her long dress, her body trembling violently. She snapped her head up and roared, What on earth are you doing? Do you know how expensive this dress is? Tatiana held the empty can, lowered her head, and hunched her shoulders. I'm sorry. I was just trying to run over to say hello to Grandpa, and I accidentally fell. If I have to apologize for getting your dress dirty, then since you got Grandpa's clothes dirty, shouldn't you apologize too? Madame Connie froze on the spot. She gritted her teeth. Why should I apologize to him? Tatiana pointed at the old man's pant leg. You stepped on Grandpa's pants just now and got them dirty too. Besides, these are all clearly red roses here. Madame Connie burst out with a roar. Enough. I have nothing to say to a brat who doesn't understand anything. Next time, learn how to apologize properly first. Where on earth did you learn such manners? She flicked her skirt and turned to leave. So unlikable. Tatiana watched her retreating back. At least she didn't dare to cross the final line. I thought for a moment she was going to hit me too. She walked up to the old man. Grandpa, are you okay? The old gardener knelt on the ground, his hands on his knees. Miss, thank you so much. Tatiana waved her hand. It's nothing. I just made a mistake. Nori ran over hurriedly. She crouched down to check. Miss, are you all right? The old gardener stood up. Miss, although I don't have much to offer, I must repay you. He offered a red rose. Please, you must accept this. Tatiana took the flower. Thank you, she mused. I didn't do it to get something in return, but this feeling isn't bad. A few days later, sunlight shone on the castle tower. The long-awaited career game day had finally arrived. Nori helped Tatiana change. Oh my, Miss Tatiana, you look so adorable. Tatiana, wearing a black and white maid outfit, twirled in front of the mirror. Really? Nori nodded vigorously. Of course. Tatiana took Nori's hand. It's exactly the same as what Nori is wearing. Well, like twins, right? Nori replied with a smile. Yes, Mississippi Madam Connie suddenly spoke up. That outfit really suits you. Tatiana's gaze darkened. Here we go again. Madame Connie crossed her arms, smirking as she sized up Tatiana. This outfit fits your station perfectly. Since you're wearing it, why not just keep wearing it from now on? Nori took a step forward. The young miss is still here. She can hear every word you're saying. Connie swung her hand abruptly, slapping the back of Nori's hand hard. Shut up. How dare you talk back to me? She grabbed Tatiana's arm and dragged her roughly towards the door. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting downstairs. Move faster. Tatiana stumbled along behind her. Connie stopped and glanced back over her shoulder. Didn't you hear me? The others are waiting. Tatiana looked back. Nori, just endure a little longer. Today, through this career game, I will definitely put a complete end to Madame Connie's reign. Siegfried leaned back on the sofa. The busy master of the magic tower and the high priest, why are you still in my mansion? Kyrios spread his hands. The magic tower won't collapse just because I'm gone for a few days. Caesar nodded. The priests are very capable. Leaving the temple to them is no problem. Kyrios shifted his position. Besides, we are also that child's guardians. We have the right to see what kind of game-based education she's receiving. Siegfried retorted, if only you could speak properly. A knock came from the door. Your Grace, I brought Miss Tatiana. The three men turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the door. Tatiana walked into the room in her maid outfit. Caesar let out a gasp of admiration. Miss Tatiana is so adorable. Kyrios nodded. Even though she's a child, everything looks good on her. The corners of Siegfried's mouth lifted. His gaze lingered on Tatiana. This outfit suits her well. Tatiana spread her arms and twirled in front of everyone. Thank you, everyone. Didi loves this outfit very much. She looked at Connie. I also have to thank Madame Connie for specially preparing this outfit for Didi. Connie's body stiffened. The corner of her mouth twitched as she forced a smile. You're too kind, Mississippi Tatiana mused. It's time to expose her crimes. I have to pretend to know nothing, act very happy, and then casually bring up the servant situation. Tatiana clapped her hands. This outfit is very sturdy. It won't tear easily. Didi really likes it. Not like the previous clothes that suddenly ripped. Sweat beaded on Madame Connie's forehead. Miss, what do you mean by that? Siegfried was shocked. The clothes tore? Tatiana explained, last time I just pulled on Nori's apron a little and it ripped right open. I'm sorry. Caesar and Kyrios looked at each other, both looking bewildered. What's she talking about? Siegfried never had time to check on the personal condition of his servants. Once he hears that the clothes are torn, he will inevitably suspect the head housekeeper. After all, during his absence, it was Madame Connie who took over everything. If even the uniforms can't be maintained, it means there's a big problem internally. Now he will surely identify Connie as the culprit. Tatiana tilted her head up and looked at Connie. Didi likes wearing the same clothes as you the most. Connie froze on the spot. What? Tatiana pointed at Connie's clothes. Nori's clothes tore with just a pull, but your clothes are very sturdy. This means you dote on Didi very much, so you had this outfit made just like your own, right? Konntest frozen. She quickly shook her head. Tatiana bowed deeply and said loudly, thank you. Siegfried stood up. Madame Conte. Tatiana clenched her small fists. The plan succeeded. He looks even angrier than I expected. Siegfried looked down at Connie, his eyes sharp. Let's talk. He sat behind his desk, coldly staring at Connie before him. Did you think I wouldn't find out? The embezzlement was quite thorough. He slammed a stack of account books on the table with a dull thud. All the mansion's funds flowed to the Connie family, squandered by you. Connie stood before the desk, her face pale. Images of her extravagant past flashed in her mind. Private desires fulfilled with the blood and sweat of the ducal household. Siegfried's voice grew lower. You also administered excessive corporal punishment. The evidence is already piled high. Did you plan to do this from the moment you became the housekeeper? Connie's eyes widened abruptly, her body trembling violently. It's not like that. She fell to her knees, bowing her head and pleading, Master. I was wrong. Siegfried roared. Who gave you permission to call me Master? You're no longer the housekeeper here. All the funds you embezzled, along with compensation, will be borne by the Connie family. All members involved in this must also take responsibility. Conte trembled. I beg you. She looked up, her eyes filled with pleading. Please spare my sons and grandsons. Siegfried turned his face away. So you know to protect your own family, yet you treated that child and the servants that way? A crushing pressure bore down like a giant wave. Madame Conti collapsed to the floor, her hands clutching her own throat, unable to breathe. I'm going to die. This monster. Siegfried roared, get out now. Madame Connie scrambled out of the room and disappeared down the end of the corridor. Siegfried sat alone in the study, his clasped hands pressed against his forehead. When I discovered the embezzlement, I should have thrown her out immediately. I never intended to appoint her as the housekeeper in the first place. It was just as I was leaving to subjugate the 5 demon kings. Count Connie stood in the great hall. Subjugating the 5 demon kings will take a long time. Someone must be left to manage the servants and handle the mansion's affairs. Siegfried lowered his right hand. I wasn't sure I would come back alive. He patted Count Connie's shoulder. Then I'll leave it to you. Count Connie said, don't worry. Just come back safely. Siegfried gazed at the servants in the distance. If I died, someone had to give them compensation and provide help. That was the reason I accepted Count Connie's suggestion. When I learned she had been embezzling, I should have dealt with it immediately. There was only one reason I couldn't drive her out right away. Tatiana often mentioned her mother. She would smile brightly. This is what my mom taught me. I wanted her to have a mother's love, even if just for a moment. Madame Connie had raised many children and grandchildren. I thought she could soothe Tatiana's pain of losing her mother. But it turned out to be a disaster. That clever child had been crying for help in her own way all along. I must apologize to Tatiana and everyone. Siegfried pushed open the door and strode into the drawing room. Tatiana ran towards him with small steps. Is everything taken care of? Her foot slipped and she lost her balance, falling forward with a cry. Siegfried lunged forward, catching her steadily in his arms. Siegfried knelt on one knee, carefully checking Tatiana's body. Are you okay, Didi? Are you hurt? Tatiana looked up, a radiant smile on her face. Siegfried, you call me Didi. I'm so happy. Siegfried lowered his eyelids, his expression grave. Didi, I'm sorry. If I had known sooner that woman was tormenting you, I would have driven her away earlier. It was my fault for noticing too late. I'm sorry. I haven't been a reliable person, have I? Tatiana stood frozen, her eyes filled with surprise. She took Siegfried's hand. It's not that I didn't trust you. I just wanted to be a good child who listens to the adults. Siegfried said, you don't need to force yourself to be good. You don't need to become a useful or excellent child. You shouldn't have to think that way. Tatiana's eyes widened. This feeling is strange. Siegfried continued, you're still just a child. You've already suffered a lot. From now on, just focus on finding happiness. Tatiana's cheeks flushed. This is what it feels like to be truly protected. Siegfried asked softly, do you understand? Tatiana replied in a small voice, I understand. She looked up and laughed. From now on, I'll be even happier. Sunlight bathed the mansion. The bell of the tower echoed. Flowers bloomed in the courtyard. It hadn't been this peaceful in a long time. Tatiana sat at the dining table, gazing at the dessert in front of her. The plan to expose Madame Connie through role-playing was a great success. After Madame Connie left, Siegfried recovered the embezzled funds and demanded huge compensation. Tatiana wasn't concerned with the aftermath. The role-playing continued. She walked to the stableman. If you change your shoes often, would your feet feel better? She stood by the flower bed, looking up at the gardener. If your clothes had more pockets, would it be more convenient to work? She even learned how to prune branches. Whenever she pointed out an inconvenience for the staff, the problem would always be solved in real time. The gardener and the stableman stood side by side, laughing heartily. Tatiana covered her mouth. I just mentioned it casually, but the servants became unusually enthusiastic, scrambling to bring her snacks. This kind of attention was a heavy burden. Tatiana reached for a cookie and let out a long sigh. I've searched the entire library but can't find any clues about awakening. She sat among the mountain of books. This is a ducal mansion. As the family of a hero, isn't there a single hint about the Demon King's awakening? I must awaken as soon as possible. There's not much time left to become the Demon King. The demonic power is running rampant inside my body. I must control this energy before it attacks without warning. Tatiana collapsed onto the sofa with a long sigh. Nori leaned in close. Miss, are you feeling unwell? Tatiana shook her head. It's nothing. Kyrios and Caesar walked into the hall side by side. They waved. Been doing well, Didi? Tatiana greeted them. Lord Kyrios, Lord Caesar. I'm Fine. Siegfried stepped forward. Since Tatiana is fine, his face was grim. Shouldn't you two be returning to the magic tower and the temple to fulfill your duties? What is our relationship? We are merely comrades who defeated the Demon King together, barging into my house without notice, ignoring the requests from the magic tower and the temple, just to play with Tatiana. You're clearly shirking your work. Kyrios burst out laughing. Don't be like that. I brought something amazing. Tatiana tilted her head. What is it? Kyrios magically produced a gift box. Don't be surprised. Take this. Tatiana held the huge gift box. Is this a present for me? Kyrios nodded. Of course. Open it and see. Tatiana unwrapped the gift box and stared at the blue shoes inside. They were decorated with bunny ears on the toes. They're beautiful. Kyrios said, this is the most popular style among children in the capital. Put them on and let's go for a walk together. Caesar watched with a smile. Hurry and try them on. Tatiana put on the new shoes. The size was just right. They were very comfortable. Kyrios pointed forward. Take a couple of steps. Tatiana took a step forward. A clear squeaking sound came from under her feet. Tatiana froze and looked down at her feet. They squeaked with every step. These are squeaky shoes for babies. Although my body is only 4 years old, my soul is already an adult. Kyrios is actually treating me like a baby. Kyrios roared with laughter. I knew they'd suit you. Siegfried nodded in agreement. They look very pretty on you. Tatiana forced a smile, her body trembling slightly. If just wearing a pair of shoes can make everyone happy, then I'll endure it. She spoke up. I like these shoes a lot, too. The butler ran hurriedly into the hall. Your Grace, there's an urgent report. A message from the Imperial Palace. Siegfried frowned. The Imperial Palace? Kyrios' smile vanished. Why is the Imperial family suddenly getting involved? The butler recited the contents of a letter. To celebrate the 3 heroes' successful subjugation of the Demon King, the Imperial family will be hosting a victory banquet. Tatiana blinked. It's been over a month since we returned to the capital. They're only holding a banquet now? Kyrios roared. When has the Empire ever cared about subjugating the Demon King? They only cared about saving their own skins. The Empire never provided any support, just watched as neighboring countries fell. Only after the 3 heroes achieved an overwhelming victory did they jump out to point fingers. Kyrios snorted. If they really wanted to help, they should have acted back then, not put on this face now. Siegfried interrupted him. Since we can't refuse the invitation, we must immediately prepare a formal dress for Tatiana. She doesn't have any clothes suitable for a banquet yet. Tatiana pointed at herself, her face full of shock. Why do I have to wear a formal dress? Why do I have to go too? If I go to the Imperial Palace and run into the Crown Prince, the consequences will be unimaginable. In the original story, the Crown Prince was the one who killed Tatiana. I must stay as far away from the Imperial Palace and that man as possible. Tatiana asked in a small voice, do I have to go too? Siegfried nodded. Of course. Kyrios leaned in. We can't leave Didi behind all alone. Caesar readily agreed. That's right. Tatiana quickly waved her hands. But the invitation only mentioned the 3 of you. Kyrios raised an eyebrow. So what? Tatiana clasped her hands to her chest. The 3 of you saved countless people. I haven't done anything and will only be a burden to everyone. She mused. This reason should work, right? Siegfried said, then I'll have to be absent from this gathering. Caesar smiled and nodded. Great, then I won't go either. Kyrios spread his hands. Then I'm not going either. Tatiana shrieked. The heroes must attend. Siegfried looked down at her. As a guardian, I should prioritize taking care of the child. Kyrios burst out laughing. That's right. Playing with the kid is much more fun than a boring royal banquet. Caesar glanced sideways at Kyrios. You've been saying some correct things lately. You might be dying soon, so I'll have to check on you later. Kyrios instantly flew into a rage. What are you talking about, you bastard? The corners of Tatiana's lips lifted slightly. They're just worried I'll be lonely if I'm left alone, so they're saying this on purpose. She looked up. All right, I'll go too, because persuading this group of heroes is simply impossible. On the bright side, the Crown Prince isn't a hero yet, and I haven't awakened as the Demon King either. Who knows? Maybe there's a clue to the Demon King's awakening hidden in the Imperial Palace. The carriage stopped in front of the Imperial Palace. A week had passed since they received the invitation. Moonlight illuminated the spired towers. The carriage wheels came to a halt. The coachman opened the wooden door of the carriage. We've arrived. Tatiana stepped down onto the footboard, her layered skirt like flower petals. She gazed at the palace corridor. It's so beautiful here. Kyrios walked slightly ahead to the side. Hold my hand tightly. There are a lot of people here. Don't get lost. Tatiana nodded. I know. She let out a long breath. I can finally relax a little. Until the very moment we left, the heroes were still arguing endlessly over the style of her dress. Kyrios said, of course we should choose pink. It matches the child's hair best. Siegfried shook his head in rebuttal. Blue would bring out her eyes more. Caesar shouted, nobody matches colors like that anymore. White is what suits our angel-like deity. Tatiana collapsed on the sofa. If I let them keep arguing, the banquet will probably be over. She shot to her feet and loudly announced the final decision. I want to wear a yellow dress. The arguing came to an abrupt halt. The commotion finally subsided. The four of them entered the brightly lit ballroom. Tatiana looked around. The interior of the imperial palace was even more magnificent than the outside. The Orleans family mansion was already gorgeous enough, but the imperial palace was a cut above. This was the imperial grand ballroom. The heavy wooden doors were pushed open, and a loud voice announced the arrivals. The imperial hero, the Duke of Orleans, the master of the magic tower, and the high priest. Tatiana clutched her skirt tightly. Her heart pounded violently in her chest. So this was the legendary social scene. The guests whispered among themselves. Who is that child? Never seen her before. I heard the Duke brought back a brat from the Demon King's castle. Tatiana shrank her shoulders. The surrounding whispers drilled into her ears. They are all suspecting my identity. After all, I come from that evil place. Caesar bent down, interrupting Tatiana's thoughts. Sorry, Titi. He reached out and picked Tatiana up. This is your first time in such a crowded place, isn't it? Do you feel uncomfortable? Tatiana froze. They didn't care about others' gazes at all. They only worried if she was hurt by the rumors. She revealed a bright smile. I'm okay. As long as the heroes are by my side, I'm not afraid at all. Thank you for protecting me. A steady male voice came from the front. Long time no see, gentlemen. Tatiana put away her smile and looked across. That was Emperor Descartes, the supreme ruler of the empire. Beside him stood a woman. That was the second empress from the Philomel family. A blond boy hid behind the empress's skirt, staring ahead with cold eyes. He was the second prince, Rudolph, the last child to appear. Rasus Casel de Esperanto, the first prince of the empire and the only legitimate heir. His red eyes revealed a sense of alienation. Tatiana stared at Rashus's figure. The cool and handsome protagonist in the novel now looked so lonely. It left a bad taste in her mouth. Rashus was the son of the emperor and the former empress. After his mother died early, he was ostracized in the palace. He struggled to survive under the second empress's power, while the emperor remained silent about it. Emperor Descartes opened his arms. Welcome, heroes. All of humanity owes you their lives. No amount of gratitude is enough. Siegfried bowed slightly. Your Majesty flatters us. The emperor turned to look at Tatiana. Is this the child rescued from the Demon King's castle? Tatiana lifted her skirt and curtsied. Your Majesty, your Highnesses, it is an honor to meet you all. Siegfried introduced her. Her name is Tatiana. She is currently under the protection of the Orleans family. He specifically emphasized the word protection. The emperor let out a light chuckle. It seems the Duke really dotes on this child. Siegfried nodded, signaling. She is not yet familiar with court etiquette. To avoid any rudeness, please allow us to take our leave first. The emperor nodded in agreement. 1 hour later, Tatiana collapsed onto a red chaise lounge. Finally, I can rest. She had thought that after greeting the emperor, she could enjoy the banquet, but everyone was besieging the heroes. Tatiana was exhausted from being squeezed in the crowd. Standing next to the heroes was just too noisy. Tatiana made a request to the three of them. I want to stay with Nori. The three froze. They repeatedly instructed Nori. The child is still young. Please take good care of her. Tatiana finally regained her peace, lying alone in the lounge. Really so tired. A slight sound came from beside her ear. Tatiana sat up abruptly. Rashus was standing not far away. Your Highness? Why are you here? Rashus clasped his hands nervously in front of him. I was just looking for a place with no people. If you feel uncomfortable, I will leave right away. Tatiana stared at him. In the novel, he eventually kills me, but he is still my favorite character. Tatiana grabbed Rashus's arm. Wait, Rashus turned back, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Do you have something to say? Tatiana recalled the past. I already knew Rashus's childhood story. It was a tragedy written in the book. After his birth mother passed away, he was completely isolated by the new empress. In this magnificent palace, He is just a shadow no one cares about. Although he will kill me in the future, right now, he is just a pitiful child. Tatiana walked quickly to Rashus. If you don't mind, please stay and keep me company. Rashus, like me, has no one by his side in this imperial capital, enduring everything alone. It was the same during my days in the Demon King's castle. No one was gentle to me, so I want to help Rashus. Rashus looked down at Tatiana without speaking. Tatiana tilted her face up. TT wants to play with the first prince. Does His Highness not want to play with TT? Rashus smiled. It's not that. Since we were at a banquet, let's just chat quietly. Tatiana took Rashus's hand and walked towards the lounge chair. The prince, who had intended to leave, stayed just like that. He didn't seem good at talking to people, so I had to lead the conversation. Tatiana leaned close to Rashus's face. There is something I've always wanted to say. Your Highness's eyes are really beautiful. Rashus was stunned. My eyes? Tatiana nodded. Yes, like red gemstones, like sparkling cherries. A voice came, interrupting the conversation. Beautiful? That kind of blood red looks like some kind of monster. Rudolph appeared at the end of the corridor. He looks like a monster. Does demon blood flow in him? He approached step by step, stopping in front of the two. You are completely worthless, just a descendant of a fallen dynasty. Rashus remained silent. Rudolph roared, how dare you ignore me? You baseborn guy. Do you really think you are the only heir? Tatiana froze. Why is Rudolph saying such cruel words? Is it because of inferiority? He is jealous. Rashus's red pupils were the symbol of the Caroline royal family. The Descartes Empire had once formed a marriage alliance with that kingdom, marrying the Caroline princess. Rashus's red eyes were the proof of his bloodline. He was the legitimate son of the emperor and empress. The Caroline kingdom was once a barrier at the demon realm's border. It was completely destroyed while resisting the demon invasion. The Philomel family immediately took its place, sitting on the Empress's throne. The Philomel family held power over the court, but could not fill the void left by the former Empress. Rudolph bore a grudge against Rashus because of this. The legitimate heir was being humiliated, yet no one around stepped forward to stop it. Tatiana looked around. The maids lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact. No one was willing to intervene in royal disputes. Rashus was always isolated and helpless, enduring this suffocating loneliness. Tatiana stood between the two. Stop it. If no one else will stop this, I will. Rudolph shouted at Tatiana, what are you? How dare you interfere? Do you think just because the heroes brought you back, you are on equal footing with us? How dare you make royal members wait? Are heroes more noble than the royal family? This time was just an exception to let you attend the banquet. You rude little brat. You actually dare to talk back to me. Tatiana stared at Rudolph. This hostility is simply inexplicable, flying into a rage just because of waiting, even declaring that the victory celebration shouldn't be held. He is completely unreasonable. Tatiana clenched her fists. I can't tolerate this anymore. What was the royal family doing when the heroes were fighting in the Demon King's castle? Now they dare to be so despicable. She took a step forward. The heroes protected us. It is precisely because of this that the Emperor and Empress can be safe and sound. Rudolph froze. Tatiana looked straight at him. If it were me, I would be filled with gratitude toward my lifesavers. When we were in the Demon King's castle, we only saw the heroes. We were the Imperial Knights back then. Rudolph gasped in anger. Tatiana pointed at Rashus. Also, about the first prince's eyes. Those are absolutely not monster eyes. Those eyes sparkle like cherries, like beautiful gemstones. Rashus's heart beat faster. He stared blankly at Tatiana. Rudolph raised his right hand high and swung his fist violently at Tatiana. How dare you speak nonsense in front of everyone? Rashus reached out and blocked the fist. Rudolph, stop. Rudolph struggled desperately. Let go of me. You dare to raise a hand against me? Rashus stared at Rudolph. Heroes kill enemies on the battlefield, while the royal family hides in the rear. Isn't that the truth? Rudolph trembled with rage. Rashus sneered. Just now you call me a baseborn guy, and now you acknowledge I'm a prince? Rudolph screamed loudly. Let go of me. The door was slammed open. Siegfried stood at the doorway. What on earth is all the noise here? Rudolph froze instantly. Siegfried walked into the room and looked down at Tatiana. Tatiana, what happened? Kyrios and Caesar also rushed in. Kid, are you okay? The Empress saw this scene. My Rudolph. Rudolph abruptly shook off Rashus's hand. He rushed into the Empress's arms. Mother, look at Rashus. That bastard scratched my wrist. The Empress turned her head sharply, glaring at Rashus. First Prince, what exactly are you doing? Who do you take after to be so ill-bred? Rashus stood silently in place. Tatiana looked at Rashus's isolated back. If this goes on, he will suffer. I must do something. She stepped forward. Since you cannot protect yourself, then I will protect you. She opened her arms to block Rashus, looking up to face the Empress directly. The first prince did nothing wrong. Tatiana's eyes were determined. I can't let him bear all the blame alone. Kyrios looked down at Tatiana. Kid, what do you mean by that? Siegfried asked Tatiana in a low voice. Can you explain in detail? Tatiana pointed at Rudolph. The second prince tried to hit me just now. Caesar's eyes turned cold. Is that true? Tatiana nodded vigorously. It's true. And the first prince grabbed his wrist to protect me. Rashus froze. Rudolph jumped up abruptly. Hey, don't lie. Tatiana raised her volume. I'm not lying. They also said the first prince's red eyes look like a monster's. Rudolph's face turned pale. What did I say, that kind of thing? Tatiana continued to accuse him. You said the first prince is worthless. You said he comes from a fallen dynasty. Rudolph hid behind the Empress. Mother, do you believe those words? It's all lies. Kyrios interrupted the argument. Second prince, please wait a moment. Tatiana has been in the imperial capital for less than a month. Regarding the former empress and the red-eye trait of the Caroline royal bloodline, she obviously couldn't know about them. Can a child who knows nothing about Caroline fabricate such specific insults? Is she not just repeating the original words she heard? The Empress hugged Rudolph tightly, avoiding their gazes. In this situation, trusting a child's words is a bit too rash. Kyrios stepped forward. His boot soles tapped the ground, making a dull sound. The second prince's insult toward the first prince is very dangerous. If these words reach the former side of Caroline, or the ears of those subjects who submitted to the empire, I fear it will trigger a huge backlash. The Empress's face instantly went pale. The immigrants of Caroline had watched their country fall. They accepted the empire's rule solely because of the existence of the former empress and Rashus. Now that the former empress was gone, only Rashus remained. Rudolph's words would ignite the immigrants' anger. Rashus stood expressionless. Tatiana looked at him. Those words must have hurt him deeply, yet he still maintains that calm. I must say something to comfort him. Suddenly, magic fluctuations erupted without warning. Tatiana's body swayed, covering her mouth as she retched. Siegfried rushed forward. Tatiana. Rashus also looked panicked. Lady Tatiana. Tatiana thought, Rashus is still under suspicion. We can't leave just like this. He needs someone to stand by his side. Siegfried held Tatiana. Are you all right? Caesar leaned over to check. Her hands and feet are cold. We must take her to a resting place immediately. Tatiana continued speaking. The first prince did nothing wrong. I didn't lie. Caesar interrupted her. Stop talking. You need to rest now. Tatiana let out a weak sob. The second prince called TT a liar and wanted to hit people. TT was so scared. He said very excessive things to the first prince. TT just wanted to help him. The emperor watched the chaotic scene, summoned the chief imperial physician. Siegfried refused. Thank you for your kindness, but we must return to the mansion. The emperor reached out to stop them. Today is a celebration prepared for you. I will call the best doctor over. Please wait a moment. Siegfried turned his back. Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. We must take our leave. The three heroes carried Tatiana away. The heavy doors closed behind them. The empress stood beside the emperor. These ungrateful people. The emperor stared at the closed doors. How dare they shame the royal family? Simply lawless. Rashus stood aside, head bowed in silence. He looked at the empty doorway. It's all because of me that Tatiana got into trouble. She's clearly so weak. She became like this to protect me. I can't let her leave just like this. If she leaves now, I won't be able to thank her. Rashus turned abruptly and pushed open the heavy doors. The empress screamed from behind. Rashus, where are you going? Rashus turned back. Sorry, I don't have time to explain. He ran at full speed. He shouted at the figures in the distance. Please wait. Siegfried stopped. Apologies, first prince. Lady Tatiana needs to rest immediately. Rashus stopped in front of the heroes, panting. I know, please at least let me thank her. He bowed his head and pleaded. I beg you. Tatiana slowly opened her eyes. Siegfried asked softly, Tatiana, are you awake? Tatiana nodded. TT is fine. Rashus looked at Tatiana and revealed a faint smile. Lady Tatiana, thank you for standing up for me just now. If it's convenient in the future, can I come to visit you? Tatiana smiled brightly. Will you come to see TT? She extended her pinky finger. Then you must come. TT makes a promise with you. Rashis extended his pinky finger and hooked it around Tatiana's. Yes, I will definitely go to see you. He watched the carriage drive away. Tatiana, this is the first time someone stood up for me. No one has ever stood on my side. Even my family is the same. They were the first to abandon me. Why did Tatiana want to protect me? If she truly understood me, would she also choose to distance herself from me? Rashis clenched his fist. Even if that happens, I will still go to see her, because I have made a promise. Kyrios held a book, reading the fairy tale loudly. Tatiana covered her ears, curling her body backward. This isn't a reading session. This is a rap battle. Caesar sat by the bed. If this continues, Tatiana's eardrums will shatter. Kyrios, hand over the book. Kyrios stopped reading, his face full of confusion. Wasn't I reading very well? Caesar suggested, it's normal for a 4-year-old child to have unclear pronunciation. Everyone's development speed is different. If you really want to help, why not read this fairy tale to her? Tatiana stared at the other person. Because of this guy's casual remark, I fell into a pronunciation nightmare. She gritted her teeth. What exactly is wrong with my pronunciation? It's all this guy's fault. A knock sounded. Nori pushed the door open and entered. My lords, excuse the interruption. The first prince has just arrived at the mansion. Tatiana threw off the blanket, her eyes shining. The first prince. He always comes at such a timely moment. I can use this chance to escape from here. She jumped off the bed and ran toward the door. Let's go. Let's go welcome him. Kyrios called out from behind. Kid, you have to come with me. Tatiana ran in her slippers, her feet making rapid sounds. Brother Rashis, did you really come? She poked her head out from upstairs. Her cheeks flushed red. You really came, Your Highness? Rashis stood in the center of the hall. Long time no see, Lady Tatiana. Has your health recovered enough to get out of bed? Tatiana walked quickly toward him and nodded vigorously. Yes, already better. Absolutely no problem. Rashis lowered his eyelids, avoiding her gaze. Letting you encounter that kind of trouble at the celebration was all my fault. I sincerely apologize to you. Tatiana stopped. She looked up at Rashis. Why apologize? This isn't your highness's fault at all. No need to feel guilty. Rashis froze, his pupils contracting slightly. Tatiana took a step forward. The one who did wrong was the second prince. Since you didn't do it, there's no need to blame yourself. I don't think you need to apologize. Kyrios strode over. Rudolph, that bastard. The second prince is the culprit. TT was just protecting herself. Siegfried walked down the stairs and pointed toward the drawing room. Your Highness, please go sit there. Tea and snacks are ready. I have something to discuss with you. Kyrios beckoned to Tatiana. Hey kid, come here for a second. Siegfried knelt on one knee, looking Rashis in the eye. As an imperial noble and heir to the royal family, you shouldn't bow your head so easily, even if you did nothing wrong. The act of reflecting and apologizing is praiseworthy. This is a quality essential for a ruler. Rashis listened in silence. Kyrios leaned close to Tatiana and whispered a warning. Listen well. Men are all wolves. Understand? Tatiana kept a straight face. What nonsense are you talking about? Kyrios looks serious. That first prince looks okay and seems polite, but you never know what he's thinking inside. Absolutely do not be easily deceived. Tatiana turned and walked away. Kyrios waved his hand behind her. I haven't finished speaking yet. Tatiana took Rashis' hand. Does your highness want to go eat snacks with Titi? Nori made cherry pie. The three men froze in place. Tatiana smiled brightly. Hurry up and let's go. Nori is Titi's maid. The snacks she makes are the best. Rashis' cheeks turned slightly red. You mean the pie with the same color as your eyes? Tatiana pulled him forward and ran. When I first met him, his face always carried shadow. That was a submissiveness that didn't belong to a child. As the time we spent together increased, he began to smile. The gloom completely disappeared from his face, leaving only a brilliant smile. The next day, Orland's mansion. Siegfried put down his teacup. Since the emperor sent a handwritten apology letter, I burned it as soon as I saw it. Caesar leaned back on the sofa. Same here. No need to respond at all. Kyrios roared. Just thinking about what that bastard did to the child makes me furious. To ensure no one can mistreat her again, shouldn't we give her a formal status? The most effective method is legal adoption. Caesar looked at everyone. How about making her our adopted daughter? Siegfried fell into deep thought. Adoption? If we push too hard, it might be counterproductive and even hurt her. But we can't maintain the status quo either. Kyrios nodded. I agree. The most important thing is Tatiana's feelings. Then it's decided. Although I don't want to admit it, considering her future residence, the Orleans family is indeed the best choice. He slammed the table. But we must guarantee that she addresses us equally as dad. I will absolutely not accept her calling only one person dad. Caesar chimed in. I agree with Kyrios' proposal. Siegfried nodded. That's fair. Tatiana held a tray high. Heroes, I made this myself. Let's eat together. Kyrios said I'll pass. I don't really like sweets. Tatiana lowered her eyes. I worked hard on this for so long, and you're going to refuse? She picked up a cookie and held it to Kyrios' mouth. Looks like I can only force feed you. Sharing food makes it taste better. Will you eat it now? Kyrios took the cookie, his cheeks flushing. Is this what raising a daughter feels like? Since you insist, I'll reluctantly taste it. Tatiana snickered secretly. Plan successful. I also prepared some for Siegfried and Caesar. The two picked up the cookies. Thank you. Kyrios stared at the other two. These guys actually got some too, but mine is the biggest. Caesar responded coldly. I don't know about size, but the shape of Kyrios' piece is the ugliest. Kyrios pointed at him. What did you say? You dare insult the cookies she made specifically for me? Tatiana watched the arguing group. Really hopeless. A knock sounded. The butler pushed the door open and entered. Duke, news from the palace. His Majesty requests your immediate entry. Siegfried frowned, his eyes becoming sharp. What were those guys thinking? Tatiana froze. Why summon me back to the palace again? The carriage stopped in front of the palace gate. Kyrios frowned tightly. Do we really have to go? Siegfried looked to the palace. I feel the same, but this isn't a question of wanting to go or not. Tatiana patted her chest. TT is okay. Are you guys really heroes? Defying the emperor is a dead end. Kyrios clenched his fists. Clearly they were in the wrong, yet they dared to summon us. Tatiana pulled the corner of his clothes. Since we are already here, let's finish it quickly. Mediating these things is really tiring. Siegfried straightened his back. Agreed. Caesar bent down and extended his right hand. Lady Tatiana, would you like to hold my hand? Tatiana held Caesar's hand. I don't want to go either, but Rashus is there alone. I'm very worried about him. I don't know how he is now. Everyone entered the main hall. The emperor sat on the high seat. Welcome, everyone. Is the child's health okay? We were all very worried when she suddenly fell last time. Tatiana looked around. She didn't see Rashus. Where's Rashus? Siegfried responded to the emperor. She is still sick. Currently, moving is not very convenient. Just bringing the child here has already exhausted her. Tatiana froze. But I'm very healthy right now. Since Siegfried said so specifically, I'll play along. She covered her mouth and coughed violently. Siegfried asked Tatiana with concern, Are you okay? Tatiana covered her mouth. TT is fine. But how long does TT have to stay with the second prince? She shrank her body. The second prince is a bit scary. The second prince sat beside the empress, gritting his teeth. The empress pressed down on the second prince's shoulder. This gathering is for Tatiana to accept an apology. Please accept my son's apology. The second prince's face was bright red. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Tatiana looked awkward. This feeling of being forced to accept an apology is really uncomfortable. Should I take advantage of this situation? She grabbed Caesar's lapel tightly. Okay, but TT wants to see the first prince. The first prince is very gentle. TT only feels safe with him. The second prince widened his eyes in anger. The empress stared silently ahead, her eyes cold. Siegfried looked at the emperor. The child looks very anxious. If the first prince could stay with us, it would be a great help to her recovery. Just coming here has already been hard enough on the child. Isn't this gathering for the purpose of apologizing to Tatiana? For the sake of the child, I believe your majesty will agree to this small request. The emperor pressed his forehead and closed his eyes. In that case, permission granted. The door slowly pushed open. Rashus walked into the hall. He paid respects to the emperor, the empress, and the three heroes. Tatiana gazed at Rashus, clearly his biological father, yet he addresses him as your majesty instead of father. The empress picked up her teacup. Since the adults have matters to discuss, why not let the children go play alone? The emperor nodded in agreement. Rashus, take Lady Tatiana outside. Rashus bowed slightly. Yes, your majesty. Tatiana followed Rashus out. The second prince followed closely behind the two. Tatiana stopped and looked back at the second prince. Why are you following us? The second prince put his hands on his hips. I am personally condescending to play with you. You should be grateful. Tatiana tilted her head. Why do I have to play with the second prince? The second prince froze. What? I already apologized to you. Tatiana stuck her tongue out at the second prince. I want to play with the first prince. Second prince, please don't get in the way. The second prince trembled with rage. You. Rashus looked down at Tatiana. Lady Tatiana, do you want to get far away from Rudolph? Tatiana nodded. Yes, exactly. Rashus bent down. In that case, excuse me. He suddenly lifted Tatiana up in a princess carry. Tatiana let out a cry of surprise. Rashus started walking, carrying her and rushing toward the end of the corridor. The second prince roared in anger from behind. What are you doing? Stop right there. Tatiana waved goodbye over Rashus's shoulder. Bye-bye, second prince. See you later. Rashus asked in a low voice, Is there anywhere you want to go? Tatiana answered, I want to go to the library. Rashus sped up. The library is nearby. We'll be there soon. Hold on tight. Tatiana stood in the center of the library, looking up and around. Wow, it's so big here. Larcius watched 3752. Tatiana stood in the center of the library, looking around. Wow, it's so big here. Rashus watched her from behind. Do you like it? Tatiana turned around and nodded vigorously. I love it. It's even better than the library at the ducal estate. She fell into thought. To think that Rashus never received a formal education. As a prince, he should have been trained in imperial studies from a young age. The empress stripped him of his right to an education. She didn't even arrange for a tutor. Rashus could only hide in the library alone, teaching himself by reading. This kind of emotional abuse was crueler than physical abuse. The empress denied him everything he deserved. Tatiana had a sudden realization. Aren't the best mentors for Rashus right by my side? I will become his closest friend. When he becomes a hero, he can help me overthrow the Bartolova family. Even if I become the Demon King in the future, I can still get his help. As long as he can learn from the heroes, he will surely become happier. Rashus pointed to his face. Miss Tatiana, is there something on my face? You've been staring at me for a long time. Tatiana waved her hands. No, let's hurry up and read some books. Rashus blinked in confusion. 30 minutes later, Tatiana had fallen asleep on the sofa. Rashus stood to the side. You were the one who said you wanted to come to the library. It seems you were really tired. Rashus leaned down to look at her. Tatiana is such a peculiar person. Rashus sat on the edge of the sofa. Until now, she has never once shied away from me. I'm sure by now, she has already noticed it. That strangeness that cannot be hidden. Tatiana opened her arms and hugged me on her own initiative. She even reached out her hand to me first. It's because of her that I'm able to smile like myself. As long as I'm with her, I always feel like something good will happen. Tatiana fell into a deep sleep, murmuring Rashus's name in her sleep and letting out a soft laugh. Heavy footsteps approached. Rudolph burst into the library, who allowed a lowly creature to use the royal library. This is not a place for you to be. Rashus sat on the edge of the sofa. Be quieter. Don't wake her up. Rudolph's eyes widened. What did you just say? Rashus said, I don't care if you hate me, but you're not to touch Miss Tatiana. As far as I know, the Empress wants you to become the Emperor. Do you think she would be happy to see you like this now? Opposing Miss Tatiana is opposing those three heroes. That's the reason you apologize today, isn't it? Rudolph clenched his fists. You dare to lecture me? He swung his arm violently and charged at Rashus. Rashus acted in an instant, clamping his hand tightly over Rudolph's mouth. Shut up. Rudolph struggled desperately, letting out muffled whimpers. Rashus's eyes were icy. What if Miss Tatiana wakes up because of you? Tatiana sat up from the sofa, rubbing her eyes and looking ahead. First Prince, are you two fighting? Rashus turned to look at Tatiana. Miss Tatiana. Tatiana rushed between the two of them. Please, both of you calm down. Stop fighting. Rudolph pointed at the two and roared. How dare you treat me like this? Are you two orphans covering for each other? Rashus's eyes instantly turned cold. Watch your words. Rudolph let out a cold laugh. He pointed at Tatiana and bellowed, I personally apologize to you, and you're here mocking me? Don't think you're so great, just because you have the heroes backing you. The more Rudolph spoke, the more agitated he became. You don't even know what day you were born. A creature without even parents dares to point fingers at me. Tatiana froze on the spot. The word parents echoed in her mind. Lascius grabbed her hand and walked toward the door without a word. Rudolph was still shouting behind them. I'm not finished yet. Without looking back, Lascius led Tatiana out of the library. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, leaving only Rudolph alone in his anger. Tatiana was confused. Where are we going? The two stopped in the royal garden. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees. Lascius let go of her hand. If we hide here, Rudolph won't find us. Tatiana smiled. Thank you, First Prince. She lowered her eyes. Before this, I had never thought about my biological parents. Why did they abandon me? Did they not love me at all? The beginning of my memory is in the demon world. Tatiana pressed her forehead as her breathing became ragged. Whenever I think about my parents, my head hurts intensely. Lascius leaned in close. Miss Tatiana, are you all right? Tatiana shook her head. I'm Euphine. Kyrios walked over quickly, with Siegfried and Caesar following close behind. Kid, we've been looking for you for a long time. Did you play too hard? Why do you look so pale? Tatiana let out a muffled groan. Kyrios' smile froze. Kid, what's wrong? Siegfried looked at Lascius. First Prince, can you tell us what happened? Lascius nodded. Yes, Duke of Orleans. He recounted what had happened. I brought Miss Tatiana here as quickly as I could. Kyrios clenched his fists. Rudolph, that bastard. I'll never let him get away with this. Siegfried reminded him in a low voice. This is the Imperial Palace. Keep your voice down. Caesar gently stroked Tatiana's head. I didn't know this happened. Are you feeling better now? You always act so mature. It makes me forget your age. It's hard to adapt to a life without parents. Caesar looked at his companions. Siegfried, Kyrios, why don't we make the proposal to Didi now? Kyrios smiled. I agree. Siegfried nodded. Me too. Tatiana was completely bewildered. What are you talking about? Siegfried stepped forward. Tatiana, right now, we are only your temporary guardians. But that's far from enough legal protection. He knelt on one knee. After some discussion, we've made a decision. Siegfried looked Tatiana in the eye. Tatiana, we want to formally adopt you. Siegfried held out his hand. The matter with the second prince is also one of the reasons. I don't want anyone to look down on you ever again. Tatiana held her breath, staring at that large palm. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears. Caesar leaned in close. I also want to become Didi's father. Most importantly, it's what you think. What do you say? Tatiana clutched the hem of her clothes. Am I really going to have a family? Ever since I came to this world, the pain has never stopped. The blade-tipped demon sneered in my memory. It was a shadow that I couldn't shake off. Tatiana looked at the three men before her. I can't lose them. She spoke. I am willing. I'm very willing. Kyrios gently stroked Tatiana's hair. That's great. From now on, call me Dad. Tatiana smiled. I understand. Lascius watched Tatiana. Congratulations, Miss Tatiana. It is my honor to witness Miss Tatiana's happy moment. Tatiana turned her head. Thank you, First Prince. Caesar asked, Didi, are you feeling better now? I was worried. Kyrios leaned in to observe her complexion. Kid, are you really okay? Tatiana touched her forehead. Now that you mention it, it seems it really doesn't hurt anymore. To be on the safe side, I should probably rest a little more. Siegfried's expression was serious. Good idea. Let's go. Tatiana nodded vigorously. Okay, the group walked through the magnificent palace corridor. Tatiana was deep in thought. It's time to start the plan to cultivate a successor. Let them become Lascius's teachers. But there's still one problem. To fight against the demons, the heroes must train successors. Mediocre talent is meaningless here. Tatiana looked at Lascius. I must make the heroes recognize his talent. She spoke up. First Prince, you were really amazing just now. When Rudolph was chasing us, you were able to run so fast while carrying me. Caesar held his chin. To have that kind of explosive power at 8 years old, that's truly an extraordinary physique. Kyrios bent down to look Lascius in the eye. Forgive my rudeness, First Prince. He placed his hand on Lascius's shoulder, a wisp of magic at his fingertips, attempting to probe the boy's constitution. Kyrios pulled his hand back, as if electrocuted. What in the world is this? Caesar noticed something was wrong. Kyrios, what is it? Kyrios' breathing grew heavy. I just tried to inject some magic into him. He didn't reject it. Instead, he absorbed all of my magic. Siegfried frowned. Are you telling the truth? Kyrios retorted loudly. How could I possibly lie about something like this? He looked around at the others. The First Prince's talent is the real deal. If we let this ability go to waste, it will be a loss not just for the Empire, but for the entire world. Tatiana puffed out her chest. Lascius is the male lead of this world. It's perfectly normal for him to become a sword master without any formal training. Siegfried said, If we leave him in the Empress's hands, that talent will be completely destroyed. Caesar nodded. That's right. The Empress sees the first prince as a thorn in her side. Kyrios put his hands on his hips. Why don't we teach the first prince ourselves? Tatiana clenched her fists. That's perfect, Kyrios said. 3 times a week, have him come to the ducal estate. Siegfried raised an eyebrow. You're quite naturally offering up my house. Kyrios explained. The magic tower is too dangerous. Accidents happen there all the time. Tatiana's eyes widened. So, I'll be studying with Lashes from now on? She took Lashes's hand. We'll have to work hard together, right? Kyrios looked away. I'm not that happy about it either. He looked down at Lashes. In any case, we are willing to teach you. First prince, what do you think? Tatiana held her breath. He's being so arrogant to a prince. Lashes clenched his fists. I want to learn. Please teach me. Kyrios' gaze was sharp. We won't go easy on you just because you're a prince. Are you sure you can endure it? Lashes responded loudly. Yes. Kyrios nodded. We will go see His Majesty to discuss this matter further. Siegfried looked at Tatiana. Let's go home, Tatiana. Caesar smiled. You must be tired. Go back and get some good rest. Tatiana froze on the spot. He just said go home. Just that simple phrase, and a wave of warmth washed over my chest. What exactly is this feeling? Tatiana smiled and responded loudly yes. Rudolph stood in the middle of the garden, roaring at the sky in fury. Damn it, that lowly girl. He clenched his fists. You think I wanted to apologize? I didn't want to do it at all. He questioned the Empress loudly. Mother, are you really going to make me apologize to that girl? The Empress had her back to Rudolph, her tone flat. Of course. It's better than offending those 3 heroes. This is the smarter choice. Rudolph stood frozen. So, I have to personally go to the Duke of Orleans' estate? The Empress turned her head, her eyes icy. Why would you go there for a nobody? Just send Lashes to go through the motions. I will arrange for a formal meeting later. She walked up to Rudolph and placed a hand on his shoulder. When that time comes, you must apologize properly. Understand? Also, you're to take that throne. Focus only on that. If anyone dares to threaten your claim to the throne, no matter the cost, I will eliminate them. The carriage traveled along a wooded path. Caesar sat beside Tatiana. If you're formally adopted by the house of Duke Orleans, you will have the status of a princess. So from now on, if the second prince dares to bother you again, you don't have to be afraid at all. If it really comes to that, I will teach him a lesson for you. Tatiana's eyes widened. Be up a prince? Kyrios slapped his thigh. That's right, or we could let this little one do it herself. Siegfried crossed his arms. As you wish. The Orleans family will protect you. Tatiana looked at the heroes before her. Can they really talk like that? Is it because they saved the world that they can decide who to send to the God of Light whenever they please? Siegfried sat up straight. Tatiana, we didn't do this on a whim. When you came back, considering you might still have a birth mother, we were worried the adoption proposal would be a burden to you. We wanted to give you time before the formal adoption, but after hearing what the second prince did, I simply couldn't stand by and do nothing. Kyrios gritted his teeth. That's right. We should have taught him a harsh lesson before coming here. That foul-mouthed bastard. How dare he insult our child? How dare he call our treasure that? So, when is our treasure's birthday? Tatiana froze. I don't remember anything from before I was sold into slavery. I don't know my birthday. Her pupils trembled slightly. An unfamiliar scene surfaced in the depths of her mind. Whose memory is that? Walking alone in the falling snow, yet feeling a warmth that enveloped my whole body. I've never felt this way before. Tatiana reached up to touch her forehead. At the slave traders, I couldn't remember anything. Why now, of all times, do I suddenly remember these things? Kyrios leaned in close. Tatiana, are you all right? Tatiana smiled. I'm fine. Kyrios looked guilty. Did I bring up something I shouldn't have? Did I make you recall bad memories? Tatiana waved her hand. It's really okay. She placed a hand on her chest. Since I don't remember, can I choose a birthday for myself? Kyrios nodded vigorously. Of course you can. Which day do you want to choose? Tatiana looked down in thought, her finger on her chin. I've decided. She lifted her face. It's the day I first met you, dads. That day is my birthday. The 3 men froze, then broke into gentle smiles. Miss Tatiana is such a heart-wrenching child. A few days later, at the Imperial Palace, Lashes pushed open the heavy doors and walked to the center of the Grand Hall. He bowed his head. Father Emperor, you sent for me? The Emperor sat on his high throne, looking down at Lashes. The House of Duke Orleans has made a request, hoping the 3 heroes can personally teach you. They believe your talent should not be wasted. The Master of the Magic Tower and the High Priest share the same opinion. So from now on, you'll go to the Orleans Ducal Estate 3 times a week. Laches bowed his head to accept the order. I obey the imperial edict, Father Emperor. He walked out of the hall, closing the door behind him. It is a great honor to be able to study at the ducal estate. And just by being with Tatiana, it feels like my world is expanding bit by bit. And I have the chance to be taught by the three heroes. This is all thanks to Tatiana. Laches smiled. I can finally see Miss Tatiana. The Empress threw open the study doors, lifting her skirt as she rushed to the desk. Your Majesty, is it true that the first prince is to be taught by the three heroes? The Emperor put down his quill and leaned back in his chair. That's right. The Empress clutched the fabric over her chest. Why would you give such an opportunity to that incompetent eldest son and not our second prince, Rudolph? You didn't even discuss it with me. The Emperor slammed his hand on the desk. Enough. That was a request made by the heroes themselves. You should know the consequences of defying them. This matter is decided. Do not ask any more questions. The Empress gritted her teeth, bowed her head, and excused herself. She walked out of the study, her nails digging deep into her palms. I will absolutely not tolerate this. Ever since the day I called him Dad, I officially completed the adoption process and became Siegfried's daughter. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, it was my 10th birthday. I ran down the corridor holding my skirt, my footsteps echoing in the empty mansion. A tutor bowed with a hand on her chest. Greetings, Your Highness, the princess. Tatiana stopped, a small smile playing on her lips. No matter how many times I hear it, this title makes me happy. She hugged a book to her chest and beamed a brilliant smile. Hello, teacher. Tatiana sat at the desk, looking at the tutor across from her. Teacher, has the first prince not arrived yet? The tutor bowed with her hand on her chest. To answer your question, Miss, the first prince has not yet arrived. The study door was thrown open. Laches stood in the doorway, panting. Hello, I'm not late, am I? Tatiana curtsied. Greetings to His Highness, the first prince. The tutor also bowed. Greetings to His Highness, the first prince. Tatiana looked at Laches. How come you're just on time today? You're usually 10 minutes early. Laches leaned on the desk. I was caught by Uncle Kyrios on the way. Tatiana closed her eyes. My fathers are always so wary of Laches, especially Kyrios. He always acts like he wants to swallow Laches whole. 6 years have passed. Laches is no longer that skinny child. He has grown up astonishingly. He laughs, gets angry, and occasionally complains that our father's training is too strict. But he has never missed a single training session. He's finally become the boy he should be at his age. The tutor suddenly clapped her hands. I just remembered. Today is your birthday, isn't it, miss? I've also prepared a gift. Tatiana's eyes widened. A gift? The tutor closed her book. Today's lesson is over. Do you like it? Tatiana raised her hands and cheered. I love it. The tutor walked to the door. I wish you a pleasant day. Mississippi Tatiana waved goodbye. You too, teacher. The door closed, leaving only the two of them in the room. Laches leaned close to Tatiana's ear. Happy birthday, Didi. Tatiana smiled. Thank you, Laji. One day, Laches had suddenly approached her. Standing under the shade of a tree, he said, I have something to tell you. Tatiana stopped and turned to look at him. Laches avoided her gaze. I can in formal settings, but when it's just the two of us. Can't you call me Laji? Tatiana covered her mouth, looking at Laches's awkward figure. He actually made such a request, to call him by a nickname. Laji was the name left by the late empress. Originally, only one person was allowed to call him that, and that was the female lead from the original story. Now he's allowing me to use this name. Tatiana squinted her eyes and gave a brilliant smile. Then you can call me Didi. That way, we're even. As long as our relationship is close enough, the probability of Laches chopping off my head in the future will be greatly reduced. My hope for survival has increased by another fraction. Laches leaned closer to Tatiana, lowering his voice to ask, Can I attend your birthday banquet this time? I'm afraid the teachers won't agree so easily. Tatiana patted her chest and let out a laugh. Don't worry, I can handle those 3 dads. Let's see who dares to object. She took Laches's hand. After all, I'm the star today. At least for today, I want to spend it with the people who are important to me. Laches lowered his eyes. Am I also someone important to you? Tatiana smiled. Of course you are. Laches gazed at her profile. Then I'll give you your gift at the birthday banquet later. Tatiana asked, You prepared a gift too? Laches nodded. Of course. It's your birthday today. Tatiana looked down to hide her expression. I'm still worried about my own neck, still making these dark calculations. Yet he is so pure and kind. Laches leaned in to observe her face. Didi, are you not feeling well? He reached out to touch her forehead. Do you have a fever again? Tatiana held her breath. Too close. He's way too close. Lashes abruptly pulled his hand back. Sorry, did it bother you that I suddenly reached out and touched your forehead? Tatiana shook her head. How could it be a bother? She stood up. We should go find our dads. Lashes nodded in response. Okay. The two walked side by side down the corridor, their footsteps echoing in the empty palace. Tatiana stared at a figure ahead. That silhouette. Could it be her? She broke into a run, heading for the maid. Nori? Nori turned and opened her arms to catch her. Miss, running so fast. What if you fall? Tatiana buried her head in Nori's embrace. You catch me. Nori gently stroked her long hair. I really don't know what to do with you, you mischievous miss. Lashes walked up. Hello, Nori. Nori Tsurtsiet. Greetings to His Highness, the First Prince. Lashes stopped. Didn't I say you could be casual with me? At first, the servants were all very nervous. After all, he was the First Prince. They didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Now, everyone has gotten used to it. The head chef brought out a tray. Your Highness, would you like some cookies first? Everyone was no longer afraid of this prince. Nori asked, that wooden sword you were preparing recently, is it easy to use? Lashes nodded. It's absolutely perfect. Thank you. Nori smilet. His Grace the Duke picked it out himself. From the balance and range to the length, he inspected it very carefully. Lashes pressed a hand to his chest. Is that so? I will apologize to him personally. Tatiana closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. Those three heroes are extremely strict with Lashes' education. Although they always lose their temper for no reason, my dads are not honest at all. Tatiana opened her eyes. Nori, where are my dads? Nori looked troubled. Well, about that. Tatiana sprinted down the hallway. Hurry up, Laji. Lashes followed closely behind. Slow down, Didi. Tatiana said, if we don't hurry, my dads will disappear again. She turned her head and gave a brilliant smile. Besides, if I fall, you'll definitely catch me. Right, Laji? A blush spread across Lashes' cheeks. Didi, you really. Tatiana pushed open the heavy wooden door. Light spilled out from a crack. She threw her arms open and rushed into the room. Dads! Siegfried had his sleeves rolled up with white powder on his face. Kyrios was gripping a ball of dough, the muscles in his arms tense. Caesar stood between them. He was beating an egg in his hand. Tatiana stared at the chaos before her, a cold sweat trickling down her temple. Were my dads just having a flower fight? Tatiana looked at the chaotic kitchen before her. What on earth is going on here? Kyrios spun around abruptly, a piping bag still in his hand. Little one, isn't it class time right now? Tatiana stared at the white powder on his face. The teacher let me out early. It's a birthday present. Were you guys fighting with the cake dough? Caesar, wearing an apron with a little chick on it, said, Didi, didn't you say your birthday wish was to be with us? It's rare for you to ask to spend time with us. We absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. Siegfried said, we wanted to make a cake for you with our own hands. Kyrios nodded vigorously beside him. That's right. Of course we know what kind of cake kids like. Tatiana's cheeks flushed. I just wanted to have fun with everyone. I never thought they would go this far for my birthday. She leaned over the cooking counter. Can I watch from the side then? Until everything is ready. Siegfried stirred the batter. As you wish. A three-tiered cake sat in the center of the dining table, topped with a red cherry. Tatiana clasped her hands together. It looks really delicious. They really did their best. Siegfried put down his teacup. There's one more thing before we eat the cake. Open the gift we prepare together. Tatiana nodded in response. Okay, I'd love to. Tatiana patted the empty seat beside her. Come here quickly. Lashes sat down next to her. Okay, Didi. The three men stared at the two sitting side by side, flames burning in their eyes. Kyrios handed her a paper box. Take it, kid. Tatiana took it. What is this? Kyrios said, a birthday present, of course. Tatiana tilted her head. Isn't the birthday present that cake? Kyrios raised an eyebrow. The cake is the cake. The gift is the gift. Hurry up and open it. Tatiana unwrapped the packaging. A small yellow duck wallet lay inside the box. It's a wallet? Kyrios held up his index finger. I've cast a space expansion spell on it and a weight reduction spell. It even comes with an automatic organization function. Its capacity is equivalent to an entire wardrobe. Tatiana held up the wallet, gently stroking the fabric. This way, I can fit all my belongings. It will definitely be useful when I live independently in the future. Caesar pushed another gift box over. Didi, you have to open my gift too. Tatiana turned her head. Okay, she held her breath. Could it be that inside? A red liquid sloshed in a glass bottle, emitting a strong light. This is a legendary potion. Caesar added, it's a nutritional supplement. I personally selected all the ingredients. Tatiana held the red potion bottle. You made it yourself? This definitely means it will taste astonishingly bitter. Caesar occasionally made supplements for me, although he would hand them over with a sincere face. The problem was these things tasted absolutely awful. Tatiana recalled a time she had vomited and her stomach churned. Caesar continued to explain the ratio of the herbs. Kyrios cast a sympathetic glance from the side. Tatiana forced a stiff smile. Wow, thank you. I will enjoy it just like I always do. Since it's a gift, I should accept it completely. I can't let this kindness go to waste. Siegfried handed over a wooden box. This is my gift. Tatiana reached out to take it, her fingertips flicking open the metal latch. It was a music box. A clear melody, a tune I had never heard before, rang out in the hall. The small figures inside the box slowly rotated. Looking at it like this, we really look like a family. Not heroes who save the world, nor the root of all evil to be eradicated. Just an ordinary family you could find anywhere. Siegfried watched her, a small smile on his lips. I hope you like it. Tatiana smiled and nodded vigorously. I really like it. Siegfried turned his head and stared at the silent boy. What's wrong, Lascius? Lascius abruptly raised his head. Yes? Siegfried asked. Weren't you going to give Tatiana a gift? Tatiana leaned in front of Lascius. Oh, right. Didn't you say you prepared something for me, too? A birthday gift? I'm super curious what it is. Lascius averted his gaze. He took out a long box from his coat. This is my gift. Tatiana took the gift box. Can I open it now? Lascius replied in a low voice. Of course. Tatiana let out a gasp of amazement. It's a quill pen. It looks very ornate. The deep purple feather shimmered in the light. Lascius lowered his head. I'll buy you a better one in the future. Tatiana clutched the pen tightly. But I already love this pen. Lascius looked up at her. Really? Tatiana gave a brilliant smile. Of course. From now on, I'll use it to study every day. That way, it'll be like Lascius is studying with me. Siegfried rested his chin on his hand. Aren't kids these days a little too mature? Kyrios crossed his legs. I feel the same way. Isn't Lascius getting a little too close to our little brother? Caesar closed his eyes and nodded. Indeed, Kyrios suddenly shouted, Tatiana, I've told you before, there isn't a single good man in this world. Tatiana sighed. My dads are so childish. She put her arm around Lascius. We're really just friends. The living room fell into a dead silence. Tatiana was confused. Why are my dads making that kind of face? Lascius's expression was a bit strange too. Did I say something wrong? Kyrios broke the silence. We were just saying what good friends you two are. Anyway, besides the gifts, is there anything else you want? Tatiana bit her lower lip. I've already received so many things I wanted. Since Kyrios suggested it, this is my chance. Tatiana raised her left arm. There's a place I want to go. Tatiana waved her arms. Thank you, dads. This was the best birthday ever. Goodbye. Kyrios leaned out of the carriage window. Take care, kid. Caesar squeezed by the window, waving. Goodbye, little brother. Tatiana stopped in her tracks. Where's Lascius? I have to go say goodbye to him. She ran to Lascius. Be careful on your way. Lascius replied in a low voice. Okay, little brother. Tatiana tilted her head. What's wrong? Is there something you want to say to me? Lascius was silent for a moment. Little brother, did you know? Tatiana blinked her round blue eyes. What? Lascius gazed into her eyes. Maybe the teachers were right. Tatiana stood frozen, a look of confusion on her face. Lascius boarded the carriage. He looked back and smiled. See you next time, Didi. Tatiana waved her right hand. Be careful on the road. What did my dads mean by what they said earlier? The carriage wheels turned, rolling over the gravel path. It slowly pulled away from the manor gate. Lascius leaned against the carriage window, watching the scenery recede outside. I don't want to be just ordinary friends. And I don't want to be just one of many friends. If we're destined to only be friends, he lowered his eyelids. I want to be the only one. To become someone irreplaceable. 1 week later, Kyrios' magic tower. Tatiana stood before the towering stone gate. I finally came here. Before my 10th birthday party, I searched through the mansion's library and even looked into the Imperial archives, but I couldn't find any records about the Demon King's awakening. The number of times my magic has gone berserk has decreased, happening only 2 or 3 times a year, but I still can't control this power. If the Bartoloya family had intervened, the demon world should have been stabilized long ago. But they've remained silent. Tatiana clenched her fist. I have to come up with a backup plan in case my magic goes out of control or I can't awaken as the Demon King. I can't rely on my dads forever. I have to start saving money and research ways to earn money independently. Kyrios gave a thumbs up. When it comes to patents, the Magic Tower is the best place. Want to go see it? The Magic Tower is the birthplace of magical item patents. Tatiana raised her right fist and replied loudly, I want to go. A stone statue. A statue walked in holding a tray. A glass of juice. Welcome, Miss Tatiana. Tatiana exclaimed in amazement. Even the statues provide service? Kyrios looked down and asked, Isn't the Magic Tower the best place? Tatiana took the cup and nodded vigorously. Second dad is the best. Kyrios laughed heartily. I went to a lot of trouble to welcome you, little one. Come on, I'll show you around. Tatiana obediently followed behind him. Okay, Kyrios stopped and walked this way. I've always wanted to show you this place. Tatiana stopped and looked up ahead. What is this place? Kyrios reached out and pushed open the large doors. Tatiana rushed to the terrace, placing her hands on the stone railing. Her hair flew in the wind. I can see the Imperial Palace. The entire Imperial capital is in view. The sunlight shone on the rooftops, glinting with a metallic sheen. The color is exactly the same as Lascius's hair. Tatiana gazed into the distance. Dad, what do you think Lascius is doing right now? Kyrios whipped his head around. Kid, you're here at the Magic Tower and you're still thinking about Lascius? Tatiana covered her mouth. Oops, I accidentally said what I was thinking. At times like this, I can only act cute. She moved closer to the man. Second dad, I want to see your room now. Kyrios crossed his arms over his chest. You're not interested in my room at all. Your head is full of that brat named Lascius. Tatiana tugged at the corner of his clothes. That's not true. I love my dads the most. Kyrios' lips curved upwards. All right, hold on tight, kid. He picked Tatiana up. A red magic circle appeared at his feet. The light burst in an instant. Hold on tight to me. A streak of red light shot across the room. Kyrios landed steadily with Tatiana in his arms, his leather boots stepping onto the thick carpet. Tatiana's eyes were wide with shock. Was that teleportation just now? Kyrios gave a smug smile. It's no big deal. It only works inside the Magic Tower. Tatiana hugged his neck tightly. Even so, second dad is the coolest. The greatest mages in history couldn't control time and space. Not until the man who could manipulate space was born. Kyrios. Tatiana was gently placed on the floor. She looked up and asked, How did you succeed in using space magic? Kyrios bent down. Because the Magic Tower is a space completely under my control. But you must remember, space teleportation magic is extremely dangerous. He held up his index finger. I know you're very smart, the smartest kid in the world. Even if you learn magic in the future, you must never try to touch space or time. Understood? Tatiana drew out her words. I knew. Anyway, I can't even control my magic right now. My dads are so overprotective. She looked around. Is this second dad's room? Kyrios followed behind her. To be precise, this is more like a laboratory. Tatiana suddenly turned her head. Her gaze locked onto the desktop. Her body froze on the spot. Kyrios put his hands on his hips. What's wrong, kid? Tatiana looked away. Nothing. So he has this much work to do normally. The pages were filled with dense annotations. Tatiana pointed at the document. Dad, isn't it inconvenient to write directly on it? Kyrios closed his eyes. There's no other way. I can't just clip a note to it. Tatiana lowered her head and thought. It would be great if there were sticky notes. Or I could use glue to stick a note on. Kyrios said, We've thought of that too. But glue is too expensive. And note paper is even more expensive than regular paper. Tatiana bit her fingertip. Since glue is expensive, then just apply a thin layer. That would lower the cost. And if the stickiness is weaker, it can be stuck on and peeled off repeatedly, just like a sticky note. Kyrios stood frozen. Although the unit price would be a bit higher, because it's not a disposable item, it would actually be more cost-effective. He lifted Tatiana up. You really are a genius, just like me. Tatiana thought, in my previous world, this kind of thing was just common sense. Kyrios reigned in his excitement. Now's not the time for this. We're going to see Melvin. Tatiana asked, Who's Melvin? Kyrios started walking. He's the expert in charge of patent work at the Magic Tower. It holds the patents for many magical items. Kyrios pushed open the door. Melvin, I have a brilliant idea for a patent. Melvin was slumped on the floor. Ugh, why did it fail again? Let me recheck the formula. Kyrios looked down at him, his tone deepening. Melvin's body stiffened. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Kyrios narrowed his eyes. Didn't I tell you to be polite today? Because my precious daughter is coming. Melvin scratched the back of his head. He scrambled up from the floor, looking flustered. He straightened his messy collar and bowed his head in apology. To what do I owe the honor of your visit? Kyrios said, this child has a brilliant idea. We want to apply for a patent. Tatiana waved her small hand in greeting. Hello. Melvin bent down. So this is the rumored princess of Orleans. I am Melvin Cohonen. I was forcibly assigned by the Tower Master to handle patent affairs. Tatiana blinked. So it wasn't voluntary? A vein throbbed on Kyrios' forehead. What did you just say? Melvin waved his hands frantically. Please ignore what I just said. So what are the specific details of the patent? Tatiana described it in detail. Melvin stroked his chin, repeatedly confirming the details. You're talking about a type of note that can be stuck on and peeled off repeatedly? Although I can't predict if it will be a big seller, it's certainly worth a try. I'll proceed with this matter. Kyrios teleported back to the bedroom with Tatiana. He put a hand to his forehead and gritted his teeth. Faced with such a revolutionary idea, how could he act so lukewarm? I should replace him immediately. Tatiana spoke up. Second, Dad, I'm okay with it. Kyrios looked at her. What? Tatiana closed her eyes. Mr. Melvin is right. No one can guarantee the result. Although sticky notes were a huge success in my past life, they might not work here. Tatiana rested her chin on her hand. For the mages in the magic tower who cast high-level magic, a small thing like a sticky note might not even catch their eye. Is the ability to stick it on and peel it off really that appealing? Kyrios reached out and placed his hand on Tatiana's head. Kid, I genuinely think your idea is great. And while you are indeed very cute, I would never treat a serious matter like this as a joke. Nor would I waste a Grand Mage's time on something meaningless. This is an evaluation from a Grand Mage, so you have to believe in yourself. Puff out your chest. Tatiana smiled. Thank you, Second Dad. To be on the safe side, should we provide some samples first? Kyrios raised an eyebrow. Samples, huh? Tatiana waved her arms. Let's first make a batch of sticky note pads and distribute them for free to the people in the Magic Tower. Let's see their reaction. Some might find the weak adhesive inconvenient, but more people will discover how extremely convenient it is for handling documents. Kyrios burst out laughing. That idea is absolutely brilliant. As expected of my daughter, his figure vanished in an instant. Kid, wait here for me. And so, the sticky note samples were born. A thin layer of glue was applied to the edge of the paper. They were stuck onto densely written documents. Melvin was the first to try them. This type of paper quickly became popular among the mages of the Magic Tower. A group of mages surrounded Melvin. Mr. Melvin, are there any more of those papers that can be stuck on and peeled off? I can't even revise my magic formulas without them. Melvin was swamped by the crowd. They're all out now. Please be patient and wait a little longer. He had heavy dark circles under his eyes. He had pulled several all-nighters to prepare the samples. 1 month later, sunlight shone on the spires of the Orleans Palace. Siegfried sat behind the desk, looking through the ledger in his hand. Tatiana, I heard a large sum of money was transferred into your account. Tatiana was taken aback. What? Kyrios strode into the hall with Caesar walking beside him. Both had smiles on their faces. This is all the royalty from the little one's registered patent. It's a huge success. Tatiana ran forward happily. Second Dad, Third Dad, Kyrios said, these are thank you gifts from the folks at the Magic Tower. They've gone completely crazy for the sticky notes. Tatiana looked at the mountain of gift boxes, her mouth agape in surprise. You really applied for a patent? Kyrios nodded. Of course. We would never let such a revolutionary idea go to waste. Caesar bent down. I heard this is your patent. Even I personally order a batch. It's truly amazing. Tatiana lowered her head, a little flustered. Actually, it was Second Dad who handled all the trivial matters. Caesar gently corrected her. But the core idea came from you. Kyrios just helped out a little. Tatiana's cheeks grew hot. Being praised like this by my dads, I could just die of embarrassment. I only suggested something I used in my past life. Kyrios did all the actual work. Siegfried closed the ledger in his hand. Tatiana, you have sufficient funds now. He gave a gentle smile, his eyes filled with expectation. Is there anything else you want to do besides this? Tatiana flinched, hunching her shoulders. Something I want to do? I could live comfortably just on the patent royalties. I could live independently even if I did nothing. She fidgeted with her fingers, staring down at her toes. But what if the money isn't enough? Kyrios put his hands on his hips and laughed. Don't worry about that. It doesn't matter even if you fail. If you run out of money, we'll continue to support you. Siegfried bent down. We just want you to have all sorts of experiences. That's all. Caesar nodded in agreement. That's right. If you need help, just let us know anytime. Tatiana looked up. Can I think about it a little more? Siegfried opened his hands. Of course. You could do anything you want, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Tatiana's eyes grew moist. I'm so moved to hear everyone say that. She clenched her fists and gave a brilliant smile. I'll do it. Thank you, Dads. Tatiana lay on the chaise lounge, staring at the ceiling. The patent royalties are enough for an independence fund, but to truly be free from others' influence, I must establish a source of funding that doesn't rely on anyone. The problem is I have no idea what to do right now. Lashes pushed the door open and walked into the room, stopping beside the chaise lounge. Little brother, you look troubled again today. Tatiana looked up. Logi, isn't it time for your swordsmanship class? Lashes said, I decided to take a break today. The instructor said he couldn't concentrate at all. Tatiana said he was probably off bragging about me everywhere again. Don't mind him. Lashes said, I think you're amazing. Tatiana repeatedly shook her head. More than me, it was second dad who helped me realize the idea. Lashes lowered his eyelids. The mages of the magic tower who can quickly turn an idea into reality are amazing too. But without your idea, little brother, this thing would never have existed in the world. Tatiana was stunned for a moment. Then she broke into a smile. Thank you, Logi. Lashes sat on the sofa. So, what are you worrying about now? Tatiana held up her index finger. What do you think is the key to boosting product sales? Lashes looked surprised. You're already thinking about sales? He rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Perhaps it's stimulating people's desire to collect. Tatiana tilted her head. A desire to collect? Lashes spread his hands. Think about people who collect stamps. If you can make people want to collect the whole set, sales will naturally increase. Tatiana suddenly leaned forward, wrapping her arms around Lashes' neck. Logi, you're a genius. Lashes froze on the spot, his face quickly turning red. Little brother. Tatiana released her hug, placing her hands on Lashes' shoulders. Thanks to you, I just thought of a brilliant idea. She turned and ran to the door, waving goodbye. I'm heading off now. Thank you, Logi. Lashes was left alone in the room. He pressed a hand to his wildly beating chest, staring at the empty doorway. A few hours later, the Imperial Knights' training grounds. Lashes walked through the corridor, his steps heavy. A black-haired instructor glanced at him. You're here again today. Lashes kept his head down and hurried on. A foot suddenly shot out, blocking his path. Hey, monster! Rudolph pointed at him. Don't think you can get arrogant just because you were summoned by the three heroes. A guy like this, does he really think he can become the emperor? Lashes remained expressionless. He sidestepped him and walked straight ahead. Rudolph roared from behind him. I'm not done talking. Where are you going? He gritted his teeth, staring at Lashes' back. How dare he ignore me? Lashes swung his longsword. Little brother, thanks to you, I'm able to breathe in this hellish palace. I used to only be able to endure the humiliation from the Empress and Rudolph, until you reached out your hand to me. You are loved by everyone, so radiant that it's hard to look at you directly. Standing next to you, I seem so clumsy. Sometimes you seem so far away, but I don't want to be left behind by you. Lashes gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. If I can, I want to become the person closest to you. To make that wish come true, I must become stronger. The next morning, Siegfried's residence. A tall tower stood beneath the clouds. The stone walls reflected the morning light. My conversation with Logi yesterday led me to a brand new business opportunity. Combine the existing sticky note technology with something else to stimulate people's desire to collect. Tatiana held down the paper on her desk, her gaze locked on the proposal. A sticker series. This is the answer. In my past life, I was crazy about collecting stickers. Whether it was Pokemon or bread with chat app collaborations, those memories are still clear. If I start this project, I can establish my own financial chain. Tatiana sat at her desk, holding the quill pen. She wrote on the paper, the adhesive has already been developed. Production is not a problem, but the real challenge is whether it will sell. The reason those stickers from my past life were so popular was because the characters themselves were already beloved. I must first create popular characters and then expand that into a sticker series. Tatiana's lips curved upwards in a cunning smile. As for those popular characters, it will be them, the three heroes, Kyrios, Caesar, and Siegfried. Ever since they conquered the Demon King's castle, they've become the most sought-after figures in the empire. The streets were lined with crowds, countless arms waving in the air. Hats were thrown high, and cheers swept through the entire city. Tatiana rested her chin on her hand. It's not just because of the story of their conquest. They are beloved throughout the empire and even the world. I'm going to create a biography series for them. I've already gotten permission. Although my dads didn't seem excited, I'm sure this will definitely sell better than the sticky notes. Tatiana pushed up the glasses on her nose, holding a thick book. Learn history from the great heroes. This is the perfect selling point. With every book sold, a random sticker will be included. Children will buy it for the stickers, and adults will buy it for their children's education. As long as I keep releasing sequels about more great figures, the collection of books on the shelf will grow endlessly. Tatiana spread her arms. I can hear it. That's the sound of money piling up. She smiled. It's thanks to Lascius that I thought of this idea. I have to thank him properly later. Inside Duke Siegfried's study, Tatiana sat on the sofa. She let out a long sigh. Creating a biography series requires an artist, but I don't know any good ones. She reached for a book, her fingertips brushing over the thick volume. What should I read next? She picked up a picture book, her eyes fixed on the pages. The artwork is quite good. It's not the soft style of a children's book. The brushwork is solid, possessing the core skills of a comic artist, although the paneling and scene composition are a bit amateurish. Tatiana's fingertips traced the back cover. I'll contact this person first. Let's see if there's a name on the back. Usually, the artist is credited on the cover of a picture book. Tatiana held up the book and searched it over and over, but she couldn't find any credit. The pages flipped quickly under her fingertips, making a rustling sound. Tatiana's finger stopped at a corner of a page. She found a name, Nicholas Moore. If this is the Nicholas from my memory, he's the war artist from the original story. In the original story, Nicholas and his younger sister depended on each other to survive. On the very day his sister got engaged to her lover, the demons suddenly invaded. The two of them fell in a pool of blood, their lives snatched away in an instant. Nicholas joined Lascius's punitive force, wielding his brush on the battlefield to record the cruel truth of war. His name rose to fame amidst the bloodshed. Tatiana clenched her fist. This time, I absolutely cannot let that tragedy happen again. I'm going to offer him better conditions than the publisher, so he and his sister can work in a better environment. This isn't just business, it's about saving them. Even though I have half human, half demon blood, my fathers still accepted me unconditionally as their daughter. I also want to become someone who can help others, to share the happiness I feel now with more people. The biography project must succeed, and Nicholas must succeed. Tatiana walked through the long corridor and handed the picture book to Nori. Help me contact this artist. Nori nodded. As you wish. Mississippi. A few days later, Tatiana stood in the middle of her bedroom, her brow furrowed. We can't contact him. Is it because he's using a pen name? Nori nodded. Yes. I'm very sorry. Tatiana questioned Nori. Did you try contacting the publisher? Nori replied. They said they cannot reveal the artist's real name. Tatiana asked, did you mention compensating the publisher if we were to poach the artist? Nori nodded in response. The company president was firm and still refused the offer. Tatiana turned her head to the side. We made the request in the name of the Orleans family, and they still said no. The current Nicholas has no fame to speak of. Why is the publisher holding on to him so tightly? There must be something fishy going on. Tatiana looked at Nori. Can I go to that publishing house myself? Nori's eyes curved into a smile. Anything for you, miss. Of course you can. The publishing house isn't far from here at all. If you wish, miss, we can leave right now. Tatiana took Nori's hand. Then let's go immediately. Nori smilet. As you wish, Mississippi. 1 hour later, the carriage stopped in front of the publishing house. Tatiana stepped out of the carriage. A publishing house employee bowed slightly. Welcome, Miss Orleans. It is an honor to have you, but you cannot go any further. This area is off limits. Tatiana looked up at the man. Why? Can't I go in? What is the meaning of this? The president of the publishing house hurried over, bowing to stand between them. Your visit is so sudden. This is no place to receive a noble lady. Please understand. Tatiana stared at the president. If this is how you're going to be, then I can't back down either. She clasped her hands together. I'm a fan of that artist. I really want to meet him. The president bowed deeply. The artist doesn't work here. He creates in his private studio and only sends us the manuscripts. Tatiana pressed. Then can you tell me the address of his studio? The president shook his head and refused. That involves personal privacy. Tatiana clenched her fist. Then at least let me send a letter. The president still shook his head. That is not allowed either. Nori stepped forward. As a fan, she can't even send a letter? Why are you so insistent on hiding the artist? We mean no harm. We just want to meet and talk. The president replied with his eyes closed. The artist refuses to meet with outsiders. He has a sensitive personality. We must ensure he has a comfortable, creative environment. Tatiana stared at the president. If you care so much about the artist, why isn't his name even printed in the book? It's obvious he's not here. Tatiana lowered her eyelids. Nori, the president seems very troubled because of me. They're dead set on stopping us from meeting. If the artist really doesn't want to see anyone, then there's nothing we can do. Let's go home. Nori stood frozen, looking at Tatiana. Okay, I understand. Tatiana walked towards the carriage. We're going back now. The carriage jolted along the forest path. Nori sat opposite her and asked, Miss, are we really going back just like this? Tatiana leaned back on the soft cushion. Even if we keep arguing, the president won't introduce us. Nori nodded. That's true. Tatiana spread her hands. At this point, there's no other choice. I can only do as my father taught me. Nori's eyes widened. What did the Duke teach you? Tatiana's lips curved upwards. Now is the time to use the family's power. Just you wait, Mr. President. The carriage entered the Orleans estate. Tatiana stood before the study door and knocked lightly. Dad, it's me. Siegfried sat at a desk piled high with documents. Come in. Tatiana pushed the door open. Is now a good time? Siegfried put down his pen. For you, any time is fine. Tatiana sat on the sofa. Dad, I went to a publishing house today. Something fell off. Siegfried looked at her. What was off? Tatiana spread her hands. She explained what had happened. So Nori and I came back. You find it strange too, don't you? Siegfried cupped his chin, not indicating the artist's real name or pen name. That violates the publishing law. He looked up and asked, did you give them the Orleans family name? Tatiana nodded in response. I did. The manager even called me Miss. Siegfried stared at the desk. There have been several cases of illegal confinement in the capital recently. People are being held captive and exploited. I think that publishing house is also suspicious. Tatiana said, Dad, for the business I want to start this time, I absolutely need that artist. She placed a hand on her chest. So I'd like to ask for a favor. Could you send a few people to help? Siegfried closed his eyes and nodded. Of course. Tatiana, do as you wish. Tatiana smiled. Thank you, Dad. Now that I have my father's permission, I'm going to investigate that place thoroughly. The Orleans family's investigators were dispatched in full force. For several days, they investigated the publisher's illegal activities. The desk was piled high with forged documents stamped with red ink. Miners had difficulty obtaining legitimate positions and knew little of the empire's laws. They were given false names, their identification was forged, and they were forced into hard labor. Not only did they not receive wages, but they also suffered cruel exploitation. The publisher deliberately underreported sales figures. That was the embezzled blood and sweat of the employees. Tatiana sat in the carriage. That manager is a complete piece of trash. Nori gently reminded her, Miss, you should use more elegant words. It will be better to leave such a tricky matter to the adults. Tatiana looked down, flipping through the report. But I'm the one who started this. Since I started it, I should be the one to finish it. Nori looked worried. His Grace the Duke will handle everything. There's no need for you to force yourself. Mississippi Tatiana shook her head. It's not that I don't trust Dad. It's just that I heard Nicholas isn't an adult yet. The document says Nicholas is 17. The Empire's law states that 20 is the age of adulthood. He's still a child who needs to be protected. Dad and everyone at the Demon King's castle always protected me for no reason. But Nicholas has never been protected. Tatiana clenched her fists. I don't want to sit back and reap the benefits, waiting for a result. I will absolutely not allow that to happen. Nori gazed at Tatiana. Miss, sometimes you don't seem like you're 10. You seem more like an adult. Tatiana was startled. Really? Nori smiled. It's not a bad thing, but I hope you can be more like a child. I feel very happy that you are so kind, Miss. Tatiana sat stunned in her seat, her heart rippling with emotion. I just want to do what I can. That's all. She clenched her fists. Nori, I'm not a kind person. Making the three heroes my dads, getting close to Lashes, and building bonds with the servants of the ducal manor. It was all just for my own survival. Tatiana looked up, the corners of her mouth turning up. I like you a lot too, Nori. Nori turned to the side and gently reminded her, Miss Tatiana, we've arrived. Tatiana stood up and stepped out of the carriage. I'm finally going to meet Nicholas. I waited a long time for this moment. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the leaves, shining on the publisher's wooden attic. Tatiana stood on a street corner, watching the busy crowd ahead. Those people, aren't they peace officers? Tatiana mused. I originally just wanted to find Nicholas. How did things get so out of hand? Tax evasion, withholding wages from minors, embezzling employee salaries. The charges piled up before my eyes like stones. A voice called out from behind her, Tatiana. Tatiana spun around abruptly. Why are my dads here? Kyrios waved, gesturing for Siegfried to stand in the center. Caesar stood on the other side, smiling. Tatiana gasped. This morning, I clearly saw. I was pestering my eldest dad, begging him to finish his official documents. Everyone is so busy. Why would they be here? Siegfried stepped forward. It's not that I don't trust the peace officers. I was just worried you'd be in danger. How could I let you go out with only Nori? Kyrios said. I was so worried I had to come along myself. Siegfried glanced sideways. Someone was just chanting my little baby the whole time. Couldn't stop at all. Kyrios' smile vanished as he glared daggers at Siegfried. Caesar gently stroked Tatiana's head. Tiana, you weren't scared just now, were you? Tatiana looked up and smiled. Only the escort knights and Nori accompanied Caesar. He looked towards the publisher's main door. The scene inside might be a bit rough right now. Tatiana straightened her back. It's okay, because I have my dads with me. She beamed, her heart filled with a sense of security. Caesar rested his chin on one hand. I'm very happy to hear you say that. He turned towards the building. Shall we go in now? Tatiana quickly followed. Okay. Kyrios and Siegfried were suddenly alarmed. Wait for me. Inside the publisher's main hall, the president was held by the arms by two peace officers. He struggled frantically. Let go of me. The peace officer commander surveyed the surroundings and gave an order. All materials on site are to be considered additional evidence. Not a single piece is to be missed. The president's face twisted and he let out a roar. I told you to let go. He whipped his head around, his gaze locking onto the person at the door. His voice trembled. That young lady from the Orleans family. He pointed a finger at Tatiana and shrieked, You little brat, you did all this. Caesar stepped in front of Tatiana, his white boots tapping the floor, his voice icy. How dare you call the sole heir of the Orleans family a little brat? That is an insult. Unless you want to spend even longer in prison, don't spew such filth again. The president went limp, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. High Priest Caesar. Caesar looked at Siegfried. You should reflect on this, Siegfried, that this lowlife dared to insult our Tiana. This is a disgrace to the Orleans family. Siegfried's face was expressionless. Even without your reprimand, I feel the heavy burden as the head of the family. This matter will not be let go easily. His gaze was as cold as a blade. Although I'd love to chop off your head right now, taking someone's life based on emotion alone is something only a demon would do. Tatiana stood to the side, watching Siegfried's back. How scary. I haven't seen him this angry in a long time. Siegfried continued, As a rational person, I will repay this insult by extending your prison sentence. The president's body trembled violently. Your Grace the Duke, a voice came. Please spare me. I didn't do anything. Tatiana was taken aback. Someone is begging for mercy? Is there someone else here? Kyrios walked out from behind a bookshelf, holding a skinny man with one hand. This guy was locked in the warehouse. The skinny man let out a weak plea. Save me. Tatiana cried out in alarm. Second dad, you can't carry a person like that. The president hurriedly tried to explain. It's a misunderstanding. I was just helping him. Kyrios looked down at him, his tone filled with doubt. Helping him? The president gritted his teeth. That's right. If it weren't for me, who would provide food and lodging for a lowlife like him? Kyrios' eyes were cold. Is that so? Then keep talking. The president spread his hands, his forehead covered in sweat. He pleaded. He told me he had to support his younger sister. So I took him in out of the kindness of my heart. Tatiana turned her head, starlight twinkling in her blue eyes as she watched the man's disgraceful display. You call this kindness? What he's doing is exactly the same as what I experienced back in the Demon King's castle. That's why I want to help Nicholas more than anyone. Tatiana continued. You locked him up and didn't let him see anyone. He's become so thin, yet you don't care at all. You don't even allow him to sign his own work. That's not mercy at all. It's exploitation, using his sister to manipulate him. Isn't that despicable? Tatiana clenched her fists, her fingertips trembling violently in her cuffs. Calm down. I'm no longer the helpless child locked in a dark room. My dads are right here with me now. I don't need to feel scared anymore, and I don't need to feel sad. The president shook his head violently. I already said I was doing a good deed. Kyrios raised a hand. Shut your mouth. Whether your testimony is valid is for the court to decide. Take him away. Two peace officers grabbed the president and dragged him out the door. The president struggled desperately, only able to let out muffled whimpers. Nicholas and his sister were temporarily settled here. Once the dust had settled, Tatiana mused. Although Nicholas has been rescued, Siegfried's words keep replaying in my mind. Taking someone's life based on emotion alone is something only a demon would do. Do my dads hate demons? I'm half human, half demon. Will they really love me forever? Siegfried walked in holding a teacup. He called out softly, Tatiana. Tatiana turned around. I have to hide my expression. I can't let them see my anxiety. Siegfried handed her the cup. I heard you didn't eat lunch. At least drink this. Tatiana took the hot drink with both hands. It's cocoa. Thank you, Dad. Kyrios stroked his chin. Why does this little one always put one sugar cube in her cocoa? Does that make it taste better? I'll have to try it next time. Tatiana looked up abruptly. How do you even know that? Kyrios leaned down, his expression matter of fact. Why ask such an obvious question? You're our daughter. Of course I know what my daughter likes. Caesar bent down. So tell me, why does our little Tiana seem so down today? Tatiana gripped the warm cup. I tried so hard to hide it, but they still saw right through me. Maybe now is the time to say it. The worries hidden in the corner of my heart that keep me up at night. They're watching me. Tatiana stammered, actually. It's not about independence. It's about being half human, half demon. What if one day, you dads start to hate me? I don't want to be hated by you. Caesar opened his arms and pulled Tatiana into a tight hug. Tiana, you've accepted men who have defeated countless demons as your fathers, right? From a demon's perspective, perhaps we are more deserving of hatred. Caesar released her from the hug and looked into Tatiana's eyes. But you yourself are precious enough. Your race doesn't matter to us. So don't think about things like that anymore. Siegfried reached out and stroked the top of Tatiana's head. Caesar is right. If we were going to hate you, we wouldn't have brought you back in the first place. Tatiana closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of his palm. Although I'm relieved, can my dads really accept me? Accept a demon queen like me? Kyrios reminded her, the cocoa is getting cold. Hurry up and drink it. Did you hear me? Tatiana held the warm cup and nodded in response. Okay, I know this is selfish, but I still want to believe. Believe that my dads will accept me, even if I am the demon queen. A few hours later, Nicholas, holding his sister's hand, bowed deeply to Tatiana. Thank you for taking care of my sister. I can never repay this kindness. Nicholas's sister followed suit, her hands clasped in front of her. Thank you for saving my brother. You are our benefactor. Tatiana, sitting in an armchair, waved her hand. Please have a seat. I just did what I wanted to do. Artist Nicholas, I really like your paintings, so I want to hire you. Nicholas stood frozen. My paintings? Are you serious? Tatiana nodded in confirmation. Of course. Why would I lie? Nicholas Moore lowered his head, his hands twisting together tightly. I always thought I had no talent for painting. I was even planning to give up. Tatiana's eyes widened, and she leaned forward. What? Why would you give up? Nicholas said, the boss told me that no one would buy my paintings except him. To support my sister, I had to find a job with a higher income. When I tried to resign, he became furious. Tatiana fell into thought. So that's how it was. That man exploited his only weakness. It's too cruel. Tatiana said, Nicholas, you are very talented. If you can't believe in yourself, then please believe in me, because I recognize your talent. She handed him a document. This is an employment contract. I made sure there are no unfair clauses, but you should still read it carefully. I can arrange for a lawyer to consult with you if needed. Nicholas's fingertips trembled slightly. I only have one request. I don't want to use the name Nicholas anymore. Tatiana leaned forward. Why? Nicholas pressed his hands on the desk. That was the stage name my former boss gave me. It's just a meaningless fake name. Tatiana looked at him. Then, what is your real name? Antonio straightened his back. My name is Antonio Christensen. Tatiana smiled. Your name will become the most famous brand in the empire. I promise you. Antonio's cheeks flushed. I will work hard. A few months later, a carriage traveled down the street. A bookstore was crowded with noisy children. "Mom, I want to buy Siegfried's biography." "Me too. Don't they have Kyrios's?" The clerk stood behind the counter with his hands spread. "The biographies of all three heroes are completely sold out. We'll notify you as soon as we restock." Buying the book also comes with a character sticker. Tatiana's new business was a huge success. The craze continued for months without fading. She made the first part into a booklet and distributed it for free in bookstores, along with beautiful sample stickers. To get people to quickly accept something new, the best way is to let them experience it for themselves. Even the assistants at the Magic Tower completely changed their opinion of the stationery after trying the sticky notes. Lashes sat inside the carriage. Tatiana is truly amazing, although she herself doesn't seem to realize just how outstanding she is. Tatiana said, "Lassie, you're here. Welcome." "This is Antonio." Lashes turned to look at the man before him. "Is Antonio the one in charge of the illustrations?" Tatiana said, "The artists who are working now have their backgrounds done by assistants, but Antonio is in charge of all the characters and stickers." Antonio said, "This is all thanks to the young lady's promotion." Tatiana waved her hand. "Your artwork is the key to success." She introduced him to Antonio. "This is the first prince, Lashes. The idea was his." Antonio bowed. "It is my honor, Your Highness." Lashes waved his hand. "It was nothing. I just gave a little advice." His brow furrowed slightly. "Why do I feel like the competition has gotten fiercer? This strange sense of crisis." Tatiana suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, Lassie." She grabbed Lashes' hand and started running back. Lashes stumbled to follow. "Wait, Tiana, slow down." Tatiana pointed ahead. "I have something I want to show you." Lashes stood frozen, his eyes slightly wide. Tatiana grabbed Lassie's hand and ran quickly towards the back of the bookshelves. "I have something I want to show you." Lashes stared at the thick hardcover book. A star crest was carved on the cover. The biography of King Theodore. The long war was declared over. The demons were completely driven out. The stars guided the way home. The legendary founding monarch established the Carolingian dynasty. King Theodore. Next to the biography of King Theodore was another ancient book. It recorded the heroes who fought and died against the demons. That name, almost forgotten by the world. Lashes looked down at the book cover. "This is my grandfather's book, The Last King of the Carolingian Dynasty." Tatiana turned her head. "This is the next step for the biography series. I wanted you to be the first to see it." Lashes murmured. "Tiana, you said just now that you personally selected all the figures, right?" Tatiana nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Lashes pointed to the names in the book. "So, King Theodore, and my grandfather too?" Tatiana looked him straight in the eye. "Yes, I chose them. That was the homeland of the Carolingian dynasty, a country completely destroyed by demons. The people of the empire don't really know about Carolingian, do they?" Lashes froze, his gaze fixed. In the empire, Carolingian was a name that had all but vanished. Tatiana said, "The demons couldn't invade the empire entirely thanks to Carolingian sacrifice. I hope the people of the empire can remember this debt." Lashes lowered his head and whispered her name. "Tiana." Tatiana raised a hand and lightly touched her own cheek. "Even if we can't hold on to that light, we shouldn't forget it. Did I do something unnecessary?" Lashes suddenly looked up, dismissing her concern. "Yes." He reached out and tightly grasped Tatiana's hands. "Thank you for not forgetting the people of Carolingian." Tears streamed down his cheeks, but his lips were curved into a smile. "Thank you so much." Tatiana looked directly at Lashes. "Lassie, just being able to meet you is enough to make me grateful I was born in Carolingian. After all, you're my best friend." She smiled. "On the way back to the mansion, let's buy something delicious." "My treat." Lashes murmured, "Tiana, this is why, but I can't help but like you." A few months later, fallen leaves covered the streets. Tatiana walked outside the castle, carrying a bamboo basket. Time flies so fast. When Antonio came back, it was still early spring. She strolled along the stone-paved road, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. The biography comics were designated as recommended reading and quickly swept the market. Children saw them as entertainment, while parents valued their educational worth. 6 more volumes of the biography series were published. Collecting hero stickers became a trend. The stickers of the 3 heroes were even traded at a premium. Collecting all the stickers could be exchanged for a commemorative album, and children went crazy for it. A collector's edition would be released in the winter as part of a New Year's gift plan. Antonio's eyes lit up when he saw the sales data, and the pace of work was forced to accelerate. Tatiana flipped through the reports. The supply of sticky notes was stable, and profits continued to climb. The Independence Fund was already overflowing. But this money, I hope I never have the chance to use it. The sound of clashing metal echoed in the courtyard. Tatiana stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. What's that sound? Siegfried, holding his sword in one hand, steadily blocked Lachesis' downward strike. The two swords crossed, sending sparks flying. Siegfried's gaze was stern. Your movements are too wide. Lachesis' pupils contracted. A shadow of a fist flashed past. He took a heavy blow to the abdomen and was sent flying backward, landing hard on the grass. Kyrios stood on the sidelines. Your shoulders are constantly shaking. Looks like we need to increase your training. Caesar rested his chin on one hand. You collapse at the waist whenever you panic. When will you ever be able to touch the hem of Siegfried's clothes? Siegfried stood his ground. Didn't I tell you to streamline your movements? Use your strength as efficiently as possible. Lachesis pushed himself up and shouted at Siegfried. Only a master can do that. Tatiana ran towards the training ground. Lachesis turned his head. Tiana. Siegfried looked at him. Why did Tatiana run all the way out here? Tatiana walked in carrying her basket. I wanted to come and watch you and Lachesis train, Dad. I also brought towels and water. Siegfried took a towel and wiped his sweat. Tatiana handed a towel to Lachesis. This is yours. Lachesis took the towel. Thanks. Tatiana looked around. Our second dad and third dad training too. Caesar spread his hands. I'm just observing their spar. Kyrios crossed his arms. Lachesis still has a long way to go. Tatiana was stunned. For a 14-year-old boy, aren't their standards a bit too strict? During that last spar, I couldn't even follow Lachesis' movements. I have to distract my dads before they get even more intense. She held up the basket. Let's all have some snacks. Caesar nodded. That sounds good. Kyrios smiled. Of course. Caesar stood beside Tatiana. I hear your business has been booming lately. Tatiana said, it's all thanks to the help from you dads and everyone else. Lachesis shouted loudly. Tiana. He clenched his fist. I'll train hard. One day, you'll have to appear on your own hero sticker. Tatiana replied with a smile. I'll be cheering for you. Even if you don't say it, you're destined to be on one in the future anyway. Kyrios reached out and pressed down on Lachesis' head. You think you can reach our level? Dream on, you brat. Lachesis struggled and shouted, why not? I can definitely do it. Siegfried walked closer, frowning at the two. Kyrios, what are you doing to the kid? Kyrios let out a chuckle. It's fun to mess with him, isn't it? Siegfried looked at Lachesis. By the way, has there been any trouble in the Imperial Palace recently? Lachesis answered. Her Majesty the Empress has been in a bad mood lately, but it's fine. Tatiana keenly caught the information. A bad mood? Did something happen? Lachesis stammered. Well, he turned his face away. Because Tiana is too successful. Siegfried was thoughtful. Tiana's biographies? Caesar said, is it because she chose people from Carolingian as the protagonists of the biographies? Tatiana lowered her eyes. Yes, because even though I did it for Lachesis, he's being ostracized again in the palace because of it. Lachesis looked at Tatiana. It's okay. Now, there's no one in the Empire who doesn't know about Carolingian. I'm very satisfied. I'm fine, Tiana. Tatiana lowered her head and bit her lip. I'm so sorry. Caesar turned his head to look at Tatiana. It's getting cold. Let's go inside. The group walked towards the castle, the setting sun stretching their shadows long. The butler stood at the entrance to the main hall, bowing slightly. Welcome back. He handed over a letter. Your Grace the Duke, this is an urgent letter for you. Siegfried reached out and took it. Thank you. Tatiana stared at the letter. It must be really urgent. My eldest dad even receives letters at dawn. The butler took another letter from the tray. Miss Tatiana, there's also an invitation for you. Tatiana pointed to herself. For me? She took the envelope. My only friend is Lachesis. Who would send me an invitation? Her hands gripped the envelope, her fingertips trembling slightly. Why would Countess Constance's daughter write to me? To Miss Orleans, I am Lisbeth of the Gibberti family. We have prepared a tea party at our mansion and have invited young ladies of the same age to attend. The former Duke of Orleans is also currently at the Gibberti residence. If you could attend with the Duke, we will be most honored. Tatiana crumpled the letter. Absolutely shameless. After doing that to me, they still dare to send this kind of letter. Using the Duke as an excuse, they clearly want to reconcile with Siegfried. The former Duke of Orleans, Siegfried's biological father, is also Countess Constance's older brother. He is my grandfather. In the original story, the former duke fell into grief after losing his wife and went through a difficult time, but he eventually returned to his duties and raised Siegfried as a successor. The former duke's upbringing was strict. Siegfried, burdened by the guilt that his mother died giving birth to him, desperately tried to meet all of his father's expectations until the demons invaded the human world. Siegfried raised his long sword and swore in the light to fight to protect humanity. On the day Siegfried set out to subjugate the demons, the former duke roared in the main hall, "Siegfried, if you insist on leaving, then you're no longer my son." The former duke tried to stop him, fearing the loss of his only bloodline. Siegfried stopped and looked straight into his father's eyes. "Until now, I have always lived according to your expectations. Now, I will choose my own life." The former duke froze on the spot. "What are you talking about?" Siegfried, turn around. "Take care." The former duke shouted at his back, "Don't go." Siegfried walked away without looking back, the sound of his leather boots echoing in the empty corridor. He left the territory. Although he returned alive, the father and son had not seen each other for 6 years. They actually missed each other, but never spoke of it honestly. Tatiana pressed down on the letter. The former duke came to the capital, perhaps wanting to reconcile with Siegfried. Countess Konstantin is using this desire for reconciliation to send this invitation. What a good scheme. The corner of Tatiana's mouth lifted into a cold smile. I'll use this opportunity to strike back. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the mansion's main hall. Tatiana walked into the study and stood before the large desk. "Dad, Countess Konstantin sent me an invitation." Siegfried put down his pen, his brow furrowed. "Those shameless people. How dare they send you an invitation?" Tatiana crossed her arms, her eyes glinting. "I don't know anything. I'm just a girl who wants to see her grandfather." She began to hypnotize herself. "I heard that the former Duke of Orleans is staying at her house right now." Siegfried's body stiffened, his voice low. "My father?" Tatiana nodded emphatically. "Yes. You'll go with me, won't you, Dad?" Siegfried seemed about to speak, but stopped, pressing his palm on the desk. Tatiana beamed. "Although I'm still scared of Countess Konstantin, I really want to meet the former Duke. After all, he's my grandfather, too." Siegfried responded in a low voice. "All right." Tatiana threw herself into his arms. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Dad." Countess Konstantin sat on the sofa, waving her arms and complaining loudly. "That girl picked up from the demon world has become the Lady of Orleans. Is this proper? How could the Duke do this to me? I'm his own aunt." The former Duke put down his teacup with a heavy thud, making a crisp clinking sound. "If we're going to go there, how could you treat your niece like that? I've known all along. Everything you've done." Countess Konstantin shuddered violently. The former Duke closed his eyes, his tone flat. "The reason I haven't singled you out for blame is because I trust that Siegfried has already handled things clearly. Why on earth did you invite Tatiana to this social event?" Countess Konstantin lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. "It was to clear up all the misunderstandings. By the way, why did you suddenly come to the capital? You never used to leave your territory." The former Duke leaned back in his chair. "No reason. You may leave." Countess Konstantin stood up, curtsied slightly, and said, "As you wish. I'll take my leave then." She then walked quickly out of the room. The former Duke sat alone, pressing a hand to his forehead and murmuring Siegfried's name. Hero of humanity. It's indeed a title to be proud of. But thinking of the hardships he endured during those years, as a father, I can't feel pure joy. Now he's suddenly adopted a daughter. Tati, Anna, was that her name? Although I don't need to worry about that child, something feels off. If my intuition is correct, or perhaps I'm just overthinking it. There's nothing conclusive yet. I can only wait and see for now. On the day of the social gathering, Siegfried sat in the carriage, watching Tatiana opposite him. In the end, he had brought her along. Even though he had given his permission, he had been hesitating until last night. If he hadn't listened to that advice, he would never have set foot in that house today. Caesar lifted his teacup and took a sip of black tea. Tatiana really should make her debut in society. The timing is perfect. Although it's unpleasant that it's hosted by the Ghiberti family, you can't keep the child hidden forever. Kyrios leaned back on the sofa, his hands spread. Before her official debut, she needs to get used to the atmosphere of small and medium-sized gatherings. It's not too late to start now. Please make sure Tatiana doesn't feel uncomfortable. And don't start a power struggle in front of the former Duke. Siegfried's expression was grim, and he said nothing. Caesar's smile deepened. Our Tatiana will surely do very well. Understood? Siegfried lowered his gaze. He responded in a low voice, I know. The carriage came to a steady stop in front of the Ghiberti residence. Siegfried and Tatiana stepped out of the carriage. Countess Konstantin stood at the entrance of the residence, surrounded by her retinue and family. "Welcome, Duke of Orleans. Thank you for gracing us with your presence." She turned her head, her gaze falling on Tatiana. "And thank you, my lady, for coming all this way. It must have been tiring. Well then, shall we go in?" Tatiana stared at her. She invited me. This means she really wants to reconcile with Siegfried. Since it's in the name of a social gathering, I must also behave appropriately. Tatiana put on a smile and waved her right hand in greeting. "Hello." She lifted the hem of her skirt and bent her knees slightly. "Thank you for the invitation today." Her gaze fell forward. "That person is the former Duke of Orleans, Siegfried. He looks exactly like him." Just looking at him made it hard to breathe. It was too quiet all around. Tatiana took a step forward. "I have to try talking to him." She lifted her head to look at him. "Hello, Your Grace. I am Tatiana von Orleans." The former Duke of Orleans stared at Tatiana. "So this is the child you adopted?" Siegfried stepped in front of her. "That's right. She is my daughter. Is there a problem?" The former Duke lowered his gaze. "Just asking. To speak to me in such a tone." Siegfried's face was expressionless. "I was also just answering. Please don't misunderstand." The former Duke's eyes flew open, and he burst out with a roar. "Is this how you greet your father after so long? By starting a fight? You ungrateful thing." Tatiana stood between the two, her hands clasped tightly. At this rate, forget reconciliation. They'll only fight more fiercely. She looked up at the two men facing off. "Are you two fighting right now?" Siegfried instantly reined in his anger and turned to look at his daughter. "It's all right. You don't have to worry." The former Duke cleared his throat, his expression becoming flustered. "Not all. Nothing of the sort." Tatiana closed her eyes. "Their relationship is worse than I imagined. How can I resolve this?" Countess Konstantin turned to the side. "Shall we go in? Everyone is waiting." Tatiana watched her figure. "She's just as unpleasant as I remember." The hall had an extremely high ceiling, with white stone pillars supporting the vaulted roof. Crystal chandeliers radiated light. Tatiana followed behind Lisbeth, walking through a long corridor. The adults went to another room to talk, while I was led by Lisbeth to the tea room. In the center of the tea room was a long table, with lavishly dressed young ladies seated on both sides. All eyes turned towards the doorway. Lisbeth introduced to the crowd. "This is the young lady from the Ducal House of Orleans. She has accepted my invitation to join today's gathering." Tatiana looked at the room, full of unfamiliar faces, a polite curve on her lips. The young ladies all stood up, letting out sharp gasps of surprise. "The Duke's daughter really came. It's a great honor to meet you." Tatiana narrowed her eyes. "I'm also very happy to meet all of you." She glanced around. These girls look to be only 14 or 15. Why does everyone seem so flustered? Lisbeth clapped her hands. "Since we have a new guest today, we must make a good impression. Everyone, sit down properly." The young ladies immediately stopped their chatter and returned to their seats as instructed. Tatiana pondered. "Lisbeth is like a queen here. After all, the royal family has no princess right now, and among the daughters of counts, she is the only one with Orleans blood. No wonder she can rule this circle. But now they have me." A young lady leaned closer, her hands cupping her cheeks. "My lady, I heard you came with the Duke of Orleans. Is that true?" The young ladies leaned forward abruptly. "The Duke himself actually came?" Tatiana nodded lightly. "Yes, he came with me as my guardian." The young ladies cupped their cheeks, their eyes sparkling. "It has always been my dream to meet the hero. I've read their biographies." "Me too." A wave of whispers erupted at the long table, everyone trembling with excitement. Tatiana stared at the pastries before her. "The topic is completely dominated by my father." The young ladies chimed in one after another. "I just recently finished reading the Duke's biography, especially the moment the Duke defeated the 5 demon kings. It was simply too heroic." The young ladies cupped their faces and let out excited squeals. "The Duke is so handsome." Tatiana pondered. "In fact, when father was subjugating the 5 demon kings, I was locked in a storage room. The battle scenes in the biography are fictional, a beautified product based on their memories. Even the story of our first meeting was dramatized like a novel. The truth can't be presented as it was." Lisbeth said, "I've read that biography too. It was indeed very moving." Tatiana replied politely, "Thank you, Miss Lisbeth." Lisbeth looked at the black tea in her cup, a curve on her lips. "To be honest, it sounds just like a fairy tale, doesn't it?" I heard the Duke of Orleans is especially merciful. It's thanks to that kindness that such a miracle occurred. You have no blood relation to Siegfried. You only became a lady through his pity. Becoming a noble is a miracle in itself. Don't get too full of yourself. The hero who defeated 5 demon kings saved a child wandering in the depths of the demon world. Isn't that a fine tale? The tea room fell into a dead silence. The young lady stopped talking, the air seeming to freeze. Tatiana spoke up. Thank you all for your praise of my father. I will convey everyone's compliments, as well as what Miss Lisbeth just said, word for word, to my father. Lisbeth froze in place, her pupils contracting sharply. What? There's no need for that. Tatiana tilted her head, her smile brilliant. Why not? If I tell father how much Miss Lisbeth cares for me, but he will surely be very happy. Lisbeth lowered her head. It's really all right. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to trouble you. Tatiana shook her head. It's no trouble. Just consider it my return gift for today's invitation. Lisbeth bowed her head deeply. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Tatiana turned her face to the side. There's no need to apologize. She pondered. Since the atmosphere has become stiff, I might as well change the topic back to the biography. Looking at the girl beside her, she said, speaking of the biography just now, have you collected the stickers? The black-haired girl's head shot up, her eyes shining. Yes, I've collected all of High Priest Caesar's stickers. I even got the picture book version recently. Lisbeth turned her head abruptly, looking at a silver-haired girl beside her. Her tone was icy. What are you doing? Why aren't you drinking your tea? This might be the only time in your life you get to drink such high-quality tea. The silver-haired girl's body trembled slightly. The tea is still a bit hot. I'll drink it when it cools down. Lisbeth roared. Are you indirectly accusing me of not controlling the water temperature properly? Tatiana frowned. What's she doing? Why is she taking her anger out on a baron's daughter? Lisbeth swung her arm violently. To ignore someone's sincerity like this is too much. I am truly disappointed. The scalding liquid splashed out. The silver-haired girl let out a scream. Tatiana shot to her feet. Miss Amara's froze in her seat, her hands suspended in midair. Tea dripped down her skirt, her eyes filled with terror. Lisbeth's lips held a smile. Oh my, you must be careful, Miss Amara's. Are you all right? She covered her mouth and nose with her hand. It seems Miss Amara's still lacks etiquette. I'm afraid we won't be seeing her at the next gathering. She doesn't meet our standards at all. Tatiana stared at Lisbeth. This is too much. This is all your fault. Miss Amara's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Her lips trembled slightly. Tatiana slammed her hands on the table, pushing herself up. I can't take this anymore. Lisbeth looked up at her. My lady, could you please sit down first? Tatiana walked around the long table to Miss Amara's side. Miss Amara's looked up, her eyes filled with astonishment. Tatiana untied the shawl from her shoulders and gently draped it over Miss Amara's soaked shoulders. Lisbeth froze in her seat, her eyes wide, staring intently at the expensive shawl. Tatiana looked into her eyes. This shawl suits you very well. Miss Amara's exclaimed, My lady, what if it gets your clothes dirty? Tatiana smiled, her lips turning up. This is my gift to you. Miss Amara's was stunned. You mean, a gift for me? Tatiana smiled. Please don't feel burdened. It's not even a new piece of clothing. So, I'm planning to go outside for some fresh air. I've been sitting here for too long. My body feels a bit stiff. Usually, at such a tea party, the hostess decides the time for outdoor activities. But Lisbeth clearly had no such intention. She just wanted to keep everyone trapped indoors. If most people want to go out, Lisbeth won't be able to refuse. Tatiana raised her voice. I need someone to accompany me on my walk. Is that all right, Miss Amara's? Miss Amara's shot to her feet, agreeing repeatedly. Of course, Miss Tatiana. Tatiana turned to Lisbeth. Miss Lisbeth wouldn't object, would she? Lisbeth kept her head down, a shadow covering most of her face. She remained silent. Several noble girls came forward, their hands clasped at their chests. Miss Tatiana, can we go too? It's getting a bit stuffy in here. Tatiana turned her face to the side, a smile on her lips. Of course, I'd be delighted. Seeing Lisbeth's expression was truly refreshing. Tatiana clapped her hands. Then let's all go for a walk together. The young ladies all stood up, lifted their skirts, and walked quickly towards the door. Yes, let's go quickly. Sunlight shone on the garden pavilion. At this moment, another meeting was taking place in the courtyard. Siegfried looked directly at the former duke. I heard you have something to say to me. The former duke lowered his gaze. It's nothing important, really. Siegfried turned his head, avoiding the other's gaze. Then why did you specifically call me here? You know we're both busy. Couldn't you have just written a letter? The former duke clenched his jaw tightly, the muscles in his face twitching. He burst out with a roar. Why is it that every time I try to say something, you always have this attitude? Siegfried clenched his fist against the table. Father, you get angry no matter what I say. I was just being considerate of your busy schedule. Tatiana ran over from a distance, waving her arms and shouting, Dad. So you're here with the former duke. She greeted the former duke. Hello, Your Grace, the former duke. The former duke put down his teacup. Tatiana, isn't it tea party time right now? Tatiana said, I got bored from sitting for too long, so I brought the other ladies out for a walk. The noble girls behind them huddled together, cupping their cheeks and letting out squeals. The duke himself is even more handsome than the rumors. Please look this way just once. Siegfried looked at Tatiana. It's cold outside. Where did your shawl go? Tatiana explained, Miss Lisbeth spilled tea on Miss Amara's dress, so I gave her my shawl as a gift. Siegfried nodded slightly. I see. Lisbeth, standing not far away, shuddered violently. She walked quickly towards Miss Amara's. I was too flustered to say it earlier. I will compensate you for your dress. Miss Amara's looked up, her eyes surprised. Thank you. Tatiana glanced sideways at Lisbeth. In front of Siegfried and the former duke, she's quite good at apologizing. Siegfried reached out and stroked Tatiana's head. If you feel cold during your walk, come back immediately. I'll give you my coat. Tatiana squinted her eyes and smiled. Okay, Dad. Thank you. The former duke watched this scene. Siegfried, when did he become so gentle? Tatiana waved goodbye and turned to run towards the girls in the distance. We're going to continue our walk now. Dad, don't get angry at the former duke. Pinky promise, okay? Your Grace the former duke, please be nice to my dad. The former duke spoke slowly. Siegfried, your daughter is truly lovely. A slight smile touched Siegfried's lips. It's not just because she's my daughter. She's indeed very lovely. The former duke smiled. I can see that too. She's articulate and her manners are proper. I like her cleverness. Seeing her reminds me of you when you were little. You were a little tyke back then, always muttering about wanting to lift a real sword. Siegfried froze, his gaze fixed. This is the first time I've seen Father with such an expression. He always had a stern face and looked very scary. Perhaps because we never had a chance to talk when I was young, I've always misunderstood what kind of person he is. He said he had something to tell me earlier. I'll ask him later. I don't want to ruin this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with my father. The former duke closed his eyes, basking in the sunlight, his expression serene. The group of young ladies walked along the garden path. Did everyone see the Duke of Orleans just now? He's so handsome. Two young ladies sidled up to Tatiana. I'm so envious of you. You always get to see the Duke up close, right? Tatiana smiled. Lisbeth interrupted the conversation. Shouldn't we set a time for the next tea party? Tatiana looked annoyed. Do you have to be such a killjoy at a time like this? Lisbeth looked directly at Tatiana. According to tradition, it's the newcomer's turn to host the next tea party. So it's your turn, Miss Tatiana. I like to set it for 2 days from now. What do you think? The surrounding girls covered their mouths, their expressions shocked. Isn't 2 days from now too soon? Lisbeth rubbed her chin. I was thinking maybe the next tea party should be held outdoors. That would create a better atmosphere. Though places like a greenhouse or a garden feel too ordinary. If you feel it's too much of a burden, you can refuse. After all, you might not be used to this kind of gathering yet. Tatiana's eyes curved into a smile. It's fine. No problem at all. She took a step closer. The reason Miss Lisbeth is suggesting this is because today's tea party followed the formal style of the adults completely. She probably wants to try something more special, not as mediocre as usual. I will do my best. Please don't worry. Lisbeth's smile froze, a bead of cold sweat on her forehead. Tatiana looked relaxed. I will work hard not to disappoint everyone's expectations. The carriage stopped by the fountain. Siegfried held Tatiana's hand. How was it today? Tatiana looked up and replied, I had a lot of fun today. A voice came from behind. Are you leaving already? Tatiana heard the familiar voice and turned around abruptly. The former duke walked over. If you wait until the sun sets to leave, the weather will get cold. Siegfried turned around. Yes, father. I'm preparing to leave now. Tatiana pondered. I didn't get to chat properly with the former duke today. Leaving just like this, that is indeed a bit regrettable. She ran forward. Your Grace, the former Duke. She tugged on the former Duke's sleeve. I was really happy to see you today. It's a shame we had so little time together. The former Duke looked down. I also find it a bit regrettable. Tatiana said, actually, there's something I wanted to say. I will be hosting the next tea party. I'm planning to have a picnic. Will I be able to see you again then? The former Duke looked at Tatiana's smiling face. If it weren't for this child, I wouldn't have been able to say those things to Siegfried today. We probably would have just fought again. And then parted ways. Thanks to her, I was able to see Siegfried again. The former Duke's lips curved up slightly. All right. Tatiana squinted her eyes and laughed. Thank you. Siegfried looked at his father opposite him. Then, Father, we'll see you next time. The former Duke nodded in response. All right. Be careful on the road. Siegfried took Tatiana's hand and turned towards the carriage. Tatiana looked up at Siegfried's profile. Something feels a bit strange. Although the two have reconciled, the atmosphere is still tinged with unfamiliarity. It seems like a glimmer of hope has finally appeared between them. It's such a relief. 2 days later, the day of the picnic, a torrential downpour. The carriage traveled through a dense forest, rainwater streaming down the windows. Miss Amaras pressed her hands against the glass, staring at the storm outside. It's supposed to be a picnic. Is this weather really okay? I hope my lady will be all right. The coachman let out a cry of surprise. Sunlight filled the valley. Deep in the forest was a patch of clear sky. On the grass stood a large white tent with a canopy. Miss Amaras stepped out of the carriage, her hands clasped at her chest. It was raining just a moment ago, but the weather here is so clear. It's simply magical. Tatiana walked over slowly. Welcome, everyone, to my picnic party. This forest is managed by the Magic Tower. I've already made safety preparations in advance. The crowd talked in low voices. Since it's a forest managed by the Magic Tower, could the Tower Master be here, too? Someone suddenly screamed. Look over there. It's the 3 heroes. To see them all here at once. It's all thanks to Miss Tatiana that we get to see the heroes. Not only is there high-strength defensive magic, but even sophisticated illusion magic has been set up. The Magic Tower's methods are truly as impressive as the rumors say. Tatiana said, my second dad helped out a lot. I'm very grateful to him. The crowd covered their mouths in surprise. Excuse me, my lady, do you call the Tower Master Dad? Tatiana scratched her cheek, embarrassed. Sorry, I've just gotten used to calling him that. The crowd sighed in admiration. That's so enviable. You look very lovely today, too. So, do you also call Lord Caesar Dad? Tatiana nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. Siegfried is my first dad. Caesar is my third dad. The noble girls looked at each other. They should have realized by now. Tatiana wasn't just formally adopted by the Duke. Kyrios and Caesar care for her just as much. A voice came. Why did you make me come to this godforsaken place? The crowd frowned, looking towards the source of the voice. Tatiana stared at Lisbeth's skirt. Why is she wearing a formal dress? Wasn't the dress code for today light hunting attire? 2 young ladies huddled together, whispering. That's indeed a bit rude. We were clearly notified to dress as if for a hunt. Tatiana nodded to the young lady beside her. Excuse me, I'm going to greet the former Duke. Tatiana jogged across the grass, her boots rustling against the leaves. Welcome, Your Grace, the former Duke. The former Duke stopped. Good morning. Tatiana looked up and asked, was your journey smooth? The former Duke nodded. Everything was fine. Thank you for the invitation. Siegfried walked up. You've arrived, father. The former Duke was silent for a moment before responding to his son's greeting. Yes. Siegfried. Lisbeth stepped forward, lifted her skirt, and curtsied. Hello, Your Grace, the Duke of Orleans. It's a pleasure to see you. Siegfried looked at her with a blank expression. Kyrios and Caesar walked up side by side. It's been a while, Your Grace, the former Duke. The former Duke turned his head. It has indeed been a long time, everyone. Countess Consin bit her lip, her hands clenching her skirt tightly. Even though things were unpleasant last time, how dare he ignore Lisbeth when she curtsied to him? Caesar bowed slightly. We should have greeted you sooner. I apologize that we are only formally meeting now. Tatiana looked up at Kyrios and Caesar. They know the former Duke? Caesar continued. Thanks to the supplies and troops you provided, we were able to hold on until the end. I thank you again. Kyrios smiled. We were able to win the war entirely thanks to the former Duke's support. The former Duke waved his hand. No need for that. It was merely my duty. I'm ashamed I could not do more. Caesar teased because of a certain stubborn person My thanks were delayed for so long. Hearing you say that, I really don't know what to say. Siegfried turned his head away, his expression stiffening. In an era when the imperial family only cared about retreating and did nothing, the former duke was the only one who supported the three heroes. Kyrios looked at the former duke with a bright smile. Your Grace, the former duke will leave our little one in your care. The former duke frowned, replying curtly, You're saying unnecessary things again. You don't have to tell me. I'll take good care of her. Tatiana pondered. Siegfried's relationship with the former duke seems to have eased. With Kyrios and Caesar here too, there's nothing to worry about. She spoke up, then I'll go back to the other young ladies now. Kyrios waved goodbye. Have fun. Caesar smiled and advised, be careful not to fall. Siegfried's expression was serious. If you feel unwell in any way, tell me immediately. The former duke showed a gentle smile. Do your best at today's picnic. Tatiana nodded vigorously, responding loudly to the elders' expectations. Okay, she turned and ran off. Thank you, everyone. Tatiana stood in the middle of the lawn, opening her arms to call her companions. Everyone, since it's a rare outing, why don't we all play a game? The black-haired young lady tilted her head and asked what game. Tatiana clapped her hands. What I've prepared for today is a treasure hunt. The young ladies exclaimed in unison. Tatiana looked towards the distant bushes. I've hidden slips of paper with numbers on them all over the forest. We will give out prizes based on the numbers. The first prize is a sticker set of the three heroes, plus a limited edition stamp album. Only one person can win the grand prize. Good luck, everyone. The young ladies raised their fists and let out a cheer. Only the first place gets a prize? I must win. I'll definitely get it. Tatiana hunched her shoulders. This is even more intense than I expected. The butterflies will guide the way. The treasure hunt begins now. The young ladies scattered like a tide, rushing into the depths of the forest. Lisbeth bent down and picked up a stone. What on earth am I doing? Being played for a fool by that girl, Tatiana. She straightened up and scanned the busy crowd around her. Everyone looks like a fool. Is Tatiana playing queen? This outfit is so annoying. She pushed aside a branch blocking her way and let out a cry of surprise. What? Her dress was caught tightly on the branch. Lisbeth pulled hard. This is ridiculous. A rustling sound came from the bushes. Lisbeth stopped and looked back warily. What was that sound? Miss Amaras walked out from behind a tree. She called out softly, Miss Lisbeth. Lisbeth shouted harshly, What are you standing there looking at? Get over here and help me untangle this. Miss Amaras ran over, responding frantically, Okay. Lisbeth urged her repeatedly, Hurry up. Miss Amaras knelt down, her fingers trembling as she touched the branch. Please wait a moment. The sound of tearing fabric was heard. A tear was ripped in the skirt. Lisbeth let out a scream. Miss Amaras fell to the ground, staring in horror at the torn dress. Lisbeth pointed at the dress and roared. Do you have any idea how expensive this dress is? Miss Amaras lowered her head and explained. I was just trying to help. Lisbeth took a step closer. Are you talking back to me now? How do you plan to take responsibility? Miss Amaras' eyes welled up with tears, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. No matter what, I'll find a way to compensate you. The corners of Lisbeth's mouth turned up in a cold smirk. You just said no matter what. She covered her mouth. Her eyes were cold. Then just do as I say. Tatiana lay on the bench and let out a long sigh. I'm so bored. As the organizer, I know all the treasure locations, so I can't participate in the game. I can only stay here and be in charge of exchanging prizes. I wonder what Lascius is doing. I haven't seen his face in so long. I've been so busy with my own affairs lately, and Lascius has also been too busy with training and assignments. We haven't had a chance to meet at all. She suddenly stood up and shook her fist. What on earth are the dads up to? A voice came from the side. And what about the master? Tatiana tilted her head in confusion. That voice was his. She called out in surprise, Lascius. Lascius smiled. Long time no see, little brother. Tatiana ran up to him. What are you doing here? Didn't you have a lot of assignments? Lascius gazed into her eyes. I finished them all just to see you. Tatiana frowned. You should have rested more. You don't look like you've slept well at all. Lascius replied softly, It's okay. I just wanted to see you. Your outfit today really suits you. Tatiana's cheeks instantly turned red. Really? You always say I look good in everything. Lascius let out a light laugh. Did I say that? He narrowed his eyes. I never lied to you, little brother. This outfit is truly beautiful. It suits you very well. Tatiana lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. No wonder all the girls in the original story flocked around Lascius. I finally understand why now. Lascius pointed into the distance. Little brother, who is that young lady? Tatiana followed his gaze and blinked in confusion. Who are you talking about? Lascius stared at the figure. She's been lingering near the personal luggage storage boxes over there for a long time. Could this be it? Tatiana's expression grew serious. I think it's just as you predicted. The young ladies returned to the lawn one by one, showing each other the notes in their hands. Miss, what treasure did you find? I got 4th place. What about you? I only got a participation prize. Who do you think will be number 1? Lisbeth suddenly let out a piercing scream. My bracelet is gone. The surrounding young ladies gathered around, their expressions shocked and suspicious. Could have been dropped in the forest? Lisbeth shook her head forcefully, her eyes anxious. Absolutely not. I put it in my bag. Could it be that one of us stole it? For example, someone who didn't participate in the treasure hunt. She turned her head and stared intently at Tatiana. Lisbeth stepped forward, her tone icy. Miss, excuse me, but could you let me see your bag? To prove your innocence, I think we need to check it. Tatiana's tone was calm. At least you know this is rude. How reassuring. Lisbeth smiled. My apologies. So, you let us check, right? Tatiana replied softly. Fine. Lisbeth thought to herself, the bracelet is inside. What kind of expression will she make? I'm so curious what kind of excuse she'll come up with. Tatiana walked over, carrying her leather handbag. She opened the leather case and held it out in front of the other girl. Lisbeth crossed her arms. Tatiana, this is the end for you. She suddenly widened her eyes, her body freezing. What is going on? The inside of the leather case was completely empty. The bracelet was gone. Lisbeth rummaged through the bag, her movements frantic. It should be in here. Where did my bracelet go? She suddenly looked up and shouted at the crowd. Everyone, open your bags right now. The young ladies exchanged glances and began to whisper among themselves. We're not thieves. She wants to check our bags? Tatiana crossed her arms, watching Lisbeth. Miss Lisbeth, have you checked your own bag? Lisbeth turned her head and retorted loudly. How could it possibly be in my bag? Tatiana looked directly at her, her tone calm. In other words, you haven't even looked, have you? The murmurs from the crowd started up again. What's going on? She didn't even check her own bag? It seems the Earl's daughter made a mistake. Tatiana said, before you ask to check other people's bags, how about you check your own first? Lisbeth gritted her teeth. If it's not in my bag, I'll have to check every single one of yours. She opened her bag. Her movements froze as she unzipped it. A silver bracelet inlaid with red stones lay quietly inside the bag. This is impossible. Why is it here? A commotion erupted from the crowd. Was the bracelet in the Earl's daughter's bag the whole time? To make such a huge fuss without even checking her own bag and treating others like thieves. It's unbelievable. Tatiana stepped forward. Why did you insist on checking my bag first? Lisbeth said, that's because you didn't even participate in the treasure hunt. You were here the whole time. Tatiana said, a hunting outfit has many pockets. It would be easy to hide a bracelet, but you didn't ask to check pockets. Instead, you specifically demanded to see my bag. You lost it during the event. The probability of it being dropped in the forest or in a pocket is much higher. Why were you so certain it had to be in my bag? Lisbeth was suddenly startled, her body freezing on the spot, unable to refute. A steady male voice came from a distance. It seems there's been a bit of a commotion here. The young ladies all turned their heads. That person was Lascius, walking over slowly. The young ladies covered their cheeks and let out a scream. I heard the 3 heroes personally took him as their disciple. He's so handsome. Lascius walked up to Tatiana. Forgive me, Mississippi. I'm a little late, aren't I? Tatiana replied softly. Not at all. I'm grateful that you agreed to my request. Lascius handed her a red gold sphere. This is what you asked for. Tatiana reached out and took it. Thank you. Tatiana held up the golden sphere and faced the crowd. For security reasons, the Magic Tower records everything that happens around here in this magical device. Now, let's see what the truth really is. An image appeared in midair. Lisbeth was looking down at Miss Amaris. If you do as I say, I won't pursue the matter of you ruining my dress. Miss Amaris clutched the hem of her clothes tightly. But it wasn't my fault. Lisbeth crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth turning up. If you lose my protection, life in high society will become very difficult. Just make sure no one sees you and slip it into Miss Tatiana's bag. If you do this well, I'll compensate you for the dress that was stained by tea last time. Tatiana thought to herself. In fact, I had already heard the whole story from Miss Amaris. I predicted Lisbeth would deny everything, so I specifically asked the master of the magic tower to prepare a recording sphere. Lisbeth stared at the floating image, her pupils trembling violently, her face instantly turning deathly pale. A commotion erupted from the crowd. It was real. Miss Lisbeth really did frame her. Didn't she already promise to compensate Miss Amaris for her dress? How terrifying. Lisbeth waved her arms and let out a scream. This is all a lie. Everyone knows the master of the magic tower favors that young lady, so that's why they're taking her side now. Tatiana's tone turned cold. I cannot let those words stand. Are you saying that the master of the magic tower, the one so benevolent he saved a lost child, the one who ventured into the deepest level of the demon world, would lose his impartiality just to favor me? Lisbeth said, that's not what I meant. Tatiana continued, you said so yourself at the last tea party, miss. Don't you remember? Lascius suddenly grabbed Tatiana's arm, looking down directly into her eyes. Is that true? A voice came from behind. What on earth are you talking about? Heavy footsteps approached from behind, stepping one by one onto the grass. The former Duke's gaze was fixed on Lisbeth. Is that true? Did you really say such a thing? Lisbeth's hands trembled as she shook her head desperately. I never said that. The former Duke let out a roar. Shut up. Whenever things don't go your way, you always try to shift the blame to others. Even after Miss Tatiana has presented evidence, you still intend to keep lying? Apologize to this young lady immediately. Lisbeth gritted her teeth. She bent down and bowed deeply. For my lies, and for all my actions up until now, I sincerely apologize to you. Tatiana looked down at her. Although it was a forced apology, it was an apology nonetheless. She spoke. Please do not do this again in the future. Although there was a bit of a commotion, thank you all for attending today's picnic. The prizes will be delivered to your residences later. The young ladies surrounded Tatiana. We had a wonderful time today. I hope we can have another picnic here next time. Tatiana smiled. Of course. Despite Lisbeth's interference, the first picnic was a success after all. A carriage bumped along the forest path, slowly driving away from the lawn. Countess Consin stood by the carriage. Brother, before it gets dark, a voice came from behind, interrupting her. Former Duke. Tatiana ran over. Thank you so much for coming to the picnic today. The former Duke turned around. Tatiana, I am very sorry. It seems this trouble was caused by Lisbeth's immaturity. By the way, why do you call me former Duke? Tatiana was taken aback. What? The former Duke looked at Tatiana. Aren't you Siegfried's daughter? Then you should be calling me grandfather. Tatiana clasped her hands to her chest. Really? Can I call you grandfather? The former Duke nodded. Of course you can. Tatiana said, then, grandfather, would you be willing to come back to the residence with us today? She lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her fingers. To be honest, I've always been envious of Countess Constance's family, being able to live with you in the residence. If we part ways like this, I'll be very sad. Siegfried stepped forward. Since Tatiana is requesting it so sincerely, why don't you come live with us as well? The former Duke pondered for a moment. Since you insist, then so be it. Tatiana cheered and threw herself at the former Duke. Grandfather, this is wonderful. Then let's go quickly. The former Duke looked at Countess Consin. I'll be going back with Siegfried. Countess Consin stood in the distance, her hands clasped tightly to her chest. All right, brother. Tatiana thought to herself, for today at least, I should be grateful to Miss Lisbeth. She must be furious right now. This feeling is so satisfying. Tatiana hid behind the door, peeking out with half her head. I wonder how Dad and Grandfather's talk is going. I hope they don't start fighting again. Siegfried sat on the sofa. Father, I have misunderstood you for a long time. The former Duke sat opposite him, leaning back slightly. Misunderstood me? Siegfried looked up, his gaze deep. Yes, I always thought you ignore my opinions. Back then, when I said I wanted to join the war to subjugate the demons, you not only objected, but even threatened to disown me. But later, when even the imperial family abandoned us, you were the only one who provided troops and supplies. At that time, I thought you were only doing it for the sake of the people, and still helped us. But after adopting Tatiana and doting on her, I finally understood your heart. Watching that child grow day by day, I felt happiness for the first time and developed a desire to protect her. Now I finally understand what you did back then. Your feelings for me must have been the same as my feelings for Tatiana now. You didn't want me to step onto a dangerous battlefield. You just wanted to protect me. Please forgive me. Forgive me for only now understanding your heart. The former duke softly called his son's name. Siegfried. He straightened his back. I also failed to be a considerate father. That was my fault. I'm sorry. And thank you. A slight smile touched Siegfried's lips. That simple apology was enough to completely melt the frozen lump in his heart. Night enveloped the Orleans residence. Lights flickered between the stone window frames. A few days later, steam rose from teacups, and desserts were arranged neatly on the edges of porcelain plates. The young lady sat around a round table, talking in hushed voices. How could she frame someone as a thief? So shameless. She even instructed Miss Amaras to plant the stolen item. If it weren't for the recording from the magical device, the Baron's daughter would have taken the fall. After the picnic, Lisbeth's reputation plummeted. This caused quite a stir in high society. Considering how she treated other young ladies in the past, this outcome was only natural. Tatiana picked up her teacup and took a light sip of black tea, her expression calm. Miss Amaras bowed. Thank you so much. Tatiana shook her head. Ultimately, it was Lisbeth's fault. You were a victim too. Miss Amaras smiled. Even so, thank you for saying that. The storm from the picnic seemed to have subsided, but a new trouble followed. Lascius crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. You made so many friends now. You must be very happy. Tatiana covered her mouth. Could it be that Lascius also wants friends his own age? I really have been neglecting him lately. Maybe I should introduce him to some boys. Lascius suddenly moved closer. But among all your friends, I'm still the closest one, right? Tatiana closed her eyes and smiled. Of course. No matter who else appears in this world, they could never compare to you. Lascius's cheeks flushed. Thank you for saying that. Tatiana tilted her head. What's there to thank me for? I'm just telling the truth. Lascius looked down, fidgeting with his fingers, looking flustered. So, little brother, shall we go for a walk together later? Tatiana suddenly clapped her hands. All right, do you know where the dads are? Lascius stopped fidgeting. I think they're with the former duke. I saw them go into the reception room together just now. Tatiana's smile faded. Did something happen with the dads and grandfather? Lascius looked hesitant. Yes, their expressions seemed very grim. Tatiana pushed Lascius's back. You go wash up and rest first. Lascius turned back. What about you? Tatiana waved her right hand. I'm going to find Dad and Grandfather. The study door was tightly closed. The former duke sat in the main seat, looking around at everyone present. I have gathered you all because there is something that must be said. It seems the demons have already infiltrated the duchy. Kyrios's eyes widened. Demons, you say? The former duke said, I haven't directly discovered an intruder, but in my daily life, I've felt faint remnants of demonic energy. The truly strange thing is whenever I try to track that energy, it vanishes without a trace. Caesar tilted his head. Have you asked for the temple's opinion? The former duke leaned back in his chair. Of course, but they said the presence is too weak to confirm if it truly exists. Although the temple says the presence is faint, my intuition tells me that it is definitely demonic energy. Kyrios turned his head. If the Duke of Orleans, famed for his martial prowess, is so certain, then it must be demonic energy. The demon's movements are indeed suspicious. After all, it's been a full 6 years since we defeated the 5 demon kings. Caesar continued. Although we destroyed their main forces back then, sporadic attacks should have been occurring. The current silence is abnormal. Siegfried pressed his forehead. The long period of peace has made everyone let down their guard, forgetting the threat posed by the demons. The former duke said, I will continue to investigate the situation within the duchy more deeply, but the other party's methods of clearing their tracks are extremely meticulous. It won't be easy to uncover their true identity. A crisp, shattering sound suddenly rang out. Tatiana was standing outside the door. Several people stood up at once. Tatiana, are you all right? Are you hurt? Tatiana clutched her collar tightly, her fingertips trembling. Such secretive methods. This technique of erasing all traces. Only that family can do it. The Bartoloa clan. They have never given up their search for the demons lurking in the shadows. Tatiana screamed internally. They don't seem to have discovered my identity yet. I must pretend to know nothing about demons. It's okay. I'm not hurt at all. I'm perfectly fine. Another birthday has passed. I'm 11 years old. The dining table was filled with lobster and desserts. Tatiana kept her head down. A long time had passed since the rumors of demon infiltration in the duchy. Even now, thinking back to that day still sent a chill down her spine. The demons invading the duchy, that faint, untraceable remnant of demonic energy. All clues pointed to the same name, Bartoloa. Since that day, the topic of demonic energy was never brought up again. Tatiana cut the piece of meat on her plate. Is this piece really okay? Bartoloa must be plotting something. Siegfried put down his wine glass. I must go to the Orleans duchy. Caesar looked at him. It seems you finally made up your mind. Siegfried nodded in response. While I'm gone, I'll leave Tatiana and Lachius in your care. Tatiana froze. Going to the duchy at a time like this. He must be going to investigate the demons. I have to go see for myself. She raised her right hand. I want to go too. Siegfried looked directly into her eyes. Absolutely not. Normally, I would take you with me, but I'm going to investigate demons now. It's dangerous there. It's better for you to stay home. Tatiana placed her hands on the edge of the table. If I'm in danger, you'll protect me, Dad, right? Besides, I've never been to the Orleans duchy. The new year is here, and I want to be with everyone. Siegfried fell silent. The air became still. He closed his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. All right, let's go to the Orleans duchy castle together. Tatiana stood before the castle, looking up at the towering stone spires. The butler and maids lined up to welcome them. Greetings to the Duke and the young Mississippi, Siegfried said. It's been a long time, everyone. Are you all doing well? The elderly head maid stepped forward. Young master, we're doing very well. It's so good to see you in good health. Your feat of subjugating the 5 demon kings makes us feel very proud. Tatiana was taken aback. Hearing him being called young master feels so new. It was definitely the right choice to come along. The butler and head maid leaned in closer. This must be the young lady from the rumors. She looks exactly like you. Tatiana greeted them. Hello, do I really look like Siegfried? The former duke turned his head. I'm going inside to handle some business. Take care of the child until I get back. Siegfried nodded and replied, understood. The headmaid looked at Tatiana. Seeing the young miss reminds me of what the young master was like as a child. Siegfried turned his face away in embarrassment. Is that so? Could you prepare a cup of cocoa with marshmallows for her? The head chef bowed and retreated. Right away, the headmaid took Siegfried's hand. When the young master was a child, he was just like other kids, running around every corner of the castle on treasure hunts all day. Tatiana's eyes widened in surprise. Siegfried actually did something like that. He seems like the type of kid who would just read books quietly. The headmaid covered her mouth and laughed. When you were little, you often skipped training to sneak snacks. The old duke was always chasing after you, telling you not to skip your lessons anymore. Tatiana's eyes lit up. Did Dad really do that? Siegfried pulled his hood lower. Don't listen to their nonsense. It's all lies. Tatiana laughed out loud. It's hard to imagine Siegfried had a side like that. Her smile froze on her face. Wait, I didn't come to the castle just to hear these stories. I almost got carried away having fun. A clamor came from the distance. Movers were carrying heavy wooden crates. Be careful. Move it quickly. Tatiana wondered what they were preparing for. She stared at the insignia on the wooden crates. Lintz Merchant Guild, a name that never appeared in the original story. Tatiana ducked and crossed the courtyard. I have to go over and check. Siegfried called out from a distance. Tatiana. Tatiana stopped in her tracks and turned around blankly. Siegfried stood on the steps. We should go inside. Tatiana immediately turned and ran towards her father. Okay, since Siegfried is calling me, I can't investigate now. I'll just have to find another chance to come back later. The next day, Tatiana followed Siegfried and her grandfather as they inspected the territory. From the suburbs where the commoners lived to the bustling streets of the middle class, the group walked along the stone-paved roads. People stopped and stared. Tatiana stopped and looked around. Something was not right. Since yesterday, everything has been strange. Everywhere she looked, there were signs for Lintz. Lintz Tavern, Lintz General Store, Lintz Boutique, Lintz Bookstore. The name Lintz was simply everywhere. It was practically a monopoly, from daily necessities for commoners to the high-end market for the middle class. This massive merchant guild was omnipresent. Why, in the original story, that was it never mentioned? Tatiana asked her grandfather. The Lintz Merchant Guild's shops seemed to be everywhere. Grandfather looked down and smiled. That's because they're the main trading partner of the Orleans family. Their expansion rate in recent years has been astonishing. Now, they're even in charge of supplying all the goods for Carolinga. Tatiana put on a bright smile. I see. This is no coincidence. A massive merchant guild large enough to affect the livelihood of an entire nation was completely erased from the original story. This is very strange. I should go into a shop and check it out myself. Grandfather continued to explain, their delivery times are always punctual and their prices are reasonable. Besides us, many other families do business with them. Tatiana looked at the sign ahead. In that case, can I go take a look in that shop? Grandfather patted her shoulder. Of course you can. If there's anything you like, I'll buy it for you. Tatiana cheered. Yay, thank you. A bell chimed crisply. The clerk bowed in greeting. Welcome. If you need any help, please let me know. Or are you looking for something specific? Tatiana stopped in front of the counter, staring at a doll. She picked up a yellow puppy doll, staring at its black bean-like eyes. This thing really looks like Lascius. The former Duke leaned in closer. Do you like that doll? Tatiana quickly pulled her hand back, her shoulders trembling slightly. I was just looking. We have plenty of dolls at home anyway. The former Duke's eyes drooped, his expression instantly dimming. Is that so? Tatiana walked into a dessert shop. Nothing seemed suspicious here either. Was I only suspicious because they expanded too quickly in the Orleans territory? Or is it because the three heroes all survived that the original plot changed? The clerk stood by the door, bowing as the group left. Please come again. The heavy wooden door slowly closed with a dull thud. The smile on the clerk's face instantly vanished, his eyes hidden in shadow. After inspecting the territory until late at night, the group finally returned to the ducal castle. The butler walked quickly to the former duke and reported in a low voice about a message from the president of the Lynch Merchant Guild. The former duke stopped in his tracks. The guild president? The butler bowed. Yes, he wishes to pay his respects to the head of the family and visit you personally. The former duke made his decision with a calm expression, then set the time for after lunch tomorrow. Tatiana's eyes widened. What kind of person could the president of the Lynch Merchant Guild be? The next day, carriage wheels turned, stopping in front of the magnificent castle gate. Thomas Lynch placed a hand on his chest and greeted the two dukes before him. The former duke and the hero of humanity, the duke. It is an honor to meet you all like this. It is an honor. Tatiana watched the man. The man in charge of the Lynch Merchant Guild had finally appeared. I thought he would be a more charming young nobleman. Is it because the original plot has changed? Thomas turned to look at Tatiana. This must be the young lady from the rumors. Tatiana bowed. Hello, I am Tatiana von Orleans. Thomas said, I've heard that you both dote on the young miss very much. Siegfried straightened his back, a slight smile on his lips. My daughter is indeed very cute. Tatiana covered her cheeks. I can never get used to this kind of praise, no matter how many times I hear it. Thomas let out a laugh. Just looking at the young miss brightens one's mood. If I may, please allow me to give the young miss a gift. He took out a round box from behind him and presented it to Tatiana. Siegfried mused. A gift? He took the round box and smiled at Thomas. Thank you very much. The lid of the box opened. Tatiana looked down inside the round box. This is... Thomas spread his hands. I heard you were looking at this doll in the shop yesterday. It's the guild's most popular model right now. The young miss truly has a good eye. Tatiana picked up the yellow puppy doll. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Why do I keep feeling that something's wrong? Where is this sense of unease coming from? Late at night, Tatiana lay in her large bed, hugging the doll tightly. Yesterday, I told grandfather I didn't need it because I was shy, but I've actually been thinking about it. Maybe it's because it looks so much like Lascius. Now that I actually have it, my mood has improved. Tatiana fell asleep hugging the doll, feeling as if Lascius were right beside her. The sound of breathing rose and fell in the quiet room. Tatiana suddenly sat up, clamping a hand tightly over her mouth. Blood seeped out from between her fingers. My demonic energy is rampaging. She looked around. What should I do? Should I call the adults? Even if they came, it would be no use. I can only wait for the energy to subside. I don't want to make them worry for nothing. Tatiana lay back down on the bed, curling up her body. I'll just have to endure it until morning. A sudden chill descended, dispelling the burning heat inside her body. It's so cool. Tatiana's eyes flew open. A damp cloth was pressed against her forehead. Siegfried was sitting by the bed, his expression grim. Tatiana's voice was weak. Dad, Siegfried said, I heard you in pain and came in. Are you feeling better now? Tatiana nodded lightly. I'm fine now. The mana rampage was more severe than expected. When Siegfried pushed the door open, Tatiana had already fallen unconscious, the long-dormant magical power rampaging wildly inside her body. Siegfried's brow furrowed. Of all times, the door was pushed open, and the former Duke strode into the bedroom. Siegfried stood up to greet his father. The former Duke said, "Stay seated. Don't move. I brought a doctor. The child seems to have a fever. It's best to have her checked." Siegfried bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you, father." Tatiana opened her mouth, took the spoon, and swallowed the bitter liquid. A mana rampage couldn't be cured by a doctor, but taking the fever reducer would lower her temperature and cover it up. She had to play along with them and see this act through. Siegfried said, "If I had known she was so frail, I shouldn't have brought her here. I was just so happy she could come. This is all my fault." The former Duke comforted him. When a child is sick, it's always heartbreaking for the parents. "You've been up all night. Go get some rest. I'll watch over Tatiana." Siegfried lowered his eyelids. "I wish I were the one who was sick." The former Duke said, "If anything happens, I'll call you immediately. Now go rest." Siegfried responded in a low voice. All right. The next morning, sunlight streamed into Orland's castle. Tatiana was still in bed, showing no signs of improvement. Every night, like clockwork, the magical power would rampage through her body. She panted heavily, a cooling patch on her forehead, clutching the yellow doll tightly. Father and grandfather would always rush in at the first sign of trouble. The symptoms would lessen when the doctor examined her, but as soon as she was left alone, the magical power would go out of control again. "This is driving me crazy." Tatiana clutched the doll and burst into tears. The symptoms would ease whenever she was near her father and grandfather, which made it look as if she were faking her illness. A knock came at the door. "Tatiana, stop crying." "Come in." The former Duke entered. "The flowers in the greenhouse have bloomed. Would you like to go see them with grandfather? You can get some fresh air. Your fever has gone down a bit. A walk might help you recover." Tatiana nodded vigorously. "I want to go." It was indeed better to move around than to lie in bed all the time. The greenhouse was filled with blooming red roses. Tatiana exclaimed, "They're so beautiful." The former Duke let out a sigh of relief. "I've been preparing these, waiting to show them to you on the day you return to the duchy." Tatiana turned back. "Grandfather, may I take a closer look?" The former Duke bent down. "Of course, but tell me immediately if you feel unwell." Tatiana stepped onto the grass, her white shoes disappearing into the greenery. This was the first time she had left the main ducal building to visit the greenhouse her grandfather had planted with his own hands. She cupped a red flower, inhaling its delicate fragrance. "Every plant and tree here was grown for me. I can feel the sentiment behind it." "Thank you, grandfather." The former Duke smiled down at her. "Child, you have more color in your cheeks now. Do you feel better after getting some fresh air?" Tatiana looked up with a radiant smile. "Yes, it's all thanks to you, grandfather." She suddenly froze, her pupils contracting. Wait, the pain in her body was completely gone. Before, the symptoms had only lessened. The agony of the mana rampage had never truly disappeared. But now that violent energy had completely subsided. The only difference from yesterday was the location. This was my first time leaving the main building. This meant that somewhere inside the castle, there must be a source triggering the rampage. What could it be? The day I collapsed, I received a gift from the president of the Lince Merchant Guild. A doll. The mana rampage started at dawn when I was alone. Now my body has returned to normal, and the only thing still with me is this. It's this doll. The former Duke pushed open the door and loudly questioned Siegfried. "What is going on here?" Siegfried held up the doll. "There's a curse attached to this, specifically designed to block our perception of demonic energy. I've already destroyed it." Tatiana peeked out and tugged on her grandfather's sleeve. "I was the one who asked father to do it. I just didn't realize it would cause such a commotion." The former Duke stood frozen. "What?" Tatiana let go and began to explain. "After I was away from the doll, the pain in my body disappeared. I found it suspicious, so I told father beforehand." Siegfried's expression was grave. "Based on Tatiana's description, I investigated and confirmed the existence of a curse. It can block the detection of demonic energy." The former Duke frowned. "But didn't you already defeat the 5 demon kings? How can there still be a demon capable of casting such a curse?" Siegfried said, "Tatiana's constitution is weak, so she fell ill under its influence. I will call Kyrios and Caesar over. Father, please issue an order to recall all items from the Lince Merchant Guild within the territory." The former Duke nodded. "I understand. So what do you plan to do?" Siegfried's eyes were icy as a dark aura emanated from him. I'm going to the Linz Merchant Guild headquarters myself. At the Linz Merchant Guild headquarters, movers rushed about in the courtyard. Hurry up, push that cart over here. A mover stopped and looked toward the main gate. Who is that? A violent tremor came from inside the guild, followed by the incessant sound of heavy objects crashing. Thomas looked up toward the door. What's all that noise outside? A mover burst through the door, looking panicked. President, something terrible has happened. The main door was violently smashed open, sending splinters flying. Siegfried grabbed Thomas by the throat with one hand and slammed him against the wall. Thomas struggled desperately. Your Grace, why are you doing this? Spare me. Siegfried tightened his grip. You colluded with demons, supplied the Orleans family with magical items, and even threatened my daughter's life. I've come to settle the score. Thomas struggled, suffocating. This is unfair. Even if you're the Duke of Orleans, you can't frame an innocent person like this. Siegfried leaned close to his ear, his eyes cold. Save your excuses for later. I imagine you have a lot to confess to me. That evening, Kyrios and Caesar arrived at the duchy. They met briefly with Tatiana inside the castle and immediately began their search for other cursed items besides the doll. Standing in the hallway, they waved to Tatiana. Go to sleep. Leave the rest to us. Tatiana waved back. Although she was eager to know the result, she knew her fathers would handle it. Kyrios looked at Siegfried. You're back. What did you do with the guild president? Siegfried said, he's been locked in the dungeon. Caesar, I want you to interrogate him with me. Caesar nodded slightly. Understood. Siegfried took out some evidence from his coat. Before the interrogation begins, take a look at these. A clock and a mirror were placed on the table. These items have all been in contact with demons. The rest of the Linz Merchant Guild's products show no abnormalities. Kyrios examined the evidence. Before you returned, I checked them. They look ordinary on the surface, but they're actually magical listening devices. Siegfried's brow furrowed. What did you say? Kyrios continued his analysis. Although the magic of a single item is limited, items like these may have already spread throughout the empire. We must report this to the imperial family immediately. However, the war with the demons only ended a few years ago. We must act cautiously. If we rashly point our swords at the demons, it could trigger another war. The former duke suggested, how about we do this? On a palace terrace. Marquis Philomel clinked glasses and laughed heartily. Your Highness, the second prince. Every time I see you, you are so radiant. Lachius mused. Thanks to Tatiana and my teachers, I was invited to the royal banquet. I should be grateful. After Tatiana went to the duchy, I haven't received a single letter. I hope she's all right. A servant burst through the banquet hall doors, his expression terrified. Your Majesty, there is urgent intelligence. The Empress glared at the intruder. This is a private family dinner with His Majesty. How dare you be so rude? The servant fell to his knees. Traces of demons have been discovered in the Orleans duchy. The members of the royal family at the table turned pale. Lachius's pupils contracted, his breathing becoming rapid. Tatiana and her teachers. One person knelt on one knee. Head of the house. The head of the Bartolova family stood by the window, leaning on his cane. I know very well how meticulous that fellow Siegfried is. He has surely dealt with it himself already. A subordinate stepped forward. Just as you said, they're going to convene a grand council. The head of the Bartolova family snorted coldly. Although starting another war will be difficult, it seems they don't intend to idly watch the demons run rampant. Even so, they are too soft. As the sole transcendent on this continent, to think he'd waste his emotions on pests. I put quite a bit of effort into making this magical item. Tatiana's voice was heard. Father, I have something to tell you. When I left the doll behind and walked out of the castle, that dark energy disappeared. The items from the Linz Merchant Guild are very suspicious. The head of the Bartolova family stroked his chin, his eyes filled with contempt. I didn't expect that incompetent demon king to cause me trouble after the war. This time, it won't be those incompetent pests. Perhaps I should bring someone who will at least struggle when stepped on. Until we meet again, please do take care of yourself. Tatiana lay on a soft pillow, her eyes tightly closed, fast asleep.